Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1597 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news happening yet again. Right now we're seeing a massive attack is underway on Moscow and Crimea, with jet drones flying all over the place, and Russia's currently panicking, trying to shoot everything down, and the plot twist is not going very good. But also, U.S. forces are preparing weeks of strikes on Iran, as some unknown force today attacked Iran out of the blue and caused mayhem across the coastline. And also, Russian ships were ambushed yet again near the Crimea ports, and also we saw mass destruction of those ships all over the place. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to cover the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments within the Middle East and eastern Ukraine over the course of the past 24 hours. The Russian Federation appears to be in an unmitigated crisis at the moment, as Ukrainian drone attacks have started to render the Russian Federation's fuel, transport, and logistics capabilities largely inoperable, if not non-existent within most parts of the country. In a briefing today held within the Kremlin by Russian MOD officials with Vladimir Putin to apprise the president of the Russian Federation on the ongoing battlefield difficulties and also the supply line difficulties that the Russian army is running into due to the fuel shortages, Putin actually went absolutely ballistic, reprimanded the generals, and claimed that the fuel shortage is not that serious of an issue. They are just incompetent generals incapable of continuing frontline operations efficiently, largely throwing the entirety of the realistic scenario out of the window and living in absolute denial of the ongoing crisis. Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces have been able to hit the Ilsky refinery just minutes before we went live on air, and the Saratov refinery, one of the larger ones within Western Russia, has just been announced as being shut down from Ukrainian drone attacks that were conducted yesterday. Fuel lines have continued to exist at hundreds of gas stations, the ones that are left that have any fuel, throughout the entirety of Russia from east to west, and we've also been able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces have landed more significant blows to 14 vessels today within the Sea of Azov as the convoy was targeted and destroyed again by Ukrainian long-range drone attack forces. We've also been able to hear that Poland has once again put out the alarm bells that the Russian Federation does appear to be preparing for military action against Poland and the Baltic states within the very near future due to the desperate situation within the Russian Federation and also the insanity that's now beginning to ensue within the Russian Federation's government. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that according to statements from U.S. officials to the press, the United States of America's Central Command Area of Responsibility, charged with the responsibility of conducting U.S. military operations within the Middle East and Central Asia, is now preparing to be able to conduct multiple weeks of military campaigns and strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran as war is on the absolute verge of breaking out right now between the United States and Iran again. After the President of the United States yesterday announced, well, actually the day before yesterday, announced that the ceasefire and the MOU will no longer be respected by the United States of America, the U.S. and Iran have already returned significant volleys of fire at each other after Iran conducted an attack on 3 commercial ships within the Strait of Hormuz attempting to pass through the Omani waterways. We are now understanding that the United States is on the very cusp of returning to the conflict, but with a shocking twist today, an unknown and still anonymous Gulf state nation conducted a significant coastal strike campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran that was not U.S.-led. Strikes were heard all the way from Mavash to the area of Konarak and Chabahar, quite literally along the entirety of the Iranian coast, with the Iranians denying that ever any such explosions ever happened. However, we do have one clip from Mavash confirming one of the strikes, which largely starts to put it into scale that some Gulf state nation today of an unknown name has conducted strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran entirely on their own, without any U.S. involvement. We've also been able to hear that at Khamenei's funeral within the city of Mashhad, the Iranian police have actually ended up greasing a couple of basij members and have ended up killing 2 to 4 of them in the middle of the funeral. That actually led to the live coverage of the funeral in Iran being cut from televisions immediately as they were trying to stabilize the situation and find out why in the world the Iranian police were beginning to grease basij members inside the crowd. We've also been able to get some additional updates today as well from Jordan, and it does appear that the Muaffaq Salti Air Base was heavily targeted in last night's round of strikes by the Islamic Republic of Iran, while the state of Israel has also announced that they are ready to go again and join the United States in a new round of strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, while Pakistan and Qatar have also been alleged to be trying to get the United States and Iran back to the negotiating table to try and get further developments on a possible peace deal. We have a humongous amount of news to cover, starting with our largest stories first and moving our way on down to our smaller stories throughout the night. But before we get to that, we actually have breaking news that is coming out live on air right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now, Ukraine has basically sent a massive swarm into Russian territory. The majority of these drones are actually heading toward the Moscow region, it looked like. We saw a map of that earlier. Right now, we've just gotten word that Russia's Ilsky oil refinery is burning tonight following an attack by Ukrainian drones, and we just got our first video out of that site showing the facility on fire. So yet another refinery has been taken out tonight. Now, I can't even keep up with how many this is at this point. Last night, we saw 2 of them get taken out. Then a day or 2 before that, we saw the largest refinery in Russia get taken out. Now we're seeing that Ilsky is also being taken out tonight as well. So literally night after night, it's almost like one refinery at least per night, if not more at this point, which is a pace that we've never seen before. But let's take a look.
And there is the fire confirmed at the Ilsky refinery. The city of Ilsky is just south of the Krasnodar city area. We can actually see Ilsky right here on the map, and this is the refinery complex that exists here at the town of Ilsky. This is not the largest refinery complex that we have seen targeted within the recent week, but it is another refinery that most likely will be taken offline as its condensator units will most likely have been knocked out as a result of this attack, as all prior Ukrainian attacks on the Ufa refinery, on the Omsk refinery, on the Saratov refinery, and many others that we've reported in the the past week have all attempted to hit, and most of them have successfully hit, the condensator units, which are critical to the refining process, turning the crude oil into some form of a refined product, whether it be diesel, gas, tar, or anything else. We would generally assume that at the moment, it most likely has hit one of the condensators within the refinery, of which we can see one of them right here, and that may have rendered the refinery inoperable for months, if not indefinitely, as the war continues. Right now, while we're on air, there is an ongoing Ukrainian drone attack, and this is also the reason why we're seeing footage coming out largely at the moment right now of the ongoing strikes that are happening in real time by Ukrainian drones, as they are still in the air. Several hundred of them being within the Don region, and several hundred more of them heading towards the Moscow region and further east towards Yaroslavl and Nizhny Novgorod as some of the key targets that we have been able to hear from Russian drone raid reports, at least at the moment right now. Outside of that breaking news, it actually is time for us to get into all of our breaking news for the stream, starting with our largest stories first, which actually brings us right back into the Russian Federation and largely the attacks that have been conducted over the day and the attack that's still going on right now. Once again, to show y'all here, really quickly, considering that this is still an ongoing development, there is a significant drone attack that is ongoing right now, and according to a large amount of the Russian air raid alerts and also drone vectors that they've been able to account for, this is the current path of all Ukrainian drones that have been launched over the occupied territories and into Crimea and the Russian Don region, and also all of the drones that have been launched towards Moscow and are either going directly into Moscow or are diverting around Moscow and the air defense perimeter to try and make it to softer targets like Yaroslavl, Ivanovo, Nizhny Novgorod, and Vladimir, just off to the east of the city of Moscow. Currently, while that attack is going on, many more calamities have been affecting the Russian Federation over the course of the day, including what appears to be the complete loss of the story and a complete denial of reality by the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. In a report that came out this morning, we have been able to hear that several generals apparently attempted to apprise Vladimir Putin of the ongoing situation on the Kostyantinivka battlefield, a significant front within the Donetsk region, which the Russian Federation has been pushing for well over a year at this point, and has finally just made it to the outer suburbs of the city. And also these generals and advisors were also speaking about the larger fuel crisis situation, both on the military's strategic side for their supply lines and also on the strategic side for the Russian economy at large. To explain the two situations of which these advisors spoke to Putin of today, I'll break them down really quickly so that we all know the background, at least from what we're seeing on our end. At the Battle of Kostyantinivka, Russian Federation armed forces have finally been able to advance from the small town of Ivanopilia, which the battle started at about a year ago, and have made it 3 miles down the road to the town of Kostyantinivka, and have finally started to enter the suburbs within the southern areas of the city along this major roadway that heads on down to the city of Pokrovsk, and also the roadway that heads on towards Toretsk here and Orlivka further to the southeast. Russian Federation forces did make it into the town over the course of yesterday, but were completely incapable of creating any footholds or supplying and fortifying the small suburb areas that they had taken under their control. As of today, Ukrainian armed forces in the city have counterattacked the Russian Federation's armed forces and have completely pushed them back out of the city, and they're largely back to square one about a half-mile out of the suburb, attempting to push back in and create more footholds, hoping that this time around they will be able to have the supplies and the ability to fortify their positions and create footholds in the suburbs that they'll slowly yet surely advance from and take the rest of the city. This situation is one that was not seen in the Battle of Pokrovsk, as soon as Russian forces were able to make it to the Shatarsky area of the suburbs of Pokrovsk, they were able to advance into the area and were able to supply it and fortify it to be able to create a foothold. Even then, Russian progress was exceedingly slow, and it took about the course of an entire year of fighting for the city of Pokrovsk to finally be subdued just about several months ago and be brought fully under the Russian army's control. Now they're about a half mile or a mile out near Khamenei and attempting to advance further on into the plains and towards Dobropilia, which is the next major fortress city within this area. However, in this situation with Kostyantinivka, the first breakthrough was not even able to hold on to the suburbs and was immediately pushed out, showing that there is a critical critical lack of supplies and abilities by Russian infantry forces and the Russian army to be able to advance into an area and create a foothold, showing that the supply situation in that ongoing offensive is dire. Not only that, to summarize the next point in very short detail, as we've been talking about this endlessly for weeks now, the Russian fuel shortage, both in the mainland and also in the occupied territories, has become absolutely bleak. Fuel shortages, food shortages, and other shortages are appearing across the board, as we're now seeing that so many refineries have been knocked out in the Russian Federation that Russia's need for fuel on every given day is nowhere close to the amount of fuel that they're able to produce and consume on those given days, meaning that they're running into an absolutely dire crisis throughout the whole of Russia. And these two situations were the ones that the advisors were speaking to Putin on. And these advisors went as far to urge Putin to attempt to freeze the war along the current front line and negotiate from there, which then led Putin, according to the reports, to go absolutely mental and reprimand them, and not only that, completely deny the reports that they were giving him as the subject matter experts, and state that the situation was completely fine and that they were absolutely incompetent to even report such a thing.
Kind of surprised the generals even spoke up and said that. If they actually did say that, that's kind of a wild thing to do, because usually most people inside of Russia are horrified to go publicly against anything Putin says. They're all pretty much yes men for the most part. So for them to finally be saying no and disagreeing, things must be going extremely bad for them to basically put their careers and possibly even their lives on the line to tell him that. Also, they did him bad dirty with this photo right here. I mean, look at that.
Bro,
That's not a photo from today, is it?
No, this isn't a photo from today. This is a photo from some other time that someone took like years ago, I believe. But it is absolutely terrible. To give you all a little bit more credibility to the story, this story was reported by none other than Reuters, apparently getting some sort of insider source to the Kremlin and that meeting that was held today. That also is something interesting to note right there as well, Matthew. Not only did they finally approach him and say, maybe we want to freeze the conflict where it's at right now because it's going to get worse from here and we're probably going to lose all of the gains we've made already, but apparently someone was so concerned about Putin's statements, they went to Reuters and leaked it to the press how he reacted to that even, which is showing that apparently someone was so concerned about it, they wanted the world to know what Putin's reaction was to this information today.
Yeah, I just wondered though if there's enough people that actually have that strong feelings about this that anything might actually get moving on the ground about this inside of Russia. It's kind of always hard to tell, but there's always a couple of people that have gone out of their way sometimes to say something, and usually they find them washed up on shore dead after that happens. That's usually what happens inside of Russia. So it's hard to tell if Putin's going to start a purge over this or he's going to simply try to overlook it. It's kind of hard to tell, but I mean, it sounds like Hitler in his final moments is what it sounds like to me.
It sounds exactly like the movie Downfall, if y'all have ever heard of that before, where Hitler went into that full-blown rant in the bunker about how the Soviets were encircling Berlin, and he said, get Steiner's men and counterattack from the south, and they had to tell him Steiner's men don't even exist. Steiner's been dead for weeks, and all of those units that are on the map, they don't even exist. They've been destroyed days or weeks ago in the battle for Berlin, and then Hitler absolutely lost it even farther. This seems to be very similar, and according to the direct statements from the Reuters article, the Kremlin leader Putin remains convinced he can still seize the entirety of the Donbass, and Putin recently rebuked a group of advisors, which we just spoke of, who suggested a compromise based on a ceasefire along the existing line of contact. The report also says that Ukraine's recent successful strikes on Russian oil refineries, which have contributed to an acute fuel shortages in parts of Russia, aka all of Russia at this point, have made Putin even angrier and more determined to deliver what he sees as a harsh response, which is also showing us that Putin is not working off of a methodical or pragmatic sort of a framework for decision making. He is starting to work entirely based off of emotion, which is showing us that he's getting significantly into denial on the situation and is largely wanting to act out on his frustrations, even if they make no logical sense for the best interest of Russia or the best interest of himself and his political longevity as the dictator of the Russian Federation. It even appears that the Russian Foreign Ministry and Sergei Lavrov, aka Horseface, has been given his instructions to push forward with this kind of a notion, as he came out today and made the statement, the president clearly confirmed that we will continue to achieve the goals set back in June 2024 during Vladimir Putin's speech at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which largely stated that the Russian Federation would continue the war until the state of Ukraine capitulated to the Russian Federation and unconditionally surrendered, meaning that Russia is now completely backed off of any concept even of a compromise, although their compromise was still unconditional surrender. Now they're openly saying they will settle for nothing less but unconditional surrender from the state of Ukraine. And it came from none other than this guy, which is a fairly accurate representation
Ugh.
of his likeness.
Yeah, I think the horse picture does him more justice. This right here is too light. That's too lightweight for my liking. I think the Lavrov horse meme, that's the one that really does him justice.
Man, honestly, man. I mean, they had to give him a block of sugar cube and hay for such a good job that he did today, coming out and making that statement, which, mind you all, came out after the meeting this morning that Putin had with his advisors, which seems that Putin was so enraged, he went and told Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, to announce that the Russians were now going to be continuing the war until Ukraine capitulated. So it looks like Russia has completely departed even the notion at this point that the Russians would be willing to pursue some sort of a peace with Ukraine, and they've now gone all back in on the public statements of we will drive Ukraine into the ground and we will drive Russia into the ground in the process of trying to win the war in Ukraine. A lot of people are starting to see that this is turning into not really more so of just a decision. It is a full-on mindset by Russia and Putin and more so his cronies within the Kremlin, which continue to push forward the concept that the war in Ukraine could be won, although we're seeing that it is nowhere close to being winnable, and if anything, they might be able to keep the war going for another year before they completely collapse and possibly even lose the major gains that they've made within the southern front and the Donbass over the course of 4.5 years. A lot of people are starting to talk about what is going to be coming next after this, considering that Putin went irate today at even the mention of freezing the war where it is right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so today we literally heard of a meltdown of historic proportions that apparently Putin got angry after his advisors dared to suggest a logical course of action, which was freezing the Ukraine war along the current front lines, which, by the way, I don't even think Ukraine's willing to entertain that option anymore. I think they've said that that option is now off the table, so that's an option that's not even there, but he wouldn't even entertain that idea. Putin simply got angry and went berserk. So what is Putin going to do now? And 60% said Putin is going to continue the frontline failures until something breaks. 23% said Putin will start a war with NATO as a Hail Mary, and 14% said Putin will be politically ousted at some point or another. So at this point, one thing I see coming in the very near future inside of Russia is another large-scale purge. I think that's pretty much imminent at this point. Now that the Russian advisors are starting to get the balls to speak up, that's going to start making Putin feel a little bit more cornered than he was before. And Putin already knows that public sentiment is not good whatsoever. And if the Russian people had the freedom to speak out, they would probably be rioting in the streets right now. And that's why he's trying to get a crackdown on the internet on top of that. So I think Putin will continue the frontline failure, but usually what Putin's done in the past when he starts getting cornered like this is he usually escalates. So I think that war with NATO that Poland's been warning about and that U.S. forces have been warning about, I think that is very likely, most likely in the Baltics or some state like that. And on top of it, we'll probably see Putin conduct a purge to get rid of all these voices that could oppose him in the very near future or pose a political threat. So it's going to continue. It's really wild at this point how much of a mess this has really become. Putin has gotten so entangled emotionally in this situation, and also his pride's getting in the way too, that he wants to defeat Zelensky and the Ukrainians so bad that he's going to be completely blinded to the fact that Russia is crumbling at his very feet right now. No fuel, no food, nothing. I mean, they're literally going broke, and they're having to fund all their industry via bank loans, and that's like a dog chasing its tail. And he's completely blind to that fact that hatred's gotten so bad that he can't even put that aside to save his country. So I think it's going to be probably an escalation. That's my guess. But Enforcer, what say you?
This is a situation that is absolutely insane to even mention, that Putin literally went into the whole Hitler rant from the the Downfall movie. Haven't you seen that meme before, Matthew, where like that actor who was playing Hitler was in the bunker and he started screaming and slamming his, like, that's literally what he did today. Like, it's unreal to think it's gotten so bad for him. He's starting to live in denial to this degree, but also it's showing us something that is very interesting. He is mentally unstable at this point and is more so working off of emotions than pragmatic decision making. And while that might be expected in some circles, that is something that is showing us that the decision making certainly is going to be getting a lot more rash and a lot more erratic from this point on, considering that this is now the modus operandi of the entire Russian government, as it is largely just an apparatus of Putin's will. So I would say that they're definitely going to be continuing the frontline failure. We may even hear of a full mobilization at some point in the future to try and round out the war, even if that's wildly unpopular with the Russian public. The problem is that really nothing is going to turn this around for Russia, at least on the battlefield at this point, with a full mobilization or any measures that they might try to take. If they conduct a full mobilization, they don't really have the transportation infrastructure to even make the front lines operational. And there's a very big important thing that I need to note here for everybody. The Soviet Union in World War II was industrially larger, not economically larger, but industrially larger than Nazi Germany when Operation Barbarossa started in the latter part of 1941, around August. Yet the Soviet Union would absolutely suffer at the hands of the Heer and the Wehrmacht over the course of the next year and a half, generally around St. Petersburg and the outskirts of Moscow, and also Stalingrad, as they attempt to push them back. That wasn't because the Germans were technologically or industrially superior. It's because the Soviet Union had no way to get their equipment to the front that they were producing in humongous volumes in the rear line areas. And even if they got it to the front by rail, there was no way to get it to the frontline troops 50 miles or 100 miles away from the railhead. And therein lied the problem. And this is something that a lot of people argue in historical circles. It's a very big argument about the Second World War. But the United States swooped in and saved the Soviet Union in that war from basically just puttering out on the outskirts of Moscow and St. Petersburg the whole war with the Lend-Lease Act. The Lend-Lease Act provided hundreds of thousands of trucks, trains, and other kinds of logistics and transportation equipment, as well as aircraft, to be able to help the Soviet Union to move around its equipment from its railheads to the troops. It was only after the Lend-Lease that we started to see that Russian, or more so Soviet forces, began to get the momentum on the battlefield to actually start pushing the Germans back and towards Berlin over the next several years. If it was not for the Lend-Lease and Russia's ability to transport equipment, they wouldn't have been able to truly leverage the power of their mobilized nation against the Nazi Germans. And they're running into that problem today. If they mobilize today, they're in the situation that the Soviet Union was in 1941 and 1942. They have no way to actually move mobilized forces or additional equipment to the front lines to actually make it usable.
Yeah, and I think in one respect, like Putin is blinded by hatred, and he wants to keep this thing going because he wants to defeat Zelensky and the Ukrainians out of pure pride. But also on top of that, I think he kind of knows that the situation is screwed, but he's treating the situation like it's all about his personal survival. Because think about it from Putin's perspective, from a very selfish, like psychopath perspective. If something happens where the war gets lost, or this situation goes really sideways, or Russia gets defeated on the battlefield in a full way where the Russians have to withdraw, then Putin's finished at that point. I mean, he's politically ruined because the war has been a complete failure. It's brought Russia to its knees, and I mean, for him, that's it. I mean, he's either going to have to take off and run somewhere. He's either going to get caught and tried in the international court, or the people inside of Russia might be the ones to get him. It's kind of hard to tell. So, I mean, he sees this as, well, hell, I mean, even if it's a lost cause, I might as well just go for it because, I mean, what do I have to lose at this point? I'll just keep going. So, I mean, that's the danger of somebody with nothing to lose, which at this point, I would say Putin generally has nothing to lose at this point. He's kind of gotten there to that level because he has no future once this thing goes sideways. He can try to run to China if China will even take him, but I mean, that's why I think he's going to go for the escalation.
I would say so. I think he is going to go for the escalation. But you know something else that's interesting, I think Putin is a paranoid person. That's why the purges happen quite often in Russia in small forms. With the advisors coming out today and saying we might want to freeze the conflict, like you're saying, and to add on to it a lot more, the first thing that Putin is going to think, being the paranoid person he is people are saying this behind my back at every echelon of the government, because for the advisors to come up here and say this, they had to have had their own meeting in a room with a whole bunch of other experts that were tabulating data and statistics that had been coming out from the war to even make a statement like this, and also make a statement like that considering the economy and the fuel shortage that's now hitting Russia. They know it's permanent. These people think that they don't believe in me anymore. I can't win the conflict. They're going to sit here and oust me because they don't have any confidence in me. They think I'm weak. I can't let them think I'm weak. I'm going to have to put them out. And I'm also going to have to try and escalate this further to prove I'm not weak. Because if he's working so emotionally, we can assume that maybe a lot of his strategic decisions at this point are driven entirely by emotion, not by any sort of methodical pragmatism or decision-making process where the best
100%.
option's taken.
Yeah, and also look at it from another perspective too. Putin started this war in Ukraine. The underlying real motivation for it is because he has this image of himself in his head as like the guy who's going to try to reconstitute the Russian Empire or some form of it. He's trying to build back basically all those former Soviet states. He's trying to go take those back. That's his ultimate goal. But he's gotten bogged down inside of Ukraine so bad that not only is he going to achieve the idea that he had in his head, this grandiose idea of reconstituting a Russian Empire, but now he's going to destroy Russia completely and get bogged down just in Ukraine. So I mean, that's also driving him as well. Not only is he being looked at as like the new savior, but now he's basically the destroyer of Russia at this point. So it completely backfired. And it's like some people are saying the chat's like the sunk cost fallacy. He just keeps going deeper and deeper because he just doesn't really see a way out. And also he knows that the end is near for his regime and he's just going to keep going.
Honestly, it's a real tragedy. Like it's basically the story of Tsar Nicholas II. You know, when the Russian Revolution was about to begin, he was supposed to be the savior of Russia, the reformer. He ended up being the destroyer of the Russian Empire, and also brought about the Russian Civil War because of his incompetence, generally, both at home and abroad in the First World War. Really something to think about there. He really like if this is the way he goes out, he really did live the life of a czar. He attempted great things, failed miserably, and ended up being brutally ousted by his own people. If that's how it went, it would be ironic. We've also been able to hear, however, that these sorts of irrational outbursts and this sort of erraticness by the Russian government and Putin is, of course, leaving NATO allies on the eastern frontier incredibly concerned. And the Polish Foreign Ministry has put out another statement today saying that Poland is preparing for the worst-case scenario. Russia is planning dangerous actions against the Baltic states in the near future, showing that the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still working strongly off of the intelligence that was provided to them in a warning by the United States of America and their own intelligence, along with other NATO intelligence apparatus, which have been able to tell them that there is a war coming around with the Russian Federation. And right now, the Russians are strongly considering an armed escalation against NATO to possibly force significant diplomatic concessions and a negotiated settlement, so that way the Russian Federation might be able to survive and Putin might be able to stabilize the situation. Or they could all die in nuclear hellfire, both in Russia and here in NATO. Currently, the idea that we have, and a lot of NATO states have had, is this, and I see many people say this every single time we bring it up. And I don't mean to say it in this way, but a lot of people said before the war with Iran started that the Iranians would never blockade the Hormuz, and if they laid a minefield, it would be gone in minutes, and that ended up being pretty wrong. And a lot of people say, well, how in the world is Russia supposed to go to war with NATO when they have no equipment and no fuel? Well, I want to remind you all of a historical example we have in very recent history. Some people were alive to see it happen. That happened in the Eastern Pacific. Japan went to war with China in 1937 after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, and went and fought the Republic of China for the next several years until 1940. 3 years into the war with China, the United States of America announced an oil embargo, which the Empire of Japan had been using up until that point, U.S. oil, to keep its war machine and its economy running. When that oil embargo was announced, Japan started to run out of oil day over day. They had nowhere else to import it from. The oil sands in the Middle East had not been exploited to the level they're at now, and so there was really nowhere else to go for exports rather than the Soviet Union or the United States of America, meaning that they were largely left high and dry. Considering that they had also just gone to war with the Soviet Union in Manchuria as well, they certainly were not going to be getting oil from them. So Japan had some options. They started to stagnate against the Republic of China's army, and it looked like they might be able to turn the war around eventually and push Japan off of the mainland of Asia. So the Japanese decided to attack the United States' outposts in the Philippines, which was U.S. territory at the time, and to bomb the U.S. Navy fleet that was based at Honolulu, Hawaii, in Pearl Harbor. That started off the Second World War. And so a lot of people always say, well, how in the world would Russia do that? They are running out of oil, and they really don't have much of an ability, really, to speak of, to continue on a war. Well, in 1941, on December 7th, the Japanese looked like they were mostly going to be on the downside of the war. They were going to be on the down and out. But they then attacked the United States of America because of our oil embargo on them for their atrocities they conducted on the Chinese mainland, and they also invaded the Dutch East Indies and other oil-rich areas of the European colonies within that area to try and fuel their their war machine and try and fix their desperate situation, which of course was to no avail. They were defeated in 1945. The Russians could be in a very similar situation. With the very limited capabilities they have left, they could conduct a surprise offensive in the Suwalki Gap, attempt to take it and hold it down for as long as possible, which would be several weeks, and also launch offensive prongs into the Baltic states as well, to try and take as much ground as they can until they went into significant enough resistance from NATO forces that their offensives would grind to a stop, and then they would dig into a defensive and try and hold as long as possible. Once they start to get pushed back, they are going to threaten tactical nuclear strikes on NATO battle groups that are within this area of Eastern Europe. And at that point, we're at the impasse. We either have to call their bluff, if it is a bluff, and continue to fight them and hope that they don't nuke us with tactical nuclear weapons, because if they do, we'll have to do that in return back to the Russian army. Or we have to say, they will nuke us. We don't want to get into a nuclear conflict, because at that point, it's going to move from the tactical level to the strategic level probably in weeks. And we're going to have to most likely go to the negotiating table and try and give them some concessions. Not directly on the war in Ukraine, but with what NATO is doing for Ukraine. We would probably have to agree that NATO would stop supplying Ukraine with weaponry, and we would also probably have to agree to lift economic sanctions on the Russian Federation, which would probably avoid the nuclear conflict and would allow the Russians to try and turn the situation around in Ukraine without going into a nuclear conflict. The other alternative is that we could go into a strategic nuclear exchange after a tactical nuclear one, and most of the Northern Hemisphere could get wiped out as a result of that ensuing nuclear conflict. So right now it seems that that is largely the sort of situation, or more so the game plan, that the Russians are trying to work on in foreign policy. It is a risky gamble, one that might not work for them at all, and we might turn into a nuclear exchange. But there is, crazily enough, a little bit of a shining light in the woodworks, somewhat, by a country that y'all would not expect. The People's Republic of China has apparently actually given an ultimatum to Russia about the threat of nuclear weapons usage, at least according to Zelensky. Several European leaders on the sidelines of the summit reported on their own contacts with Chinese representatives with the ongoing war in Ukraine. By the way, this summit was in Ankara. It was a NATO summit, and Zelensky was apparently talking to heads of state and government officials from other NATO countries, and was able to hear a little bit from them about what the Chinese position is, or at least what the Chinese are saying to these leaders about their position on the war. And Beijing has reacted harshly to voices in the Russian media about the possibility of using nuclear weapons, and apparently has been largely threatening Russia in the background that if they use nuclear weapons, the Chinese will not be on their side, meaning the Chinese may abandon the Russian Federation if they attempt to force some sort of a nuclear confrontation with NATO. This is very Chinese of them. I'm not going, like, if they actually said that, I think it is quite Chinese of them. But Matthew, what are people saying about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so if you believe the reports, China says they're upset that Russia mentioned the other day, even mentioned the possibility of even using nuclear weapons. Because if you all recall, a Russian official came out the other day and said, "Oh, Russia will only use nuclear weapons if only there's an existential threat against the Russian Federation." And that apparently got China a little bit worried after hearing that. So now today they were upset. Now take that with a grain of salt, though, because China and Russia allegedly, they always brag about it. They say they have a no-limits partnership between those two countries. Now, whether or not that's actually a no-limits partnership, that's up for debate, because really China and Russia kind of hate each other, but they're kind of forced together because, I mean, who else are they going to turn to? They don't really have too many friends, so they're kind of forced together. So what's your take about this whole claim about the upset about the nukes? 68% said China would turn against Russia if Russia did something like that with a nuclear weapon, while 13% said China would support nuke usage, and 13% were also 50-50 on that one. And I think that China might have been upset, but they're not upset enough to ruin the relationship with Russia. Let's just put it that way. It was more of like, "Hey, calm down, guys." It was more of like a mundane statement like that. It wasn't really like, "Hey, if you do that, that's it for us." It wasn't like that. China is going to keep their friend in Russia in power as long as they can, because it benefits China to wear down the West through that war in Ukraine. So I personally am a bit 50-50 on that. I'm with the 13%. I think China might maybe publicly condemn it, but in private, they might be kind of a little bit on the fence about it. I'm so sure if they really feel so strongly about that in private. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 68%, actually. I think that the Chinese probably would turn against him, because while China is the leader of the Axis sphere and the Russian Federation is a minor partner of that sphere, The Chinese do rely very heavily, if we look at their trade relations, with the United States and Europe, which is the entirety of NATO, to be able to generate any trade revenue, mostly. And let me go pull that up here, Chinese trade partners, and show you all the public stats that we have for Chinese trade partners by trading volume. And here it is right here. Y'all will notice that ASEAN, which is the Southeast Asian nations generally economic alliance, amounts to about $1 trillion in collective trades in exports and imports to China. But the next biggest group globally is the European Union at $828 billion of collective trade. The European Union actually takes in more that's true, imports from China than the United States does by a factor of about $130 billion. The European Union and the United States also have some of the largest export values to the People's Republic of China as well, which makes the United States and Europe, and also the Southeast Asian nations, their largest trading partners collectively. Their trade with Russia, in comparison, is incredibly small. Now, the Chinese are wanting to see that their sphere of influence by the One Belt, One Road initiative in the Indian Ocean becomes a success at some point in the future, and that they're able to solidify a sphere of influence that makes them a rival to or greater than the United States of America economically and militarily. The problem is that if Russia nukes all of these people and Russia gets killed and everyone in Europe and America gets killed, these two trading partners here, the largest on the planet, are wiped out. They do not exist anymore, and China cannot actively trade with them. The Chinese economy would go into a complete collapse, and every single one of China's foreign policy ambitions, which largely are emphasized in the One Belt, One Road program, however successful that is, which it isn't, would completely die at the tip of a Russian nuclear warhead. So I would say that generally, I think that the Chinese might actually be serious in saying, you cannot do that or we're walking away. Because if Russia ended up nuking NATO, the entirety of NATO, and NATO ended up nuking Russia, China is completely without anybody to trade with or even to be an ally with. They're on their own and their economy collapses, which while they're not all dead, like we would be here in the Northern Hemisphere, really in NATO and Russia, they would still not be that well off whatsoever. So I would say they actually are probably legitimately telling the Russians, you can't do that, because it would be massively against China's interests in any way or shape or form for Russia to take such a drastic action.
Maybe so. I just don't know. Like, there's a lot of uncertainties with that relationship between Russia and China. I'm personally of the belief that China is more deeply entangled with Russia than we want to admit, really. And if it came down to it, China's going to side with Russia if something drastic happens, because China knows that the West is going to deal with them if they do something to Taiwan. And Russia may not be able to help right now, but Russia is an ally and pretty much China's only major ally geopolitically if somehow a war with the West got kicked off over Taiwan. So, I mean, the world has like split into two different hemispheres. You have the axis of evil and you have the Western forces and the NATO forces all together in one. So when forces split off like that into two distinct halves like that, it's kind of hard to just push Russia away just because they did something that China may be a little bit iffy about. So I think they might be forced to stay together. Also, I had this thought yesterday. I was thinking about this after the stream ended yesterday. We don't know if China's providing loans. Like, the Chinese banks could be providing loans to Russia to help keep them afloat, and they could be trying, like, for example, their Belt and Road Initiative on a much larger scale with Russia. They could be enslaving Russia with debt, knowing that when the war comes to an end, Russia is basically enslaved to China at that point, repaying these debts that they've taken on. That could be part of it as well. So I think China sees an opportunity here. They see an opportunity to extract resources out of Russia and to generally exploit Russia. And it's in their benefit to keep the Putin regime standing so that way they can accomplish that.
I would agree, but at the same time, though, while they are supporting, and I would definitely agree with you that they are supporting the Russians and wanting the war to keep going to try and grind down both sides, hopefully, they also don't want all of them to get nuked and get killed, because they lose all of their major trading partners in the process, and they lose the only other ally that they have that is of any substance. Because if you talk to the Chinese, they're definitely not going to say, oh, North Korea is definitely on the same level as Russia as an ally. They're going to tell you, no, North Korea doesn't even really count. That's like a little buffer state that we basically prop up so that way the U.S. isn't directly along the Manchurian border. But I would say, I would agree with that they are trying to continue the war, and they might be providing loans because the Chinese are opportunistic in that way. But if they're providing loans, though, they're not providing them like, oh, we want to help Russia out and we really like them. They're providing it in that kind of one belt, one road program where it's we provide you the shark loans and you're forever indebted to us economically and you have to do what we say. So that way, when Russia ends the war, and China's hoping that everyone doesn't get nuked and die in the process, and they're also probably actively in the background trying to dissuade such ideas or decisions by the Russians. If the Russians lose, think about it from the Chinese perspective. If Russia nukes everybody and then they get killed, that's going to do China no good. If Russia fights the war for as long as possible, and China helps them out a little in fighting that war as long as possible, and Russia gets ground down to a stump, and then they're also forever economically indebted to China, what better position for a post-war Russia could China put them in than that? I mean,
Oh
Russia
yeah, well,
basically
yeah.
becomes a resource colony, quite literally, for them.
Well, I agree with that. China would prefer Russia not use a nuclear weapon, and we don't really know if Russia would actually do that or not. Like that's a huge leap to take to say that they would actually use that. It's on the table. It's always on the table, but we don't know if they'd actually do that. So once again, it's probably not a realistic thing in the short term that Russia would actually pull that off. But you're right, though. I mean, every single conflict that the West gets bogged down in right now, China's laughing their asses off because that's exactly what they want. They want the West to have to expend all of their military stocks. And guess what we just did in Iran, by the way? We just expanded a hell of a lot and expended a hell of a lot of military munitions inside the Iran war. I mean, we literally emptied some of our precision munition stockpiles down to like a pure bone level at this point. So China's over there loving that. They're like, well, damn, that's fantastic. If we get into a war with the United States, they're now out of a lot of their precision munitions at this point. Also, they love to see Europe having to supply Ukraine with a hell of a lot of arms and munitions to fight Russia because once again, that's draining resources as that goes on and on and on. So China plays the long game. They always do that. They're very long-term planners and they're very smart with that. And they look at this whole situation and see an opportunity. So they want to keep the Ukraine war going. They want to keep the Iran war going. They want to keep all those going purely for that reason.
Well, I was just thinking about it. To be a devil's advocate here, not to keep this whole analysis going on for a while. I hope you all are finding it interesting. But I just thought of this, Matthew. Wouldn't it be better if there wasn't a war going on for China to then invade Taiwan than it would be for the war to be going on anywhere in the world? Because when you think about it, like, and it just hit me here, the U.S. isn't ramping down its war industries; it's ramping them up. Like it's increasing the production figures monthly in every ordnance figure, and not only that, we're flinging license production rights at every European country like their party favors. So a lot of these European countries that would have had to have waited for their weapons from Raytheon and Lockheed Martin are going to be able to build them on the spot in Europe. When you think about that, if China is supporting the war in Russia, or the war in Ukraine, trying to wear down the West, if anything, we're kind of juicing in the meantime. And if they go to war with us over Taiwan, they're going to war with us when we're roid raging, basically, in terms of our war
Eh,
industries, because they're producing more arms per month than they ever have before.
Well, yeah, the West is building up their manufacturing base, which is a wartime preparation. But China's doing the same thing, so they're offsetting that. I mean, China's ramping up. I mean, we just saw yesterday that China's testing new nuclear weapons. They've been doing that. They've been using a technique called decoupling to test nuclear weapons under the ground. And we just now detected that. I think 12 months to 24 months ago, U.S. intelligence picked up on it. So China is preparing for war. I mean, they've been building ships. They've been testing nukes. They're building brand new nuclear weapons. They're coming out with new jets. They're coming out with new drones. I mean, also, by the way, China is using Ukraine and the Russia war as a education point. They're using that to educate themselves about how a real war is fought because that's a real shortcoming of China. The modern China really doesn't have a whole lot of actual practical military experience. They're really good at looking like a military, but they really need that experience. And just like the West is learning from Ukraine, China is, I would say, capitalizing on that a hell of a lot more than the West is right now. So I think China's using this as like their classroom. And also at the same time, they're also building up their military industry too behind it. So while the West is doing that, I'd say it's kind of like offsetting itself between the two.
I would say probably so, but I would have to say I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree. But just to reiterate our positions, folks, in short form, and I'll go first. I think, in my opinion, that China does support the war in Ukraine and does want the Russians to keep grinding themselves down, and NATO to try and grind itself down in supporting either side in the conflict. But the Chinese are going to draw the line at nuclear weapons usage because that would end up destroying everything that China has been trying to build for itself over decades. And Matthew, what was your point again, really quickly, before we move on for folks to hear?
My point is, China does not want Russia to use a nuke because obviously that doesn't do anybody any good. But if Russia actually did it, I doubt China would just simply discard Russia. I doubt they would because that's their only ally. They can't get rid of their only real like major ally. That would be bad for China in the long run. So they don't want them to use it. They might be publicly upset about it, but they're not going to abandon Russia. That's my belief.
And so that's the two positions, and we'll have to see in the future. This will definitely be over the course of months or even a year. What ends up happening between Russia and China? But moving us on out of that interesting rabbit hole, really interesting one, by the way. I had a fun time with that one. But it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we have, which is actually going to be moving us out of Europe for a brief moment and on down and into the Middle East. As many of you all know, it is right on the very verge of war within the Middle East right now between the United States and Iran again. Largely, the war never ended, really, if we're being entirely honest. The United States and Iran have been sporadically firing retaliatory shots at each other during the entirety of the ceasefire and the MOU. As everyone knows, the joke, the ceasefire is raging across the Middle East. So the war never really ended, but the full-blown war, where we're completely going blow for blow, seems to be right on the very edge of returning. And we were able to hear that, according to a U.S. official that apparently spoke to I-24 News, they stated that we are preparing for weeks of strikes in Iran. We're ready for the scenario, and everything we need is already in place. And I don't really have a reason to doubt this statement, to be entirely honest with y'all, but I also have to say, this came from an Israeli media outlet, and the Israeli media outlets love to say that the U.S. is about to start obliterating someone in the Middle East on any given day. So there's a little bit of a hedge of doubt in my mind because of that. But on the other hand, everything that we do need is already in place. We still have two carrier strike groups within the Middle East. I believe that would be the USS Theodore Roosevelt, and also, let me think, what is the other one? It's the USS... Oh, man, what, do you know the name of the other carrier that's still there right now? It's the Theodore Roosevelt, and there's another one that's there, and the name is...
Sadly, the name, I usually just keep track of how many are there, like the carrier strike groups. I sadly don't really memorize the names, so I couldn't tell you.
Sadly, folks, they've been on deployment so long, I can't really think of the second name of the other carrier. The Theodore Roosevelt is there, and I think it's the Dwight D. Eisenhower that's there right now as well. The Nimitz went home finally and has returned back to Norfolk for extensive repairs after the laundry fire. But I believe it's the George H.W. Bush. It's the George H.W. Bush and the USS Abraham Lincoln. So I actually just got that completely wrong, folks. Whoopsie daisy. But beyond that, though, we will, outside of that whole deal, we do have carrier strike groups within the area. We do have hundreds of multi-role aircraft still operational within the area as well. And according to CENTCOM's last published report, if we were to take it at face value, which we generally will on this one, there are about 50,000 service members currently in the Middle East on the ground, not speaking of Fifth Fleet, which operates out of CENTCOM. So we have about as many ground forces, well, not really ground forces, but as many air forces right now that we can pack into the region. If anything, the number of personnel is actually analogous to the number of personnel that we have under EUCOM's area of responsibility to help defend the entirety of the European continent. So there is a lot of combat power that the United States of America still has within the area and could use at any given moment. Israel also seems to be hopping onto the bandwagon and has stated that they are ready to attack Iran for a third time if necessary. Not that they really needed any prodding. They're making it sound like, if we have to, we'll take the honorable objective. It's like they're like chomping the bits for this one.
Yeah, really. Breaking, the sky's blue. It's like, Israel always wants to attack. Now, fair enough. I'm actually with Israel on this one. I think Iran needs a lesson, and the Iranian regime, that is, not the people. The poor people inside of Iran's been put through the hell and back, and generally they've been left high and dry by the U.S. They haven't got that saving that they talked about. But Israel's right. Like, in some cases, Israel is correct on how to deal with stuff. Israel uses a sledgehammer for everything, but in this case, I would say a sledgehammer is actually probably needed.
I would say so, but man, it kills me, man, how they talk that way, man. Like, it's like, man, I hate that guy. I want to beat his ass. There's someone, hey, can someone beat that guy's ass? Oh, if I have to take on the noble sacrifice of beating his ass, I guess I will. It's like, bro, you want to beat his ass? Like, what are you talking about?
Who, me?
I mean, honestly, it's unbelievable. Like, honestly, to make it sound like, oh, if we have to, we'll reluctantly do it. It's like they've been talking about that the whole time the ceasefire and the MOU has been going. They've been going, oh, we're going to get him again. We're going to get him so good. And in the meantime, we also did see that a large amount of tankers are airborne and operational earlier in the day in the area of the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, still showing a heavy U.S. air presence in that area. And to give y'all an up-to-date check right now, live on air, at this time of 8:59 p.m. Mountain Time, which would be about, let's see, about 10:59, almost 11 p.m. Eastern Time, we can see that the military air traffic in the area right now appears to be showing that there is not an extremely large number of tankers with their transponders on, but it does show a medium presence of U.S. multi-role aircraft and also support aircraft that are still in the air and operational right now near to the theater of war or possible war with the Islamic Republic of Iran here in the very near future. Now, a lot of people are talking about this position and the posture that the United States has taken, and the reports from this U.S. official to an Israeli news outlet that the U.S. is getting ready to return back to a multi-week-long campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which from what we're hearing is largely sounding like it might be attempting to break the blockade on the Hormuz. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, the objective of an upcoming offensive, and what are you thinking about it as well?
And it looks like this poll is all over the place. Everybody has a different opinion on this one, and it's almost evenly split amongst the options, actually. So, to repeat the question, U.S. sources are saying they're preparing weeks of strikes on Iran, and what's the objective now? Because we've been told before that the war was over, it was already won, it was pretty much finished, and now all of a sudden we're hearing that we're going to have weeks of strikes again. So, I would say it's a welcome sight, but we can't ignore the fact that the messaging is completely inconsistent across the board from U.S. sources. Like, I don't even know at this point what the official narrative is. I'm not even sure if they know at this point. They just kind of make it up and play it by ear. But what's the objective? That's the question. 39% said the U.S. objective is now to retake the Strait of Hormuz by force. 30% says to force Iran to negotiate a deal, and 20% said to perform real regime change. And I said real regime change because the U.S. already claimed that regime change was successful inside of Iran, despite the fact that the same regime is still in charge. So I won't go through all that crap again, but there's some hypocrisy to say the least, and also some inconsistent statements to say the least. But I would say the objective that the U.S. is going for right now is, I think they're still trying to force Iran to negotiate and adhere to a deal. I think that's what they're up to. I know the president came out yesterday and said the Iranians are scumbags, sleazebags, and they can't be trusted. But just like a week or two prior to that, he said that they're like decent, or they're going to abide by the deal. It's just so much to keep track of, like with the narrative. It's kind of hard to tell. But I would say I think they're going to try to force Iran to negotiate a deal. That's not going to work, and then the U.S. will have to finish the job. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with a 40%. Not that that is actually the U.S.'s objective. It's that I have to say, folks, I'm working emotionally myself a lot like Vladimir Putin on this one, because I want to see that we actually deal with the foundation first. To win a war in its idealized form, a lot of y'all will know about the pyramid of psychological needs. Isn't that what it's called, Matthew? Where you go from like the basic needs and then you go
Maslow's.
Yeah, Maslow's pyramid or
hierarchy of needs.
Hierarchy of needs. So in the strategic sense right now, we're at the very bottom of the pyramid, the base of it, the foundation, where we need to secure the area to where we can then move up the disconnected. I don't know what's going on with that lately, by the way, while we wait for it to disconnect, Matthew. Really weird, because
They're turning off the cameras. They don't want you to hear this. See, they're turning off the cameras.
Man, I mean, they were scared of what I was about to say, man. They know it's going to be too real. But beyond that, folks, we need to create a foundation to work off of to realize our goals with the Iranians. We cannot allow a country that we are at war with to control a vital shipping way, of which, if they close it, they can bring us economically to our knees. That is absolutely impossible to allow. So we need to create a foundation to where we can finally realize the war goals of a regime change or forcing them into a deal, but we also have to make sure that they don't have any leverage to change the outcome of our final goal, which would be that one. So a military campaign, if it restarts again, needs to focus primarily on the Strait of Hormuz. That is the only way that they can leverage us in any form, and it is a major leverage. They can cause untold economic destruction here in the West if they keep the Strait of Hormuz blockaded for months on end. We saw that almost happening the last time. That would happen again if we go to war and we completely ignore the Hormuz the second time. So we need to focus on a multi-week-long military campaign on the Strait of Hormuz and along the Iranian coast to clear out as many anti-ship threats that we can, and their mine-laying capabilities and their fast attack boats and everything else involved in the maritime realm of warfare, to make sure that they have absolutely no way of exerting control over the Hormuz.
Oh,
Once that happens, we can start convoy escorts through the strait, and then we can continue on the war at that point, however long is necessary, to see if there are actual war goals are achieved against the Iranians.
so you're saying that you believe that the airstrikes to retake the Strait of Hormuz will now be successful? Is that what you're saying?
I've always been saying that. Like, I've always said, if we
I,
just
I thought
put
we were saying I thought we were saying before that a ground operation was needed. I was saying personally, I think a ground op at this point, the Iranians have such a chokehold on the strait that it might be necessary to take the Qasem Island or some island there in the strait, so that way we can base forces there to ward off any Iranian counterattacks against our ships. But we had seen before, like we talked about this a little bit before, the caves that these fast attack boats are in, they're hardened, so you really can't get any munitions in there. Also, the mobile missile launchers, they generally come out of holes in the ground. They'll drive them out to fire, and then they'll drive them right back into their holes to protect them from the airstrikes. So it's kind of like the Houthis in Yemen. They're basically an underground military force. They stay underground until they're needed, and then they come out. So that makes airstrikes really difficult to achieve the objective, at least in my opinion.
Well, I've always been of the mindset that we could do an air campaign and largely see that most of the threats are removed. Because if anything, these retaliatory strikes that we've been conducting against them in the Hormuz have proven by the number of targets they're hitting that were never hit before and are finally being destroyed, that we attempted not once during the whole conflict to even see if we could end up bombarding them into inoperability within the strait. And I think that a lot of the strikes that we're seeing, these quote-unquote retaliatory strikes like yesterday, are starting to prove to us most, if not all, of their capabilities that they were using to blockade the strait had never even been targeted or destroyed in the actual war. Most of them, not all of them, are intact, because outside of that one coastal radar station in Surik, every other one of the targets that they've hit has never been hit once before during the war. And so I'm thinking this, like this is how I would work it. Because maybe we do need to conduct a ground operation in a place like Qasem and the other islands in the strait. But here's how I would work it. Open it up with an air campaign that lasts for several weeks, and the air campaign is going to be designed to largely be absolute, to where it is going to try on its own to destroy every single maritime capability and anti-ship capability that they have within the Hormuz and within the periphery of Hormuz that they could use against merchant ships. If that doesn't work, then you could largely look at that air campaign as a softening operation for amphibious operations to follow that land on Qasem and elsewhere, and then physically hold it down to create a real barrier against the Iranians and the ships passing through the strait. Either way, the air campaign is a necessary one, because it's either softening up the Iranians for an amphibious landing to follow if the air campaign doesn't work, or the air campaign works entirely on its own and a ground operation is not necessary in any form.
If it were me planning this thing out the way I would attend to the situation at this point, mainly revolving the objective about retaking the Strait of Hormuz, because I see some people in the chat, they were asking, well, guys, if we retake the Strait of Hormuz as the United States and we're able to free it back up and take Iran's control away from them and get it free and clear again so the ships can move through, does that mean that the war is basically over? I would say that solves like 65 to 70% of our problems in this situation. Like if we can get the Strait of Hormuz under Western control again and get it free and clear, that'll solve most of the problem. Because that's pretty much most of Iran's leverage at this point is the Strait of Hormuz. And that's why right now we're seeing that we're largely at Iran's mercy, is because they got the jump on us in the Strait of Hormuz. And if we can retake it, that would solve a hell of a lot of the problems. But what I would do personally is I would put a hell of a lot of those one-way attack drones inside the Gulf states and stage them out of Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and maybe the UAE if they would allow it. And I would launch nonstop attacks on Iran's coast from U.S. forces. I would launch nonstop attacks on Iran's coast, hitting all those launchers. When they come out to launch an attack, send the drones in nonstop. Literally use fire on fire. Iran keeps launching drones to everybody else in the Middle East. Just put the same strategy against them and make them defend against it. They're going to run into the same problem that the Gulf states are having. they're running out of air interceptors. They're going to have the same problem, and they're going to start being put on the back foot. Once you destroy enough of their coastal defenses, then that gives you a chance to possibly attempt an amphibious landing, maybe on Kashem or one of those islands in the Strait of Hormuz. And at that point, hopefully, you've worn down enough of Iran's offensive capabilities on the coast that they cannot siege our ground forces that land on Kashem Island at that point. That's our best chance we have of retaking the Strait of Hormuz at this point. But the sad part is, folks, I don't know if we have a big enough drone production capability right now to manufacture enough of the Lucas drones, because that's our variant of the Shahed drone here in the United States. It's called the Lucas. I don't know if we have enough of those. I don't know what the production capability is for that, but if we could ramp that up, that would be the best strategy, I would say, because the more we use our fighter jets to strike Iran's coast, that's a big risk of one of those jets getting shot down again. And it might happen again eventually if we start making this a routine thing over the course of weeks. We might see another jet get shot down because the Iranians do have man pads either from Russia or China, and that's a big risk. So just use the drones against them. It's cheaper, it's a lot more efficient, and it reduces your risk.
But the thing is that we need a solution for today. Like, that would be a good one in months, but we're about to be going to war with them tomorrow, or within the next week, probably. So while drones would be great, and we don't really have the production capacity for that, we have to find out, while we try and get the production capacity, what we're going to be doing with what we have.
Well,
And so I would say an air campaign would be what we definitely have, and that would probably work quite well if we keep them at high altitude and just drop JDAMs on top of them from 30,000 feet.
Well, the U.S. was talking about, oh, NATO and Europe really doesn't want to help us out in the Middle East. They don't want to help. But, I mean, that's just saying that NATO doesn't want to jump into the situation. Like, they don't want to get involved offensively against Iran, which is fair enough. NATO is a defensive alliance and also has nothing to do with the Middle East. But I would imagine that if the United States went to Europe and said, all those drone facilities that you're creating and you're supplying Ukraine with a bunch of those drones. How about we take some of those for our needs down here and you can redirect some toward our needs, and that'll supplement the drones that the U.S. is already producing domestically. And that should be enough to at least launch, decent attacks against Iran using drones, because the objective with that is to wear down their defenses. And I think that would achieve it.
What if we approached the Ukrainians and offered them a couple of $100 million or maybe even a few $1 billion for themselves, and in return they would use some of that money to provide a contract to companies like Firepoint to immediately open up factories in the United States of America and begin industrial level production of their FP1s and other variants of drones, to then be handed over immediately to the U.S. Army and other forces to be able to use against the Iranians. I mean, we could probably get that up and running within maybe 2-3 months if we were quick. We could literally see that company just rents out empty warehouses in the United States of America and starts running the factories from there, and use the War Powers Production Act, I believe is it's called, to try and streamline that and remove the red tape. We might be able to do something like that and get that running within months. But in the here and now, I would still say that an air campaign would be necessary, because outside of that and trying to build up that industrial plant, we don't have it yet, and we need to work with what we have. And as long as we're not flying at incredibly low altitudes, we should largely see that most of the aircraft are impervious to man-pad fire.
Maybe so. I mean, that would be the short-term fix to it. But I mean, in my opinion, I think the U.S. has had plenty of time between the ceasefire being enacted and now to put together some plan to use drones. Like, they can go to Europe to get help. They can produce some more domestically and ramp that up here, because we're already producing them right now. That's why we're using Lucas drones in this war, and they're being launched from the decks of Navy ships toward Iran. But it's a very limited fashion, and you have to have a lot of drones. For drones to properly work, you have to do overwhelming attacks like Ukraine's doing, or otherwise they get shot down pretty easily. So I think it could work. It's just a matter of simply putting your minds to it, basically, and actually getting smart about how drones are being used in warfare.
Yeah, it's using our brains, which some people these days in the government really don't. But moving us on out of that little bit of news, and before we get to the rest of everything else that we have in the Middle East, I do have to say humongous thanks to everybody who has been here so far during the show. We still have a lot of wild news to get out of in Iran. I mean, y'all wouldn't believe it, but the Iranian police shot up Khamenei's funeral today in Mashhad. We're going to be getting to that right after this little brief moment. But before we get to that, I do want to take a little bit of a second to be able to address 3 questions from the chat and get to talk to a couple of y'all before we move on to the rest of the news from the Middle East and also Ukraine for the rest of the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's jump into our first of the three super chats and then get right back to our big breaking news of the night. And our first one here is going to go to none other than Give Up Now. And thank you very much, Give Up Now, for being
Hey!
a longtime channel legend and throwing in that $111 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, capitulation is useless and more Vorgan poetry, please.
Vorgon. What's this Vorgon stuff? I would say capitulation is useless, though. Give up now. I don't really think that the state of Ukraine should ever consider capitulation. And we also know that, according to Budanov, they're starting to work off of the mindset of they can push the Russians back out, which at this point I think they can, given enough time. And they might be able to see that they end up rounding out the war in a much more positive way than we would have ever hoped. A lot of people like to say, well, I mean, Russia owns a lot of ground, so clearly they're winning. It's like, well, yeah, the Imperial Germany controlled northern France literally until November 11th of 1918 when the war ended, the First World War at least. So it's like, what's their point? Like, I don't even get what their point is. It's like, if your country is dying in the background while you're fighting a war, it doesn't really matter how much ground you were able to take of another country, you're going to lose. So I would say, generally, I think capitulation should never be considered in the Ukrainian vocabulary or NATO's vocabulary. We should see that the war is continued until the Russians are pushed back or have to make a significant enough compromise in a negotiation that Ukraine can be satisfied, we can be satisfied, and the conflict ends. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for that incredible support Give Up Now and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this channel possible and keep it running, and we thank you incredibly for that unbelievably massive support. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a very generous $100 support from Kerberos3. And also, I forgot how to say your name the right way. Do you remember how he said to say
I
it
think it was
last time? Because I
Cerberus.
know I think it is Cerberus, maybe. Cerberus 3. And thank you for that $100 support. And I tried, but thank you, Cerberus. I'm still saying it wrong. But they said, this is where I think rubber meets the road. In average polling across the board, Americans want it dealt with, but no boots on the ground. And airstrikes can commence, but that does not secure permanently. And I don't see Iran saying, oh, got my straight. Yes, that's it. And good job, guys.
And that's
And
true.
I would agree. I would agree with that. That's why I'm saying generally on my side. I don't think it secures it permanently either. In fact, I'm not even sure if that can actually secure it even in the short term. To be perfectly honest, it might put Iran in the back foot, but they'll still have the capability to bring their missile launchers out of the hiding holes and also bring their fast attack boats out of there as well. And that's going to complicate any type of securing operation across the board. So I think the ground forces are needed. I know the public doesn't want that. I honestly really don't prefer that either. If the U.S. would have planned it properly, they would have never gotten this position, but they didn't. So we're here now and we got to deal with it. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would agree. Like, the Iranians aren't going to lose the strait at the opening if we break their blockade and then go, oh well, that's it. That's why I'm saying in every single case, I'm like, we could start convoy escorts, because they will probably try, if we don't occupy that area physically, they will try and fire pot shots off at merchant ships going through. But if there's an Arleigh Burke with those merchant ships that are passing through in the convoys, then they really can't do much of anything. The Arleigh Burkes have easily proven along the Ormuz coast, and that kind of a threat, well, actually not the Ormuz coast, but the Bab el-Mandeb coastlines near Yemen, that in the right kind of environment where the threat level is moderate, they can easily deal with dozens of drones without really running into too much of an issue. And with the situation I'm talking about with Iran, if the airstrikes were successful the way I'm thinking they would be, maybe the Iranians would be able to fire off an anti-ship missile and a couple of drones at each convoy, but an Arleigh Burke or two can easily deal with that. They're nowhere close to being overwhelmed in that kind of a scenario, and none of those drones or missiles would make it to the ships. So at that point, like what I'm saying with generally my side of the analysis is not connected again. Dude, what's crazy about that is my internet isn't dropping at all. It's just OBS that's dropping. That's weird. I'll have to check if there's any updates for it after the show. But anyways, beyond that, though, getting back to this whole deal, sorry for the distraction, folks. But the thing is that we have to be able to try and keep the oil flowing. And that's what I'm trying to address with the war plan, and also trying to address the political concerns of a ground campaign being highly unpopular in the United States in one fell swoop. So the U.S. can conduct an air campaign and see if that works, and then if it's absolutely necessary, we can conduct a ground campaign. But because of the political concerns that a ground campaign would be wildly unpopular, we would first conduct the air campaign with the general design of the air campaign being absolute, where it deals with as many threats or all of the threats that it can, and then if that doesn't work, an amphibious landing could be conducted next. Although that's highly unpopular at that point, it would be necessary because of the situation we're in. So I hope that does address that incredibly well, Kerberos3, and I thank you incredibly for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And I do have to say, I'm not really a big fan of putting boots on the ground in Iran either in any way, even if it's on Kashim Island, because it's going to end up being pretty nasty in this kind of modern drone world that we live in. And also on top of that, the U.S. public is not really a big fan of that either. And elected democratic government like the one we have should always keep it in mind that if the public isn't really a big fan of something, then we should always try and work to appease the public as much as we can, unless if it becomes absolutely impossible, and then we have to conduct a boots on the ground sort of a situation. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again, Kerberos, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. Very good points. And a big thanks to you for being here and enjoying this channel and supporting it and helping us to keep this thing running. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news.
All right, so moving into our last one of this segment right here, the scholar support, and thank you once again for that generous support tonight. And he said, have some cookies.
Hey, a big thanks to you.
we're gonna have some Rocky Road cookies in honor of the Iran situation.
Oh yeah, we are gonna have some Rocky Road cookies.
Wait a minute, that's ice cream. That's ice cream. My bad. That's not cookies. At least, is there a Rocky Road cookie?
I don't think so. I think that's the ice cream. But beyond that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to you for the support. Also, big apologies to everyone once again. There was a quick blip again on OBS. I do not know what's going on with that. I'm going to have to start looking into that after the show and see what's going on, because OBS is starting to disconnect and reconnect, and my Wi-Fi and everything else running for the computer is totally fine. I've been checking on the side screen, and it's just blipping out.
You got an update down there, it looks like?
An update? No.
Yeah, a Windows update, maybe. I think I see a little, like, red dot down there.
No. If it's a Windows update, there's a big, like, round circular thing with two arrows that circle each other that pops up for a Windows update. That's a whole other notification. That's probably like a driver update for the NVIDIA graphics card or something. But beyond that, though, I'm going to try and see if we can get an answer to this problem off of air. But we're, of course, going to have to just keep pushing forward and try and fix it on air, because there's no, before anyone says, just restart the stream, there's no way to restart it. Once one's running, it's like an airplane. Unless if we're crashing the thing into the ground and blowing everyone up, there's really no way to just, just shut the plane off and then turn it back on in the middle of flying, kind of sadly. But beyond that, though, I do have to say a big thanks to you for support. The unbelievably massive support of Prescription Hugs and help with this channel to keep on running, because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to keep making this thing a reality each and every single day. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to get on into the rest of the news for the night.
Wait a second. Breaking news. The port of Taganrog at the Azov Sea is currently smoking up a storm right now. It looks like it's been hit by some drone attacks.
Oh.
And remember, I think this is in the generally. Yeah, it's right there near Rostov-on-Don. So it's currently smoking up a storm, and we got a picture out of this. I can't tell what was hit, but it's definitely in the port area, definitely for sure. Take a look at this.
We can probably do some geolocation on that picture right here. Let's go to Taganrog. Let's see what the hell we got going on here, boy. Let's see here. There isn't really a port at Taganrog. There's a small one here, but it's not like huge, interestingly enough. I thought it was going to be over here, but it's actually down here on this little like tip of this peninsula. But let's see here. Can I find that building? That's actually kind of like a nondescript Khrushchevka. Oh, any Khrushchevkas that would be at that angle near that point? Wait a minute. No, that's not it. Dang, that might actually be tougher than I was hoping. I was thinking this might be a cinch, but now that I'm looking around the city, I'm like, dang, it's going to be hard to notice a rooftop like that one. So sadly, we wouldn't be able to say exactly what it is, but it does. What the hell is this? What is this place?
A train yard or a junkyard.
Well, yeah, but there's no rails connecting it to anything. It's just like a whole bunch of trains in the middle of the city. There's like nowhere for them to go. I was like, what the hell?
They just drive them down the street like crackheads.
Oh, wait a minute.
There's some rails right there.
Well, where the hell are those here? Dude, oh, wait a minute. Oh, Oh my god, the rails are so bad off that they're buried in the soil. That's why I couldn't see them. I mean, they literally have sunken into the ground. So that's apparently how they get here. Now that makes sense. I was really confused there for a minute. Sadly, I don't think I'll be able to find that, but it does look like it's coming apparently from the port of Tegingrog, which is cooking up very brilliantly at the moment. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if we get any further geolocation or updates live on air. But with that, moving us on out of that.
I do have a quick update, literally right as you said that. I literally have the video of it now, so we might be able to get a better idea of exactly what was hit. It said fire burning in Taganrog, Russia, following an attack on the port. So you can show the video too. Let's see what we can see from that.
All right, and let's take a look.
That's got to be an oil depot or something.
Let's go look for oil depots near the port of Taganrog. Let's see, that's grain.
There's some.
This is fuel. That could be it.
That's got to be it. Now they're in a very linear pattern. They're in a line, so it's not in like a 6x6 grouping or something. It's in a straight line. So maybe the fire will spread to the other tanks. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks like something's already been charred over there on that right side of the port. It looks like a huge char mark over there. Like you see, that's like charbroiled.
That'd be coal.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you, that's coal for sure. That's literally charred up the whole port. Just blackened the whole thing like a salmon.
Man, it's kind of wild how coal does that, man. Because when you look at all North Korean ports, I'll show you one of them. Like, dude, it's wild. Like Chongjin, like they have all of this coal, like here near to the port. It literally turns the earth black wherever the coal is handled because the coal dust gets all over everything. There's another port where it's like way worse. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's on the East Coast somewhere. Let me see. Let me go down here. No, it's not down here. It's not. No, it's not. It's not down here. Is it? Nah, I don't know. I'll have to find it somewhere. I think it is Chongjin. It had to be Chongjin because I remember looking at it before in the labor campus right up here. So yeah, I think it is this little place down here, and that's the coal dust all over the ports and whatnot. Clean, beautiful coal, right?
Yeah, clean and beautiful. They say the cleanest coal, the best coal. They hand washed it. It's not even machine washed; it's hand washed. Oh, that was a lot of boats right there. You know, if that was in Ukraine or near Russia, I mean, that would be a whole nother story. With all those sitting like there, that would be very dangerous to do that inside of Russia at this point. But yeah, that's a pretty decent hit, though. It looks like it wasn't anything too crazy. It was just once again another fuel storage was hit. Most likely, that's usually what produces that black smoke like that, and it's in the area of the port. So that's very likely what they hit.
So moving us on out of these up-to-date bits of news about the drone attacks ongoing in Ukraine right now, we have also been able to hear some more major news coming out of the Middle East as we're going to be returning back into our normal news cycle. And hopefully, folks, I can get back on track with my monologue here because the whole OBS disconnecting thing has really started to throw me off of my my Zen space, like where I have everything lined up in my head ready to go. I'm starting to have to try and put it all back together after getting completely bumfuzzled by the whole OBS deal. But moving us on up and into Mashhad, we have been able to hear that apparently today, while at Khamenei's burial site, apparently the Iranian police started to light up those basij members like the 4th of July. Apparently, the first report came out that at least 4 basij forces were killed when an armed attack on 2 checkpoints near the Imam Reza Shrine occurred earlier this morning. It turns out it was actually the police that attacked the checkpoints, and apparently they ended up killing at least 2 basij members, as the later reports confirmed, and the IRIB cut off the live broadcast of Khamenei's ceremony once the firefights began at these checkpoints between the police and the basij. Kind of wild, really.
That's kind of wild. It sounds like almost a gang situation. You know, that happens with like gangs, like rival gangs here in America. Sometimes they'll shoot up funerals. Like it's a very unfortunate thing that happens, but well, you see that from time to time with gang activity. But I mean, it's happening in Iran. Aren't the Basij and the police on the same team?
They're supposed to be.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's like, why would the police suddenly start attacking their own people? It's like a cancer is kind of getting a hold of Iran, and they're taking each other down.
Remember the Basij were there at the checkpoints throwing up gang signs. West Iran, inshallah, bro. Like that, bro.
Hey, better watch out. The Ayatollah of Japan might get involved next.
Man, and next thing you know, folks, because that joke is going to be so offensive to the new supreme leader, he's going to put a fat one on me. I'd really hate to have a fat one put on me. I mean, I don't know what that entails, but it doesn't sound that good. But moving us on out of the Mashhad area, we've also been able to hear that the Iranians were dealing with a little security situation with the Kurds, and they're apparently moving more security forces near to their western border near Kurdistan because of the Kurds crossing over every once in a while and wiping out a couple of IRGC members. So they're currently fortifying that area of the border as we speak. In the meantime, we also were able to get some updates on the missile launches towards Muafak yesterday, as a video today showed some of the missile streaks in the morning hours that were still being launched at Muafak about, hell, it was like 16 hours ago. And we also got these clips the Iranians published of them launching the missiles. I'm not going to show the whole thing. It's kind of like, case in point, it's a missile being launched. But we can see them here writing a little inscription with this marker that's running out of ink.
Also, by the way, that marking right there is not going to hold. It's not going to hold because they're literally riding on a very sleek surface. It's literally going to wipe off if your hand runs across it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, also, it's like, as soon as that thing took off from the ground, that just became like an ink smear on the side of the missile, or nothing really. It probably just melted off. But there goes one of them. And that's basically the gist of it. I mean, I could show you all like 5 more of those, but it's all the same thing. It's basically the same types of ballistic missiles being fired, and those were all heading to Muafak. Now it's time for me to get y'all into the plot twist that happened today. In the middle of nothing, out of the blue, strikes started occurring across the whole Iranian coastline today. Loads of them. And the Iranians have outright denied that any of these happened, mind you all. The IRIB came out and said that there were no strikes anywhere along the coastline today. That was all fake news and not even true at all. However, earlier in the day, we were able to hear reports from the Iranian news networks that a gas explosion had occurred in Avaz around 3 p.m., with no further explosions following. An investigation by the Mehr News Agency reporter indicated that the gas explosion in the Hasirabad area of Avaz occurred around 3, and no similar incidents have occurred since. However, a rumor about hearing an explosion in Avaz at 9 p.m. was circulated. Unfortunately, there's been no adequate response from the relevant authorities regarding the denial or confirmation of the rumor about hearing an explosion in Avaz. We don't really need that, because at 9 p.m. at night, we got this clip right here out of Avaz, showing smoke rising, and also the sound of alarms in the distance, confirming that something had blown up at that time of night within the area of the town of Avaz. This confirms that there were strikes that happened inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran over the course of this day. And it turns out that they weren't just in Avaz. There were reports of explosions that apparently were conducted within the area of Bushehr and Chungadak, which were hit yesterday in the U.S.'s strikes, which was once again reported by Iranian news outlets. We were able to see that they did report the explosions earlier on and did state that they were happening. We also were able to see that further on down the coastline and in the area of Chabahar, they were also reporting explosions in Chabahar, Sistan, and Baluchistan provinces during the ongoing development. Many people thought that this was a new round of U.S. strikes when they started, but the United States confirmed about 30 minutes in that they were not the one conducting these strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran today, but did not elaborate on who was conducting these strikes, and so far, nobody in the region has taken any responsibility at this point for any of the strikes that have been conducted along the Iranian coast. Israel hasn't, no Gulf state has, the United States said that they weren't conducting them, which has led to a bit of a mystery as to who in the world is responsible for bombing the entire Iranian coast today, considering absolutely nobody stepped forward and took credit for it. While that's an interesting question and an entire rabbit hole that we could go down in its own right now a lot of people are talking about the 4 basij members that were greased today at Khamenei's burial plot in Mashhad. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that whole deal, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so in possibly gang-related activities inside of Iran, Khamenei's funeral was interrupted after a gun battle erupted outside between the police and the basij, which are supposed to be on the same team, and now 4 plus are dead, possibly more. Nobody's really sure why this is the case, and they had to literally cut off the live stream at the funeral because people were ducking and diving because of the gun battle outside. So, I mean, really, very, very Iranian of them. But what are your thoughts? 57% said infighting is now taking hold, while 24% 24% said simply an isolated skirmish, and it could have been something personal. Maybe it was like a beef between the two, and they just got into a fight. And 9% said it sounds like it was a false flag attack, and maybe it was actually somebody else operating covertly inside of Iranian territory. So, on this report here, I'll say this. I think that the infighting is a real thing inside of Iran. It's always kind of there in the background, kind of like simmering in the back. But there's always a possibility that this could have been maybe like ground agents on the ground of a foreign country that sort of spurned this incident off. That could have started it. Because just imagine this. One besieged force firing at the Iranian police, that could set off the gun battle. That's enough to do it. Everybody starts just shooting at that point because nobody's really sure what's happening. That could start it. So it could have been an agitator that got this going, or it could be legit infighting. I'm kind of a little bit unsure and undecided on this because the details are a little bit slim. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I'd have to say, to be entirely honest with you, I mean, gang-related activity isn't really entirely out of the question with this because, I was actually working while you were talking, Matthew, on trying to make a meme of, like, a besieged member. I was going to get, like, a red bandana or something like that to put on him and be like, well, actually, look, it's the Crips and the Bloods. But, funnily enough, I didn't even have to do that. This is literally just a picture of a besieged member right here. He's literally wearing a red bandana. I mean, the jokes write themselves.
Yeah, really, man. Also, by the way, I thought he was starting up a gang sign for a minute, but he's locked arms with other people, I guess. Yeah, these dudes right here are a little bit sketchy looking.
Man, West Mecca, inshallah. Man, I didn't even know they dressed like this. Like, this is news to me. But literally, folks.
What are the besieged? Is that like, explain that to me. I generally know what they are, but can you explain the detail, like what they are?
Basically, it's kind of like the Iranian version of the colectivos in Venezuela, like the government-sanctioned thugs that go around and basically keep the public in check. Or another way to put it is, it's kind of like the Sturmabteilung of Germany, which a lot of y'all may not know this, but in the early Nazi days, when the Nazis just took power in Germany, they had this group called the Brown Shirts, or the Sturmabteilung, which is their actual name, and they would go around and basically just terrorize the public into being in fear of the Nazis and not speaking out against them, because the Sturmabteilung will literally come around and beat you, or maybe kill you in the night, if you say anything against the Nazi government. So that's kind of what they are. Like, the best way that I could describe them, that seems to be how they act inside of Iran.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were. I just generally knew they were paramilitary to a large degree, and that might explain. I mean, if they're loosely organized, I mean, it could just be like a troublemaker. I mean, look at this dude with the mask and the sunglasses on and the bandana. I mean, this dude here clearly does not appear to be like a proper military force. He seems to be very loosely put together, and also kind of sketchy looking too. Like someone said, it's like goon squads. It's like goons running around, basically, paramilitary type people. So it could have just been one of them started shooting, and then a gunfight broke out because nobody was really sure what the hell was going on.
Yeah, that could have been the case. It could have been, man, considering this is in Mashhad and it's kind of near Afghanistan. They thought they were the Taliban, and they lit them up because of that. They were like, oh my God, the Taliban have taken over the checkpoint. Light them up. Oh my God, man, you can only imagine, man. Like, honestly, Iran is a very factional kind of a land, really, interestingly enough. Really bizarre kind of a place. But I would say that's really the case. That happened probably is that they ended up getting into some sort of infighting because these groups largely do operate something along the lines of gangs, and it was more so one gang trying to take on the other. We'll probably hear that some members of the besieged grease a couple of cops within Mashhad, probably within the next couple of days in retaliation, because generally from what we've seen, they do operate a lot like gangs over there, and generally run however they would wish, for the most part. So I hope that does address that the best we can. And moving us on out of that little bit of news up there in Mashhad and back down into the coastline, we don't really know what happened down here. And also, we do want to make it clear that the Iranians have denied that absolutely anything happened. That's the part that leads us to believe something definitely did happen, because if nothing happened, why in the world did they come out and say nothing happened? Like, seems a little bit odd for the state-run news organizations to say.
They said it was a gas explosion. That's what they said later. They said there was a gas explosion in like some city, which is their go-to excuse when an attack happens. They don't want to acknowledge it. They're like, oh, a gas explosion happened. I remember when Mossad was taking people out before the first, the actual war got started back in like, I think it was like, what, February, late February, the war got started. The Mossad was going around taking people out all over Tehran. And Iran kept saying, oh, it's a gas leak. And it was like very specific apartments these gas leaks were happening in. I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think it is. But moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear that almost all passages through the Hormuz today have largely stopped, and that is quite basically a given at this point. We generally knew that once the Iranians attacked a couple of ships, everything was going to be grinding to a halt within the Hormuz, and allegedly, Pakistan and Qatar are trying to get the U.S. and Iran back to the negotiating table. Is that worthwhile? No. Are they still trying? I would bet so. I mean, the Pakistanis would love to see that succeed for their own foreign policy gain, but it's definitely not to our own gain. So moving us on finally back out of the Middle East. And I have to say, Matthew, that was really interesting. OBS disconnected 3 times while we were in the question segment, but since we've ended the question segment, it's not disconnected once. I don't know what was up with that.
They don't want the people questioning the narrative.
They don't want people to hear the truth. And that's why, folks, if y'all sign up to Enforcer Social today for only $49.99 a month and buy our book.
Man. I'll tell you what. A book on the troubles and woes, I tell you.
If you buy our book, How to Be a Man, or something like that, and you come to our little training camp or something, and you let us beat you with a rubber hose or something in the backfield, you too can be a man. Moving
Are you talking about those Alpha Chad camps?
Yeah,
Those ones where they're like, if you come here, I'll turn you into a real man. But actually, you're just paying some dude to basically punk you out, basically putting water in your face with a hose and stuff like that. It's like people are paying for this. It's like, honestly, I mean, they kind of get what they get. Honestly, if they're paying for that kind of treatment, it's like, what do you have, a thing for pain or something? It's like there's something else going on here.
You know what's kind of interesting, Matthew? You remember that when I went over to your place that one time when we were handling some business, and you had that documentary on from the old History Channel, and it was about the strongmen, the history of strongmen.
Yeah,
and it was the
modern
guy from the
marvels,
early
actually.
1900s. He was selling courses about how not to be a little string bean and stuff. He was the same thing.
Man, that has existed from the dawn of time. Dudes that feel like they're behind the curve. There's always some dude that shows up. It's like, I'm going to capitalize on this. They're feeling like they're not heard, so I'm going to put them through hell and back and make them pay me for it. It's like, and then people sign up for it. They're like, give me the pain. It's like, what the hell? It's like, you could probably just go outside and exercise a little bit, and that'd probably fix it for free, and you don't have to get all that pain.
I mean, I'm gonna kind of be honest with y'all, folks. I feel like a lot of the alpha male training camp deals that they do, it's basically just a male dominatrix, and you're paying for it. It's like that's kind of weird. I mean, it's like if that's your thing, that's your thing. I mean, no one's gonna judge you. But why in the world mask it like it's a macho man thing? Me personally, I don't think getting kicked around in the ballast of a rail yard, and getting a hose sprayed in my face at full pressure is really turning me into man. I think I'd be more of a wimp, paying for that to be done to me.
It's like you can do that. You can actually get paid to do that. It's called going into the military if you really want that. It's like going to the military, sign up for SOF training, go into that pipeline. It's like, if you want that, I mean, you can literally get paid for it and serve the country. You don't have to pay some wacko dude out there to do it.
Oh man, Fatty Mio said, upsell a looks maxing course. Okay, everybody, today I'm gonna inject my lips with Botox on air. It's like hell no. Oh man, those are crazy. Have you heard about that whole looks maxing thing, by the way? For a quick rabbit hole on that?
I see that junk pop across my feed
Oh my
occasionally. I
God.
just don't have the bandwidth for it. I know some people find that stuff entertaining. They're like, look at this dude, acting goofy and stupid and stuff. Everybody's fascinated because they're like, this dude's so stupid. It's like, it's like I got better things to do than to look at this dude acting stupid. And it's like people don't realize it's all a shtick. It's like the dude knows he's getting your attention, so he's basically capitalizing the fact that you're trying to see his downfall, essentially.
Man, I gotta tell you, man, that whole looks maxing world is some insane stuff. And also, it's they're like, oh, I'm so insecure about my looks, I have to constantly be perfected. And it's like, honestly, that doesn't sound healthy. Honestly, it's like,
No.
it's like if you're that
It's
worried
like
about your looks, it's like that doesn't sound like it's a good thing to be in a mental headspace like that all the time.
it takes a lot more manliness to simply go out there and just be your damn self, whether or not people like it or not. We're going to call this. I'm going to start selling a course next. I'm going to how to be a man, be yourself. You're not a dish, you're a man.
Bro, we're gonna turn to Mr. Rogers. I like you just the way you are.
Man, I tell you what.
Oh man. But anyways, moving on from this whole rabbit hole, it's time for us to get on into Russia and start covering all the good news. Well, bad news for the Russians, good news for us here in the States and in the Western sphere. That's been happening throughout Russia over the course of the day. We have been able to hear that within the Omsk area, the Russians now beg for a reprieve. Alexander, who said the Omsk oil refinery is blown up, so there'll be no gasoline available at all, then said, Ukrainians, please, that is enough. We are brotherly peoples after all. So now the Russians, after they strike the Ukrainians for years, now the Ukrainians strike them back. Now they beg for mercy. I gotta tell you, what an interesting world to live in, to watch this happen in real time. The Russians went from dishing it to getting it, and they apparently can't take the heat, much like they were dishing it out. A little sad for them, you know. We've also been able to hear that over a town in Ufa, north of Ufa, in the Bashkortostan area, a Ukrainian drone was just peacefully flying on over across the Urals, that is.
Look at that. There it goes. And you know, that's the type of drone that the U.S. needs to fire at Iran, actually.
Man, honestly, man, man, we oughta really team up with them and have them mass produce those here in the States, man. I'm telling you, it's a big thing. Like, that would be a big thing when it happens. A lot of people don't like that yet, but your kids, they're gonna love it. Because they're gonna be in the armed forces when those things are commonplace. But moving us on from that, we also were able to hear that within Saratov, the refinery has been announced to have shut down. Here's some of the clips to show y'all to entertain us in the meantime, before we get into the full analysis of what this means. Look at that.
It's such a usual sight now. I remember back when we were seeing these things, back when they were fresh and they were just starting to happen, and Ukraine started their economic campaign against these refineries, and we were like, oh my God, look, they hit a small one. And now Ukraine's hitting huge ones on the daily, like it's just like candy, like, you know, nonstop from the store. It's like, this is insane.
Man, I remember when Syrskyi first became the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces back in, it was like late 2023. I think it was like somewhere around there, kind of like at the beginning of 2024. And we started to see these finally happening in like late 2024. You remember the first drone attacks around that time? Or
Oh,
we were
yeah,
like,
yeah.
look at that, they hit a refinery. We're like, oh, that's interesting. And then we started talking about, well, if they did this a lot and they ramped this up to be like a daily thing, they could probably put Russia into a fuel shortage at some point. And back then was in its infancy. And we were saying way back then when it first started, we're like, well, they're definitely going to get in a fuel shortage if Ukraine did this all the time. And they started to kind of go into it a little bit, like moderately, at the end of the last administration. And then when the new one came in, they slowed it down just a tad at the start. And then they ramped it up to 100, more than so than we've ever seen, about the summer of last year. And it's been keeping up at that pace really ever since. I mean, this is really, like you're saying, a very normal sight at this point across most of Russia. I mean, in almost every major city, there's a refinery on fire somewhere every day. And there it is again. We can also see a little bit of air defense fire in that clip. But to wrap this little bit of analysis up before we move on, the Saratov refinery has taken enough damage that it has been knocked offline for a good while. And with Russia's needs for fuel staying at a constant rate, yet Russia's ability to produce fuels dropping more and more every day, the gap between Russia being able to recover from this crisis and what they would need to get to be able to stabilize the situation is only becoming greater. It's not getting any better. We've also seen that elsewhere, further south in Krasnodar city, Krasnodar and the Rostov Oblast have now been reported by Russian news outlets to both be suffering from critical diesel fuel shortages, which are vital for infrastructure and logistics to operate properly. With this sort of a shortage hitting Krasnodar and Rostov, this means that the occupied areas of Ukraine will only be suffering greater calamities in shortages and lacks of supply, as trucks will now have to make the arduous voyage, largely through a desert at this point for fuel, into the occupied territories and somehow have enough fuel to turn around and also leave. That is generally an impossible task at this point for the Russians to even try and to accomplish. We've also been able to see that another fuel depot was burning today in Stavropol, with a little bit of that James Bond music playing in the background, apparently. There's the little fuel depot burning over there. Also, I have to say, the irony of this is that the fuel depot is burning off in the distance as people are lined up for gas. Like at the local gas station.
Well, you know what's funny about that is they actually saw the attack, then they lined up at the gas station. So it was actually the attack that caused them to line up in this area.
Also, I have to say, it's kind of brutal that they've all lined up for gas. This station literally has nothing available, no diesel or any octane of gas.
Hell, they're probably just lining up to take punches at the gas station attendant.
Man, bro, when the fuel truck pulls up, they just immediately pin the driver down, hit them with the tire iron. Like, bro, like it's like, take the gas, get out of here. Man, it's just a chaos that ensues at every gas station these days. Tough times for them.
You know how Dagestan and Chechnya is like a recruiting field for like mixed martial arts fighting. For like America, they'll find a lot of fighters like out of there these days for mixed martial arts, MMA and stuff like that. I think Russia, they're getting their reps in at this point, like at gas stations. I think they might find the new MMA fighters from there.
It just goes to like Rocky training on some average gopnik. He's just like punching him. He's like flopping around, like one of those little punching bag dudes, like the dummies. That's probably what is going on at some gas stations. But we also got to see another fuel queue just north of Stavropol in the town next door. This one also quite large.
Uh-oh, what's this bloke doing?
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, that's what he was looking at. Wait a minute, back to the video. Let's see that from the beginning again.
He's like, well, what the night? What the hell?
Oh, and what is this, a gas line?
Yeah, this is a gas line. I wonder what the drone's doing around here.
Yeah, honestly, man, like, I don't think the Russian people could get more demoralized at this point. I mean, they're already depressed as hell waiting for gas and they can't even get it and waiting in these long lines, even camping out like overnight. And then on top of that, they're like, damn, the enemy drones are flying over on top of that.
Man, I wonder where that drone's heading anyways. It's like right overhead. And there it goes.
Oh, it's sputtering.
Huh. Oh, wait, it's revving back up. Well, where the hell's it going? Oh. Oh, right over there.
Did they hit a gas station?
I think they hit like a fuel depot in the town north of here.
Well, damn, they want the gas, so I guess everybody can get out the line now.
Oh my god, bro, they're all waiting for gas and the gas depot got blown up right next door. Bro, you can't make this stuff up anymore. It's poetry.
Yes, Billy.
Meanwhile, the fuel scalpers are out there. I'm not a gangster. I'm a businessman. And my business is crumb.
Man, I've been seeing people's apartments left and right blowing up inside of Russia because they're putting the fuel like inside their apartments and stuff in these like Humvee blocks, and they're actually like setting their apartments on fire.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot myself, actually. It's getting really bad. Also, let me show you another gas line up here in Lipetsk City. Wow. Isn't this near to that little semiconductor plant that got hit here a while ago? This looks like almost the same street.
It could be, possibly.
Man,
it's always fascinating to see the lineup of cars that they have, like a whole bunch of Russian manufactured ones mixed in with some Asian manufactured ones, and also, I think, not too many European ones in there.
What was this ad for? It's a dog that's a man. Is that a Russian minister that we don't know the name of yet?
Hell if I know. Maybe it's like the version of the Geico Gecko. They've got like a dog man.
I don't like the dog man. Like, something's off with the dog man, man.
You got a problem in the neighborhood? Call the dog man.
Yeah, bro, it's just a spokesperson for the Kremlin. It's just a bad angle of him. Oh, look, it's Rosneft. What do we got?
Someone said it's furry ad. There was no fur on that billboard.
No, sadly not. But it looks like they only have diesel here at 75 rubles a liter, which isn't that bad at this point. Gas in some parts of Russia has actually gotten up to 200 and 300 rubles a liter, according to some reports. Although I haven't seen picture evidence to corroborate that, and that's why we didn't put that on the map today. But moving us on out of that little bit of news, we've also been able to hear that around the Ryazan area, the air defense gunners were working hard to be able to defend the strategic targets. I want to make this clear, this is a location unknown clip. I just put it here because, with how badly Russian air defense is doing these days, I thought it was very appropriate to put it in Russia. But this also could have come from the occupied territories. We're not sure. But here's the clip.
Вон, нихуя там крыло, блядь.
Грота это Россия.
Oh
I
my
think you
god.
missed.
Yeah, I think what gave it away was that big ass drone flying right over his head. That's what gave it away.
Bro,
I'll tell
that's
you
what-
what, this would give you a big warning to Vietnam veterans that may be watching. This is like PTSD central right here with this dude right here holding up the machine gun, firing it like that.
Bro, let's watch this again.
This is why the small arms fire does not work, because every time we hear that out in the distance at an oil refinery and a fuel depot or anything that where you hear the small arms fire, it's always a dude looking like this with a machine gun who can't aim worth a damn. It can't even hit the broadside of a barn. Look at that look on his face, man. It's like he's not even confident. He's pure terror on his face.
Man, he got less and less confident when he was firing. Let me mute this and let's just look at his emotions. So he sees the drone, he's shocked. So then he locks in here. You can see it. He's firing as much as he can, but then both of his eyes over here, you can see they're wide. He's getting in fear. He's realizing he's missing every shot at this point. So look, he's starting to back off of the buttstock as well because he's getting so scared about what's about to happen. And then he just kind of starts swiveling the gun. He's not even aiming anymore. He's just so scared about what the drone's doing. And then it comes in over, and then he freaks out and goes ducking for cover.
Oh my god. So you know what happened after this is he got fired from the position most likely, and he probably got sent straight to the front lines for the meat grinder. That's probably what happened.
What? No, he's friends with the company. No, they gave him a promotion. You know, it's Russian corruption. They got to put the worst guys in the highest positions. That's just how it works. But now we've analyzed everything about this, we just need to watch the whole thing one more time. This is probably one of the funniest clips of the day, honestly. So here's the whole clip from start to finish again.
Вон, нихуя там крыло, блядь. Ложись, блядь! Сука! Нихуя себе война, блядь!
And he tries to play it
Well,
off
he's laughing. They're all laughing like it's a big joke. It's like, bro, like you're gonna get in some severe trouble for missing. That's not gonna be a freebie right there. Also, what is this janky looking tactical vest he's wearing? Do you see it bouncing around when he's jumping around like when he's first on the gun?
Let's see here. Let's take a look at that.
Вон, нихуя там крыло, блядь!
Does he have a plate in there, or why is he
No,
bouncing
I don't
around
think he
like
does.
that?
I don't think he does. I think it's literally just a fabric with no plate.
Yeah, I think it is. It's literally like bouncing around like it weighs nothing, which suggests it doesn't have a tactical plate in it, like an armor plate.
Oh, wait, bro, and that stupid little hat that he's got. Bro, look at him like Popeye the Sailor looking at him. Oh my God.
This is the dudes with the 2 weeks of training, isn't it? Or
Like
do these
3
guys get
days.
some more training?
I think they get
3
like
days,
3
maybe
at
like
this
barely
point.
anything.
Yeah, I think they literally just tell them how to operate a gun, and then they tell them, all right, go at it. Man, I gotta say though, man, he's got his empty little vest and this stupid little hat on, bro. Missing the jokes this badly. Oh my god, it's going to make my mind explode how incompetent Russians are. I mean, it's something. But moving us on from that, we have also been able to hear within the Podolsk area of something quite interesting. Alexander Lunin has been spotted in public. He looks traumatized.
Oh my god, it's Lurch.
Also, apparently they, I'm in awe of the size of the slide.
Oh,
Absolute
that's a
unit.
damn unit. Man, that guy's a unit though. Who the hell is that?
Bro, that's the FSB op that brought him in. Bro, like, come here, you go to jail. Bro, I know, like, this guy, dude, this guy literally is like raw muscle.
That dude's huge. That dude could be like a basketball player. That dude could be anything that size, a linebacker.
Bro, if Lunin pisses this guy off, this guy just grabs Lunin and scrunches him up like a little accordion. Like he doesn't mess around. But apparently, after serving 11 days in administrative custody on charges of displaying extremist or Nazi symbols, which was the charge that the Russians came up with to put this guy in jail, Lunin said he was already back in Moscow. And Lunin also, from a direct quote of him, said, "Lost a little weight, grew a bit of a beard, but everything's fine. I'm in Moscow, all is well. Don't worry about me." Shortly before his arrest, Lunin spoke about the torture and executions of Russian soldiers by their own commanders, and he also demanded a personal meeting with Vladimir Putin and warned that the army could stage a mutiny if he wasn't allowed to speak to him. The mutiny appears to have been postponed, and I would say that by the look on his face, they certainly did tell him things in prison, I think, that are largely going to get him off the idea of a mutiny, because he does not have the same kind of look in his face that he had when he made that video before he went to jail. So Lunin is
He
still alive.
he looks a lot more lightweight than he was before he went in there. It looks like they might have not fed him very well because he looks like he's a lot thinner.
Also, his eyes, like his expression, is quite off. Like, remember in the video he made, he looked very frustrated. You know, like he had a lot of emotion in his eyes and stuff. This looks like they've done something to him, or they've told him some sort of a threat, which is quite obvious. Also, while he's alive now, we don't really know how much longer he's going to be alive, because much like Prigozhin was allowed to live for some time, but then he had the window treatment when they shot down his private jet. We don't really know if they're going to give him the window treatment, and I have a feeling they're considering it, highly likely, because he's become a public figure at this point because of his threat. So moving us on out of that bit of news, we also were able to hear that in a shocking plot twist, I'm trying to figure out how to even say this. I didn't even know this, folks, but the Russians actually have their own version of sovereign citizens, and the leader of their sovereign citizen group got arrested. The leader of the Citizens of the USSR sect, this guy here, has been arrested in Moscow. Vladimir Kuryakin, who's this guy, calls himself the General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. He faces up to 6 years in prison on extremism charges. Members of the sect, led by Kuryakin, denied the collapse of the USSR and refused to pay utility bills because they do not recognize Russian documents or the laws of the Russian Federation. Does this sound familiar to y'all? This is literally sovereign citizens, but Russian style.
The dude's all into that sovereign citizenry, but he's not into that sovereign dental care. I mean, what the hell's up with his teeth, man?
Oh man, that's corn on the cob in there, good man. Like, you
Oh,
know your
man.
teethies.
It's like you could have had the sovereign citizenry and still visit the dentist at least.
Oh man, according to the various estimates, the Citizens of the USSR movement has up to 10,000 supporters. The sect has previously been designated an extremist organization and banned in Russia. In 2022, another prominent member of the movement, Sergei Taraskin, who called himself the acting president of the USSR, was sentenced to 8 years in a penal colony on extremism charges. So the head honcho of the sovereign citizen movement in Russia has been arrested today, this guy, and they're going to be taking him and his corn cobs and putting him on trial for extremism for not paying utility bills.
That's insane. That's insane, really. I'm not sure. I don't think the people inside the United States are sovereign citizens. I don't think they've ever said we don't have to pay utility bills. I've never heard that one. I think that goes beyond being a sovereign citizen. That goes way beyond that.
Man, the sovereign citizens here in America, they just deny the jurisdiction of the government over them, is what I think it is. But these guys went above and beyond. They don't recognize the jurisdiction of the Russian government, and they also don't pay their bills. Like, these people are
And
just
also,
freeloaders.
and also, by the way, to make it clear, these are the allegations that Russia's lobbying against this dude right here. So you never can tell. Maybe they're making it up. You never know. Like maybe the dude said something they don't like and they made up some charges or something on him. So it's allegedly.
Allegedly. But man, I gotta tell you, it is crazy though to think they actually have a Sovset group in the Russian Federation. But moving us on and into the whole deal of, and also, oops, it looks like we got a sovereign citizen offended. You were dumb! Oh man, well, I hope you have fun in Admiralty Quarter or whatever the hell y'all believe in. But moving us on out of that whole deal, it's time for us to finally get on out of the Russian Federation and on into Crimea, where the next biggest event of the day has happened. As many of y'all know, the convoy that was sitting off of the Crimean coast in the Sea of Azov was slammed heavily by the Magyar's birds a day ago, and 9 ships out of the 38 were hit. Today, they went back to mop up, and they hit and knocked out another 14 ships in the attacks that happened overnight. Now, let me make sure, because I have these listed with the ship sinking symbol. This is the one we need to get to. This is the clips by the Ukrainians. It's 3 minutes long, but we're going to show the whole thing here. I didn't show it in the video earlier today, but this shows every single one of the 14 ships that were hit in the last wave of attacks recently. And here goes the real clip. That was just an appetizer.
That was
Oh,
like the blooming onion right there.
Oh, look, here's the first one. This is number 22. Oubliette. Oubliette. Oubliette.
Oh, flaming fajitas.
Oh,
Oh,
sizzling. Like they sizzlers. Here comes another one, fresh off the block. Oh my goodness, they're all fuel tankers too. Every last one of them, man. You know, this is going to be doing a lot of damage to the Shadow Fleet, not just Crimea.
yeah, it's gonna be a ripple effect.
Well, you see, this one was actually underway when it got hit. And this one was as well. Either they're trying to get the hell out of Dodge, or they were just underway normally, and then they got hit. Oh, that one got hit in the fuel compartment, actually. Nope. Oh, that looked like it hit the mast, really. I thought it was about to hit the bridge. I was going to be like, oh my god! And now we can see them going through the whole convoy again and just picking them at random. Whichever one seemed the juiciest. And this one, it looks like juicy fruit right here, so they're going to knock it on out.
What is that junk in the water? Was that already like oil spilled out on the top of the water? Did you see that?
Yeah, it looks like oil. Yeah, it might be fuel.
Yeah, I think that is oil. Yeah, I think that's from the previous attack. So they must be hitting like groups of vessels in the same area.
Man, the ships going through this area, man, they've got to forge the high seas. Yarr. They'd be going up against the Kraken and the flying creatures of hell.
It's wild too, because these ships look almost nearly perfectly identical. Like except for this one looks a little bit different, but the other one's like almost perfectly identical. You can't really distinguish which ones they're hitting.
I think they're all very similar, like a very similar class of ship. All the ones that they keep hitting. Maybe that's how they're identifying them for the strikes as well. They look for the same sort of side profile when the drone's coming in, and then they go, okay, that's the one. Those are the fuel tankers. Let's hit those. Because the Soviet Union did produce, and the Russians also produced in the modern day, dozens of these little, like, 500-foot tankers, all of the same class. So I think they just look for the ones that look similar, and then they just keep hitting those over and over.
Maybe so. Number 34. Dang, man.
Number 34. Man. This one looks quite...
I mean, there's really no limit to this. Like, I mean, there's nothing limiting how many Ukraine can hit. So, I mean, theoretically, if Ukraine has enough time, they'll hit every single ship that's coming in.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not the tug. They hit the tug, Matthew. The Russian support vessel. The auxiliary.
That sucks.
Amazing grace. But moving us on from that clip, we also have a load more clips of the carnage that followed. Here's one of them. Oh, it tucked up, Lee. I vote to call these things sizzlers.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Oh, that one got hit in broad daylight. Is that a jet?
It sure does sound like it.
Sounds like the Russians might be trying to give them air cover.
Yandı. Tanker jetti. Ay kırgı dala düşüp ona bak.
Sadly, I don't know what language these folks are speaking.
Söyleyemedi ya, denize düştü ya. Tanıya denizdedir.
I think that's Swahili.
Kind of sounds like Turkish. That is a jet. Bro, they're doing this under the cover of the Russian Air Force, and the Air Force can't even find the drones?
Honestly, that's not surprising.
Man, that isn't. Like, honestly, it's not. But that's still news. Like, I didn't know that until right now.
Ha bu da manevra ediyor. Vurdular ha, bir de gözü düşecek.
This guy just giving his own eulogy to that boat. Moving us on from that clip and on into our next ones, we also were able to see more clips of the stricken vessels.
Anlamayı bilmədim necəs. Sabahınız xeyir olsun. Bugün 8 iyuldur.
This guy's reading the Iliad by Homer.
KErch şəhəri var, biz burada. Yakırını Stayanka deyirik.
More like the Odyssey.
Burada biz dayanmışıq.
Oh yeah, the Odyssey, yeah.
Tankerdə Rus bayraqlıdır, səhv eləməmsən. Onu gecə vurublar. Biz buraya
You know,
yardıya gəldik.
you guys called them drones, Homer, because they're homing in.
Oh man, bro, call them the Odyssey because they be up in there like the Trojan.
Burada dayanmalıydıq, yəni lövbərdə. Prosta driftdə dayandıq ki, gəlib çatmıyor.
And sailors are quite wordy folks. Like, bro, like this guy's sitting there, and thus, lo and behold, the vessel became a pitch black and was covered with the fires and brimstone of hell, for it was burst wide open by the Ukrainian attack, and its contents did spill forth asunder into the sea. Bro, it's like, man, like this guy's like reciting like a prayer almost. Like, dang. Moving us on to the next clip because the rest of it's just that same ship on fire. Here's a fresh one.
Allah hamdolsun. Ne var?
Dun, 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 dun. Oh! Oh!
Oh my God!
No.
No! Dang!
Dang, man, I'm sure they thought they were getting that because it sounded like it was going right for them.
Man, bro, honestly, man, I think he sounded like a Stuka from down there, man. Bro, it's like, man, that'd be terrifying. Also, here's another clip. Apparently some guys are in an argument up on deck. Oh, look!
Oh, there's the jet.
Oh, my God! It's the SU-35!
Completely useless that thing is.
Man, it literally flew over the drone. The pilot's up there. Where the hell is it, Blair? Bro, the incompetence knows no bounds in this place. Oh my God, bro, I'm just absolutely like blown away that even the aircraft are up in the air and they don't see the drones. So there is a high chance, man, now knowing that a Russian Air Force aircraft has flown over drones that are like 800 miles inside of Russia, and they're on an air patrol looking for them, and they fly literally like 100 feet over them and still don't see them. There's a chance that's happening in Russia.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's really wild. That's completely useless.
Yeah, and also look at these fuel slicks being created from the hits, and also the fires on these ships as well. Pretty nasty stuff. That's actually kind of what we saw a little bit in that clip of the drone coming in and hitting the other ships just a little while ago. And lastly, we have a little bit more footage. This one we've seen before, but here's some fresh footage at night of the burning ships near to the Kerch. Oh my God!
Oh. I think the S-235 went home.
Man, they said, this is just too much. Like, I can't handle it. And they went back to land in Russia after they expended probably what was like a week's worth of fuel rations for the entire squadron to do basically nothing. But moving us on from that clip, that absolute insanity of the slaughter that happened north of Kerch today, Crimea, in short, is not doing well. We don't have any direct clips of that today, but y'all all know it. We know it. It's still going on. It's just that we don't have anything to report on that, at least for now. So, finally, moving us on into Ukraine and the frontline news from the state of Ukraine, we have some very interesting developments that came out of Kyiv today. For one, we were able to hear that in the coming days, according to Zelensky, Ukraine will actually receive ready-to-use PAC-3 missiles from the United States. Separately, there were also agreements with the Europeans to provide PAC-3s as well. So while Ukraine is working on getting their own manufacturing base online to produce PAC-3s, they're actually going to be getting ready-to-use, ready-to-run PAC-3s from the United States and Europe in the meantime to bridge the gap, which we brought up yesterday on air as a shortcoming that hopefully would be addressed, and it has been addressed successfully. So the Ukrainians will most likely see their Patriots back up to full operational capacity within the next 72 to 108 hours. We've also been able to see the interception reports published in the month of June by the armed forces of Ukraine, and the interception rates are generally what we were thinking they would be. The Ukrainians did issue the reports that of 5,749 drones that were launched into Ukraine, Ukrainian drone defense forces shot down 5,173 of the drones. Interesting enough, folks, this makes for an interception rate of 90%, but if you actually look at those numbers, that indicates that probably around 500 drones still made it through the air defenses and were able to hit their targets. And we generally have enough footage that we don't really show a lot on air to confirm that a large number of drones do hit their targets, at least several hundred a month, and that seems to line up almost exactly with the Ukrainian drone defense report figures. So it looks like this reporting from the Ukrainian MOD if it is fudged, it's fudged very little, to where it's still incredibly accurate from what we're seeing from video and picture evidence. 66 cruise missiles were also fired into Ukraine. 59 of them were shot down. These sorts of cruise missiles can be dealt with by a large caliber air defense, and because of their speed, they can generally be dealt with by some units of the mobile fire groups that also are operating against the drones, meaning they kind of have a catch area that's the largest, and their interception rate is also around 90%. However, the ballistic missiles, of which 114 were fired, were intercepted very poorly over the month of June, and only 45 of them were shot down. This means that the Ukrainians only had an interception rate of 40%, and that's generally because their large caliber air defense batteries, which are used specifically to intercept and destroy these sorts of missiles, were not operational due to the significant lack of Patriot missiles nationwide that the Ukrainians rely on to be able to shoot down the ballistics. Overall, this means that their air defense interception rates, by the numbers of incoming flying craft in the air versus the number shot down, is 89%. But the Ukrainians are trying to remove this 40% interception rate, which is exceptionally low, from the metrics, and hopefully with the new provisions of PAC-3 missiles and their ability to produce those in-house, we'll see that the interception rates, even for cruise missiles, begins to reach the 90% margins. And they might also be able to increase their cruise missile interception figures higher than 90% from their current reports. Zelensky is already working to try and get the missile manufacturing up and off the ground inside of Ukraine, and apparently Ukraine is ready to cooperate with Mitsubishi on the production of Patriot missiles, according to Zelensky. Japan is one of the few countries that has a license from the U.S. to produce Patriot missiles, but the consent from the Japanese side is required, according to Zelensky. So it looks like Mitsubishi is about to be getting a brand new contract from the Ukrainians to try and produce some of the PAC-3 Patriot missiles that the Ukrainians are trying to produce, either internally or foreign, and then have them imported into Ukraine for them to be able to use with their air defense systems. So those are very good pieces of news and developments that we have been able to hear from the Ukrainian side pertaining to the air defense situation and the minor crisis that's developed around the lack of Patriot interceptors. Moving us on from that news and into our location unknowns, we also were able to hear of the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And holy moly!
Oh, wow. 4 Bobcats. That's dang nice right there.
And also, before we get on into the rest of this, it appears we have breaking news. What do we got, Matthew?
So I can now confirm to you all that right near Rostov-on-Don, in the port of Azov, we just saw that apparently some more fuel storage and oil terminals just got hit. And this is confirmed to be at the port of Azov right here. So we have the coordinates, courtesy of OSINT Technical. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in the chat right here so you can show people exactly where this was. Also, by the way, let me get that spammer out of the chat real quick. There we go. And the coordinates are in the chat.
Let's see here. Let me get that real quick. Let's see, let me wait for it 1 second. Oh, that just messed up the whole chat. Just banned that guy. Like, man, it banned the guy and then like flung the whole chat around for a second on my end. So let me get this in here, folks. And it's at the rail yard. Would you look at that? So this is the fuel let's see. Yep, it's the fuel distribution for the local area. You can see the fuel trucks loading up right here.
Yeah, it's really not really. I guess it's the city. Like, what is the city? Is this called the port city of Azov? What's the name of this place?
This is the city of Azov, but the port's over here. So this is more so the rail yard in Azov City rather than the port.
Yeah, I was thinking because I was looking on Google Maps to try to geolocate it before I saw OSINT Technical post the coordinates. I was like, it looks like the port of Azov itself is pretty much grain storage. There's really no fuel storage in the actual port itself. So the only place in the whole city was the railway terminal.
There is a fuel terminal on the Don River. It's let's see where it is. Let's see. It might be around here. Or is it out here a little bit farther? Well, I'd be dipped. We've covered it before. It's actually been hit and knocked out on air like over a year ago. It was a very long time ago, but it wasn't in the city of Rostov-on-Don. It was out near Azov, and I cannot find it right now. Weirdly enough, but there is a little fuel terminal out here for some ships, but I can't find it for some reason. I guess they demolished it, or I'm just not finding it easily. Man, we got a whole new type of bot in here tonight. A special bot, a spamming bot. Also, don't we have chat restrictions on for slow? We do not. Oh, here we are. There we go. So, thank you, Matthew, for putting it on. We didn't put that on earlier. Or I didn't put that on earlier. How silly of me, folks. How silly of me there. But moving us on from that whole deal in Rostov-on-Don and that great news that just came out, we're now going to be getting... Also, let me show you the clip here really quickly. Here's the fire. Ooh. Looking warm. Looking real warm. But now, it's time for us to finally move on, folks, and into our casualty report. Over the past 24 hours, Ms. Disa, Keeper of the Records, has reported that 7 tanks has been added to the past week's impressive total of 38. One plane is the Su-34 fighter bomber shot down yesterday by an F-16. 4 ground robotic complexes were destroyed. The category is not shown, but it has continuous losses of for over 2 months, averaging about 8 a day. And over the course of the past 24 hours, we have been able to see that 1,310 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 3 APCs, 363 supply trucks, 7 main battle tanks, 59 artillery pieces, 1,843 drones, 4 MLRSs, 1 aircraft, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 4 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a very nice thing to see, and of course, absolutely incredible to know. And you know what, Matthew? I think we're going to have to take a special measure against these bots. We're going to have to put on the slow mode for the chat.
Don't do it. Don't do it to the people. Don't punish the many for the one.
But Matthew, we must for national security. I won't. Like I won't actually. I was about to turn it on and make it about like one chat every 5 seconds, so that way they couldn't just like fill the chat in like one go. And not too restrictive, just a little restrictive to slow them down so we can ban them. But moving us on out of that whole deal, it's now time for us to get on into the front lines in Ukraine. But before we get on in the front lines, a cool video from behind the lines of HIMARS firing ATACMS missiles. The HIMARS harvest has been quite good this year. We can see another HIMARS bloom in the distance, bearing its fruit of ATACMS. I don't think that's how
that's actually I've actually used that picture right there as a thumbnail background photo before when that HIMARS launching like that, the missile.
Man, it's really cool, honestly. I like the look of them. Meanwhile, down in the Bakhmut area, Ukrainians were targeting supply vehicles and the 56th Motorized Brigade. They also had this really cool looking sort of a view for the videos, which makes it look like you're viewing it through the FPV goggles of a Ukrainian operator. Dang, bro, they hit us with that AI translated image hard.
Yeah, I like the little upscaled AI version of it. Get you a good look at this thing before they hit it.
Man, honestly, man, it comes off to me like one of those photorealistic pictures of like SpongeBob when he's like, "Sandy, do I look ugly?" And he like looks at him, he looks like haggard. Like comes off like that. Oh, damn, man. They took a nice little artillery piece. That thing's smoking. Oh, bro, they hit us with it, man. They said, "Look at you, no artillery having a."
It's literally the smoking gun.
Man, and now they're showing all of them that they got. Every last one of them.
Ah. Do you smell that? Do you smell it?
No, I don't, man. What do you smell?
Wake up and smell the bankruptcy.
Man, brought to you by the small FPV.
He's holding it out like it's a cookie. Want the one?
Would you like FPV? Bro, this is Ukraine to everyone in the world, man. Can I offer you an FPV in this trying time?
Man, it's like, you know when somebody gets like addicted to something, they're always like trying to push on other people. They're like, here, you want a pinch? You want a pinch? Ukraine's like, you want an FPV? Here, have one. It's a very potent thing.
Man, man, some country like the United States, like, damn, these Iranians are really slippery. Man, that's kind of wild. Would you like an FPV? Like, man, like it's like. Man, Saudi Arabia and all of them be like, damn, these Iranian drones are hitting our oil infrastructure. Wow, that's like kind of crazy on God. I have an FPV for that. Like, like not during the brag, but I could give it to you. But like for some help. But we get on from that, we also got to see a Ukrainian group today operating in an assault against the Russians in Chasiv Yar. They got music. Dang it. Well, they're moving in now.
Was that an ACOG?
Yes, it was a Trichcon, actually.
Gucci gun.
It looks like it's on a Bryn 2, maybe. I couldn't really see it all too well.
Could it be that the optics more than the gun?
It's possible. Like, they always say put as much money into your optics as you do the gun. I think in most cases, though, that's kind of hard to do. Because if it's like a $2,000 gun and you have to put $2,000 into an optic, that's like $4,000. That's a lot.
Optics are important, though, because, if you can't aim and you can't see what you're hitting, then it's useless.
I say whip out the old irons.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, popping a little. Wait a minute, we got to go look at it right there. What gun is this? Gotta play the gun game. Is that a...
That's that European variant of like the Scar, like of the United States. What's that thing called? Is it a brand?
No, the Bren, the Bren, let me think, what the hell is a CZ Bren? Let me go pull it up really quickly. CZ Bren 2, let me make sure. Images. I mean, yeah, that is it. I'll show it to you here real quick. There it is, the CZ Bren. So yeah, that's basically like the European, Scar. Well, I mean, the Scar is also European. It's FN. So yeah,
Oh, you
I
don't
mean,
have to start cussing.
man, it's that effing Scar. Yeah, like,
Come on, man. This is a family show.
man, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely. I apologize incredulously for that. I'm very sorry. But it is a CZ Bren. Man, they dropping them grenades on them Russians. CZ.
Rated PG for everybody. Give them a little bit.
Man, these grenades rated E for every Russian.
That's right. E for everybody, not PG for everybody.
Oh, yeah, man, bro. That's all right. It's all right, man. OBS has already crapped out on us 3 times tonight. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Like I wasn't worried anyway, personally.
We see them now creeping up on the outpost, taking a little look. We see something right there. Looks like backpacks. What was that?
I was me laughing at my own stupid joke.
You went. I was like, bro, you good? I thought you're choking, literally.
Well, I kind of was choking. That joke kind of fell flat. But yeah, I mean, at least I'm not a joke artist.
What the hell is that?
The hell? They got this devilish
bro,
junk going on here.
Bro, that thing looked like a sleep paralysis demon. Also, they're having lunch on top of the knocked out Russians.
This is like one of those videos that's like, what's your EDC like in your pocket? And everybody like undoes their pockets or stuff like that, and says like, I carry a knife from Pocket Made. I got the Glock G19X over here on my right. I have the Ridge wallet. It's honestly, I'm kind of obsessed with those videos. Like my OCD like kicks in on those videos strong. Like when I see those, I mean, if somebody makes a, you never seen an EDC video like everyday carry?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I mean, that's a. If you're like an organization freak or somebody that's like got OCD where you like to have everything just perfect, kind of like I do, like to a sense that's almost like a little bit insane. Those EDC videos are like crack. You gotta be careful with those.
I'll have to be aware of that. But we can also see a Nona self-propelled mortar getting destroyed. These are exceptionally rare at this point in the war, and the Ukrainians managed to pop one right here with an FPV. I love to see Russian equipment getting rarer every day. It makes the surplus out there for sale in Europe a lot more valuable for like museums and whatnot. Oh,
yeah, someone said EDC pocket dump. I remember that dude who does that podcast, Sean Ryan, did that. I think I found his channel because he was actually reviewing stuff like Daniel Defense Rifles and stuff like that before he started his podcast. That's how I found him. And I was like looking at him because he had the same Daniel that I have and he was kitting it out. He also did that EDC pocket dump and he was like, over here, I got a wallet. I have a Glock, gotta have it. It's like, honestly, I got obsessed with those videos after that. I was like, dang, man, I was like, this is actually pretty solid.
The best video he ever made, if we're speaking comedy-wise, was that one time he had that guest on, and he said, I got you something a little special. And he went, oh, yeah? And he pulled it out and then pointed it straight into his face. He said, don't point it at yourself. Bro, that was the best clip ever. Like,
you know, the boys over at SIG got you something.
Oh, man. I could see the regret when the camera went back to him, the regret in his eyes of gifting that to that dude, considering that he didn't even know not to point the barrel straight into his eye. Like, I was like, oh, man. Like, that was a mistake to gift this guy this. Like, you know, it's like, maybe you should. Yeah, actually, sorry, that's for another guest. I actually got you a chocolate bar. Like, it's like, here you go. Here's a little chocolate bar, man. That's a safer for you. But knowing that guest in particular, I mean, you know, he might have like choked on that or something. You know, like, unfortunately. But anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to see a little drone attack that was conducted on the Russians near to Pokrovsk. Oh, they got that trap beat going. That literal trap. Like, what the hell? But they see the
that
drone.
sounded like that song that I showed you the other day. I was like, Opa! It's like the Russian rapper. It almost sounded like that song.
Man, they ran a drone at me.
It's definitely copyrighted.
Oh, yeah, man. Man, they ran a drone at me and blew up my car. I need to have top ski. Now they
There we
hoofing
go.
it. Oh no, now they panicking. This guy's trying to pick up a concrete beam now for some reason, and they're spinning up a lot of bro.
Oh, look at that. Doing a burnout in the lot. I love it. Man, you gotta love that. Look at that.
Bro, that is ridiculous.
Look at that. That seat is definitely not OEM.
Absolutely not. It looks like they kind of got the car running, maybe, or they just left a couple of guys on the side of the road to figure it out. Meanwhile, near the Pokrovsk front, we also got to see the 3rd Operational Brigade of the Spartan Unit taking out some Russian soldiers near Pokrovsk. Man, they taking out the Russians. They need to have Tufsky. Gonna take Shouty to the swamp. 6-7, 6-7.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm
Also-
kind of surprised those Ladas even have enough horsepower to even spin the tires. I mean, those things, what do they have, like 80 horsepower, like some of the old ones? Like, it's like
Yeah.
basically like a little better than a motorcycle. And it's like they can really spin the tires. They're really putting some effort into it.
They literally punched it. I gotta tell you, they getting good. The crystal skull thing's kind of distracting, though. I don't really get what the point of that one was, but that was the end of the clip, and the Ukrainians were still putting in those hours, that work out there on that front. Down in the Zaporizhia area, we did get to see that they were also striking more Russian forces down here as a part of the Alpha Special Operations Forces unit of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Oh, this guy
That dude had a
was right.
toolkit. That dude had a toolkit, like a fiber optic reel. That dude was like kitted out.
This
Oh,
guy was
damn.
apparently trying to get drafted into Major League Baseball here. Look at him. Look at that form.
Yeah, he grabbed it by the barrel. It's literally pointing at himself while he was doing it, too. That's kind of a little fascinating.
In another world, he could have been the Babe Ruth of his time. I don't think he can hit a home run, though. Oh, what the hell was he carrying? Anyways, well, you see this grad firing. And now the Ukrainians are about to blast it. And you see the crew running off in every direction.
Oh, look at that. That was the S-400?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. Well,
That's the
I'd
missile
be.
battery part of an S-400, actually, and that was the radar component that hit in the next clip.
This is a TEL of an S-300. Beep. And this is a Pantsir S-1. That is a radar. Like, that is a radar for large caliber air defense. Where is that? They also got an OSA and a Bahanka and then whatever the hell that was, and an Akhmat and a dirt bike and a Ural and another Ural. A couple of Ruskies in an ATV with a trailer. What a clip. Meanwhile, down on the M14 highway, hell still reigns. The highway to hell is still as hellish as it's ever been. I'm going to show you only a brief little bit of this clip because it's just them striking supply trucks along the road, and I think y'all seen that enough over the past few weeks. Y'all get the gist. The M14 is a hellhole right now. We also see them getting a fuel truck and more fuel trucks. That's a whole trove of fuel trucks, probably in that city. But we're going to round out the clip here because outside of them hitting a million trucks, it's basically the same thing over and over. But it is impressive to watch. And if y'all want to watch the whole thing, you can click on the link in the description below to go here to the area of the M14 and watch this clip for yourself. But we're now going to be moving on over to Kherson, where we were also able to see the Ukrainians conducting a power grid bombing campaign overnight with their long-range bomber drones. These are the substations that they will hit in the video. Here is the first one. Here is the second. And lastly, the third. Dead on the nail. That's actually kind of impressive. Kind of just eyeballed that, I suppose. And there's the fire in normal vision that's not infrared or thermal. A couple of tracer rounds, actually. Oh, they actually had some defense, but it didn't matter. They still bombed the place. Kind of wild to see this in non-thermal vision, what that looks like at night for the bomber drones. It's pretty cool.
It is kind of.
But moving us on from this clip and on into our very last one, before we move on in the question segment, we were able to see the 426th of the Ukrainian Armed Forces doing a little bit of work on the Russian forces near to the Dnipro River. Here is our first clip. The scene, a Ural or two, near to a tree line. Zoom and enhance. A Ural and another one. There's a Ruski there, next to... Oh, that was a fuel truck, actually. A fuel Ural, I mean, not a fuel Euro. Euro papa. Oh my god!
Oh, that took a turn.
Man, crispy critters.
Damn. The whole thing gone.
Whole thing gone. Scram! Back in the day when I grew up in Scranton, they used to hit the fuel trucks and they toast them nice and good. You ever had a Monte Cristo? But anyways, moving us on out of the Kherson area, that is all of the news that we had for the day. I would show you the little thing in Mali, but there's not really a lot about it. I'll summarize it. You know what? I mentioned it. I'll summarize it. 200 Russians got ambushed in a column today by the Mali rebels. Again, they got waxed, and most of them are dead. So the Russian Air Corps is almost completely gone at this point between the camp attack a couple of days ago, the convoy attack yesterday, and the convoy attack today. We're assuming there's not really a lot of them left anymore down there in Mali. So now that we've quite literally gotten every bit of news out of the way, it's time for us to move on and into the second part of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy folks, what a day of news it was. I've got to thank each and every single one of y'all for being here. We had 22,000 people here on this live stream at the peak tonight, which is absolutely crazy considering that yesterday was a breaking news stream, and I think the maximum we got up to was like 18,000 people. So on our normal scheduled stream, it actually did better by like 4,000 people in live viewers of all of y'all being here tonight than the breaking news stream yesterday. But I gotta say that we're always entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all continue to show up to this channel every single day and consider it to be your primary source of news. We are always honored to know that we were able to tell the news to each and every single one of y'all, and we're going to be more than honored to get to talk to each and every single one of y'all here in just a moment. And so, Matthew, take it away. What do we got?
All right, so jumping into our final question segment of the night, getting our super chats, live chats, and Morse code decoders, it's now time to jump right into it. In the meantime, I have been checking, and we don't have any breaking news happening right now at this very moment. So it's straight to the questions, and our first super chat is going to go to none other than Fred Vreeman. And thank you very much, Fred, for that $55 support, and we do appreciate that very much. Fred said, great job as usual, guys, and sir, sure appreciate you. And I'm wondering, in areas like Kostyantinivka and other large settlements on the front lines, where are the people? Did they all evacuate, and how many civilians are still left in those occupied areas?
That is a great question, Fred. You're asking the real questions here, and the answer is most of them have been evacuated. The Ukrainians generally allow people, they heavily encourage, but they will allow people to stay behind. So there are probably a few civilians left in Kostyantinivka, although I'm doubting that. I'm thinking that almost everybody's been evacuated at this point because Kostyantinivka has been shelled for a year straight by Russian artillery and Russian drones. So either the civilians that stay behind have died at this point, or they have been evacuated in follow-up evacuations that have been conducted when it was safe to do so. Most of, if not all of them, though, were evacuated before the battle reaches there, because the Ukrainians have something of a containment zone around the front that's usually several miles deep, to where if the front line gets within an area and it starts to become under the threat of artillery, they usually conduct a full-blown evacuation of those cities before the battle reaches them. But once again, it is voluntary, so if people decide that they want to stay, they can, but that's at their own risk. If they get killed at that point, they kind of get killed. So that's generally how it works. And from what we know with Kostyantinivka, Pokrovsk, and other cities that have been major battlefields, most of the civilians, if not all of them, something like 98 to 99% of them, or higher than that, have been evacuated before the battle ever even reached those cities, and have ended up becoming refugees, either in the remainder of Ukraine that's still under Ukrainian governmental control, or they have become refugees in other European countries. But nowadays, for for men, that's impossible. Women and children can actually cross the border and become refugees in other European states. But for men, men are no longer allowed to leave the country between a certain age group, as they may be called upon by the Ukrainian conscription notice to serve in the Ukrainian armed forces to defend the state. So I hope that does answer the question the best I can, with all the caveats and exceptions that we know of, at least here on our end. And a huge thanks to you, by the way, Fred Freeman, for that incredible support and being here with us tonight and helping this channel to keep on running. We sure appreciate you and all of the amazing folks who go over your way to support this channel, because you not only make it possible for us to keep it running, but you make it possible for so many people to come here and be able to hear us yapping every single day about what's going on around the world. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Ken Shearback, and thank you, Ken, for that 50 as well. We do appreciate it very much. And he said, take one from the chat.
And of course we will, Ken. But before we do, I gotta say a big thanks to you for the support. And what do we got from the live chat, Matthew?
So this one's going to go to Chef Danny B. And Chef Danny said, is it possible for Ukraine to take Crimea back, or is it not even worth it?
It is possible, and it is worth it to a degree, especially for NATO. For Ukraine, not really, outside of just getting their land back that they had in their 1991 borders. For us, it'd be great, because then that means the Russian Black Sea fleet's kicked out of Sevastopol for good, and they wouldn't have a large warm water naval port to operate out of anymore. But Ukraine can take it back, I think. If the war keeps going for a good while, and the Russian front lines go into absolute collapse, and Putin starts to work off the Hitler concept of, you will fight till the last man, we'll probably see major breakthroughs from Ukrainian forces in the future, due to the absolute woeful state of the Russian army, and they might be able to retake Crimea at some point, which would be unbelievable to see. Honestly, I've kind of consigned it away in my mind that it'll probably never be retaken, but nowadays there's actually a chance. But a big thanks to you so much once again for sponsoring that live chat and helping this channel to keep it running, Ken. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also have a 50 from Damian McClay, and thank you, Damian, for that 50 as well. He said, Slava Ukraine and LSA forever.
Hey, and Slava Ukraini! And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die, thanks to amazing folks like you. And I have to say, for all the new folks who are here tonight, a lot of y'all are like, dang, do I have to support to get a question answered on this channel? Is this a pay-to-play sort of a place? And the answer is no. No, it's not a pay-to-play place. It is free, but because it's free, there's a couple of caveats. We do not run ads or sponsors on our live stream, so when we go live on air every single night, we actually do not make a dime. We make $0 when we click live. There's no ads or sponsors that we fall back on to make an income on. However, we do have to make a living doing this. This is our full-time job. We work 60 and 70 hours a week most weeks on making this channel a reality, putting out the short war videos and putting out the live streams. And so people who go over their way to support this channel make it possible for me and Matthew to be able to make a living, eat, and keep our lights on in our places and pay our rent and whatnot, so that way we can keep running this thing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as much as we possibly can. And of course, we do get the live chats, but we always give super chatters priority and make sure to address them first and thank them for their support, because if it wasn't for them, we would be out there flipping burgers right now. So we got to thank them massively, because if it wasn't
Flipping
for
the burgers?
I'm just saying that as a stand-in. We would be analysts with the CIA like we already are. I'm just kidding, by the way.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I think you're good enough.
Probably not. But I mean, yeah.
You can't come up with some intelligence like, about yellow cake that may or may not be true. You can't come up with a lie.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Rephrase that to me, man. They asked me that question. Ask me the big question.
Well, what do you think you're good enough for that CIA?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there's yellow cake uranium in Iran, and they're days away from creating a nuclear weapon. We need to invade, like, right now. Is that good?
Dad lied.
Oh, man. But beyond that, though, I do have to say, all jokes aside, a big thanks to you so much once again. And also, just to answer that, it's not a pay-to-play channel, but if it wasn't for the super chatters, we wouldn't be able to get to anyone's questions. We wouldn't even have a show to run. So we're always massively appreciative of them. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Listen, people, I went to the store yesterday. I went to the store and I went into the bakery and I saw yellow cake all over the counters. And I said, that's it. It's infiltrating the stores. It's proliferating. It's getting distributed through the stores. That's what's happening. It was yellow cake with frosting. It was the worst type, the type that warrants an immediate invasion of the bakery section. So that's what you have to do now. Go and buy the bakery section out because they have what they have, and we will not tolerate yellow cake simply sitting on shelves like that. We got to do something about this.
I'd agree, honestly. I mean, it's ridiculous. Imagine, man, they could be weeks away from creating nuclear diarrhea from those yellow cakes. It's impossible to let
It's
that
nasty
continue.
as hell, bro.
Weapons of
What the
mass
hell made me
destruction.
think of that?
Well, I mean, you're saying it's a cake in a store, so I couldn't say it's a nuclear weapon. I mean, that wouldn't apply. So I had to come up with something else that would be nuclear, and that's all I could think of on the spot. I mean, man, what are you crucifying me here for? I'm trying my best.
Man, I don't know. I don't know.
Man, I got a great Sopranos joke, man, but I don't want to say it on air. But anyways, man, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Marion Deemer, who puts in the 50. And thank you very much, Marion, for that $50 support. And Marion said, I missed the updates.
And I gotta say, a big thanks to your support, Marion Deemer, and helping this channel to keep it running. And I gotta say, I appreciate you for missing the updates. We've been trying our hardest lately to make sure that videos are going out almost every day. Of course, whenever there's not enough news, we can't make one. But we have been trying our best, and we're happy to know that folks missed the updates, and they're happy to see them back. We've been working around the clock. Matthew did like 3 days straight earlier this week, and now I'm the one doing 3 days straight. I got done on my second day today. Tomorrow's the third day of doing the videos. And then after that, it goes back to the alternating schedule where every other day is one or the others. That's actually how we run the video schedule. Some of y'all may not know that, but each and every single day, it's one of our days. So because Matthew had to tend to some business today, it was his day, but I made the video. Tomorrow will be my day to make the video again by the normal schedule. But once tomorrow's over, the next day is Matthew's day, and then the day after that, it's mine. And so if there's news or not, it kind of falls on that person to either make a video or not make a video on that news.
Yeah, the crazy part is I got more exhausted today going to the endodontist because I had to go schedule an appointment for a root canal. I didn't get it today. It's coming up though, but I got more exhausted from doing that today than I do actually doing a full day's worth of work. It was exhausting, man. I hate going to the dentist or the doctor. I can't stand it. It just stresses me so much. I always hate it because I'm always going in there expecting horrible news or something. And now the news actually wasn't great. I have to have a root canal, so that's not good. But it's coming up, so I'm gonna have some tired days ahead of me. And also probably giving up some of my video days too, from the looks of it.
Wait a minute, you're going to have a root canal? Let me ask you something about that. If you're going to have a root canal, does that mean that your tooth sits there and goes, "Oh, we love Daddy Trump, we love him"? Does it do that afterwards, or no?
No.
Oh, good. Man, good. Honestly, I mean, man,
my teeth are solid. My teeth are solid. They're not yes men.
Oh man, they ain't brown noses, they teeth. See, but anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one, also by the way, I'd be curious to know how many people get that exhausted from going to the doctors. Is that just me? Maybe I'm getting way overhyped for it. Possibly that's just probably me. I just hate going to the doctor. I really do. I put stuff off for so long. And that's probably why I'm having to get a root canal. Is I put stuff off for so long. Eventually, I come around and they're having to do something like that. It's just horrible. It's just horrible. But anyways, though, moving into our next super chat. And also, by the way, Bill just said root canals aren't that bad. The procedure's really not that bad. None of that really is. It's just more the anticipation, coming up to it. Once I'm in it, I'm like, well, this is nothing. It's an hour and it goes away. But it's always the anticipation coming up to it. It's and then you get there and you're like, oh, whatever. And then you leave and it's just whatever. But moving on to our next one, this one's going to go to EMJ6446. And thank you very much, EMJ, for that $50 support. And they said Ukraine's Freya sounds promising and hope they can get them made quickly.
I hope so. Ukrainian drone invasions are great, amazing for the Ukrainians and for us. I would hope that the Ukrainians and us here in the West can get those made at a fast pace. Really, at this point, I think the U.S. defense industry ought to just go, "Hey, Ukraine, would y'all like to start your own independent business enterprises in the United States? We'll give y'all billions of dollars, the Ukrainian government, so that we can give out a contract to them to build drones for us here in the States." How about that? I think that would be a great arrangement at this point, because instead of having to sit here in America and be like, no, 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 for national security reasons, we need to build up the companies from the ground up and not get anyone else. This is like, that's stupid. It's like we're in a huge deficit right now with drone warfare. We need to get them from anywhere, and the Ukrainians have the answers and the solutions to the problem, and we're just not willing to go over there and let the Ukrainians build them for us or have them build them here in America. And I think that's what we ought to do in the here and now. Eventually, we can have our own homegrown drone companies, and we can support little contracts here and there to grow them and develop them naturally. But in the meantime, we need them in the here and now, which is something that nobody ever gets for some reason right now in foreign policy and strategy. It's like, like people will say, well, like we could build pipelines across the Middle East to bypass the Hormuz. It's like, yeah, but what about the oil we're consuming today? Like not in a year, but today. How do we get around that one? And with the drones, it's the same thing. And the government's like, yeah, it'd be great to have drones in a year, but we need them now, because if a war happens now, what's going to happen? And we're going to get screwed. I mean, a lot of people are going to get killed on the front from drone warfare, and there's also no training to defend against them either. So it's like, we got to figure something out there, and I wish that they would with the Ukrainians. But a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, I see everybody talking about all the different stuff with the trauma of going to the dentist. Someone said, if I have a 9 a.m. doctor appointment by 11, I feel like I've run a marathon. Yeah, it's basically me today. Also, someone else said, enforcement, I share with you. I make an appointment, and when the day comes, I often cancel and reschedule. I feel that too. Like I never do that. Like I have the urge to do that so strongly. I'll be like, no, I really need this done. Not really. I'll just call and say, actually, I'll just do it like another time. But then I'm like, no, I got to do it. I force myself to go. I'm like, no, I'm not going to cop out. I got to go. Like I just have to. But it's not really that bad. I've been through some like awful procedures. I used to have a dentist that was not good at all and had some very traumatic instances there. And then I found out, I'm like, oh wow, I really have a high pain tolerance. I never had any idea. I had to find that out when the dude said, oh well, yeah, some adults would have yelled through this procedure. Oh, I'm like, yeah, that's real funny. I'm like, it shouldn't be that bad. But moving into our next super chat here, this one goes to Give Up Now, who puts in a 30, who said, do not make my bucket hat my lucky fishing hat. Vaughan poetry.
This whole Vaughan thing is very interesting to me. This is a rabbit hole I will have to explore deeper. But a big thanks to you for the support and how the channel keep running in the meantime. And thank you for introducing us to that sort of poetry. It sounds very interesting. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And also, speaking of the dentist thing, Matthew, that's actually the one sort of medical practice that people actually have a phobia of, the largest statistically, is having dental work done. There's something about people messing around in folks' mouths, like messing with their teeth. But there's something about
that would make people nervous. I will say.
Interesting enough, there's like less of a fear around like a legitimate surgery, like someone cutting you open and fixing your insides, than there is with people messing with your teeth. I don't know what it is about that, but I kind of share that a little bit. I don't get too bothered really doing anything medical, whether it be like dental or anything else, like, or having anything done to me. But I will say that the dentist does kind of off-put me just a little bit more. I don't know what it is. Like, I can't even explain it, but you kind of just get put a little bit on edge when you go to the dentist, at least myself.
It's all the medical stuff to me. Like, even having to go to the ER, like I've been to ER like maybe just a couple of times in my life. I've been to I used to go to like normal checkups, like back in the day when I was younger, but I don't really do that anymore unless I have an issue. I know some people are about to be like, well, Matt, you'll never know if you have a problem unless you go. I'm like, I just wait for a problem to pop up. That's the way I've done it for over a decade. And then the dentist was largely the same thing too. But I remember when I was younger and I was like, like early, like before I turned 10 years old, I used to be a menace. Like I was known at the pediatrician's office as like, I would literally straight up fight the nurses, like when I was younger, like because I was determined not to get a shot. I remember they had to all come in and literally hold me down, like 4 or 5 nurses all at once holding me down to give me a shot. I remember that distinctly when I was young. I was literally like infamous at the pediatrician's office for doing that. I can't remember it in great detail, but I heard stories about it. I was like, that sounds like it could be realistic. I don't really remember that in vivid detail, hardly anymore. But apparently, I was doing it all. I was fighting. I was running. I was doing it all. Like I had a horrible phobia of getting a shot for like a needle or anything like that. Thankfully, I don't have that kind of problem anymore. Well, I'm not fighting at the doctor's office. I'm not throwing down if I go to the doctor's office now. But I still don't like it though. I still can't stand it.
Man, I remember there was that one children's dentist that we went to when we were growing up, like when we were really young, dude, they had one dentist in there this one time, and I never really bucked a lot. I'd always try and be like really respectful, like to the dentist. Even when I was like a little kid, I didn't really want to make a scene. I had a phobia of doing that. So I would never make a scene no matter what. But there was this one time that this dentist was like being really rough with like the cleaning instruments. They were hurting the hell out of my gums. And I was maybe like 9 or something when this happened, probably around there. So I took my hand, like the backside of my hand, and I kind of just like pushed against their hand, and they literally flung my arm out of the way and then pushed it down even harder on my gums. I was like, you asshole. I was like even as a kid, I was like, this is just like, this person is just mean as hell. I was like, the hell, it's like you're hurting me. It's like I'm trying, like I can't talk because you got the damn instrument in my mouth, but you're hurting me quite badly with this damn thing.
Meanwhile, I earned my respect at the doctor's office. I was throwing down. I was throwing down to the doctor's office. They were like, "We got to hold this kid down because if we don't, he's about to like turn into like a professional MMA fighter up in here." I mean, can you imagine like like 4 nurses holding a kid down? Like, and I was going berserk. I do remember that part. I remember I just have like flashes of it in my mind because it was really when I was really young. This was happening. I just have flashes of it. I just remember getting held down like a hostage and getting the shot.
Man, I remember one time, man, you got brought in there before me, and I came in there and I saw them. Bro, they were literally all in there like it was like a torture chamber. Like they were holding you down, you're like kicking around, you're going, ah! Like in there. Dude, you scared the hell out of me, man. Like I just saw that through the door, and my little self, like I'm like 18 months younger than them. I was like, oh my god, they're going to torture me. I was like, oh my god. They're like, oh, don't worry about that, don't worry. But come on over here. And they like brought me to the far side. Like, you remember that door that you would enter in, and then there was like that long row of the chairs? They had me in the farthest one to the left, like right near to the entrance door.
Damn.
I just heard you in the background, man, going, ah! Like you're like another minute. It scared the hell out of me. I remember
Man,
that so well.
I must have been formidable because I mean, if it took 4 grown women to hold me down like all at once, I mean, I must have been pretty formidable. I mean, I was like what? I think like 7 or 8 years old or something like that. I mean, I wasn't that big at that point. I mean, I must have been like really punching above my weight.
Man, I mean, dude, I wish I could like have something like hooked up to my brain and like upload the sight of that, man, because I remember like your arms and your hands are like contorting and stuff. They're like trying to push them down, and your head is like flinging around too. You're like lifting your chest up a little bit. You're just screaming the whole time, man. When I look back at that, I remember walking in. I'm laughing so hard at it now because I remember how terrified I was at that. It looked like they were torturing you in there, man. It looked like a medieval torture chamber. And I was terrified. I was like, oh my god, they're going to put me on a table like that and torture me.
Oh man, oh man! I just remember it was like horrifying. I think I don't even know what caused that. I think it might have just been something that was just genetic, maybe that I just already had that predisposed in my head to be horrified of needles and like medical care or something. But I don't know, like. I've really not had that many good medical experience. I remember the one time I had to go to the ER because I was having like an issue. I wasn't sure what was wrong. They gave me like some anti-nausea drug or something like that through the IV, and it messed me up so bad that I literally got up and was walking out there like I was like jacked up on something. I was literally fumbling and falling on the wall, and I had to literally say, I have to go sit back down before I actually collapse on the floor over here. So I've like moseyed back to the hospital bed. And then they said something about the bill. And I was like, well, damn, let me mosey right back out the door because the bill's pretty steep. But I was like, whatever they just gave me in that IV right there, I'm like, that is bad crap. Like this anti-nausea drug, the bad junk. Like it had me like legit feeling like I was like blacking out, like walking out of the place. I was like, I'm not coming back in here unless I have to ever again. I feel like they were about to kill me.
Man, the worst thing I never had anything as bad as that. I had that tooth pulling, like the 4 teeth in a day thing. That was the worst. I hated that pressure, man. It made my sinuses and my nose feel like wonky, really bad, like where it felt like I had like the flu. You know how your sinuses feel when you get like the flu? They feel like inflamed and like stuffed up and stuff, but there's no snot or anything. It felt like that for
Yeah.
days afterwards. I hated it. And it felt like that like after the second tooth got pulled. I was like, oh my god, this is torture. Like this is like legit torture. They're like, okay, like if you're good, we can go on to the third one or the fourth one. At that point, I was thinking, hell, I don't want to come back and repeat this again. I was like, let's just get it done with. And then the other 2 got popped out that day. That was tough, but not as bad as that. Like it doesn't sound anywhere close to that because I got out there and I was fine afterwards outside of like the nasal thing. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Jack Ray, who puts in a 23. And thank you, Jack, for that support. He said Russians are running low on gas to fuel airplanes to put Alexander Lunin in and do something. Will they resort to an accidental shoot down situation?
They get creative, heart attack, all that sort of stuff. It could be anything and everything, really. But yeah, I mean, it could be that, like, out of the 1 in a billion chances of what they're going to do, it could be that one. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Jack Ray once again, who puts in a 22. And thank you, Jack, once again. He said Ukraine should name its next big missile Hugh Jass. So everyone can laugh as Ukraine launches those Hugh Jass missiles at Russia.
Oh, that's a good one. I actually like that one. That would be pretty funny. That's kind of like what people come up here in the U.S. government with these days. But thanks for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Very interesting idea right there. And I think that would be considered as a candidate for the name. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joppy, and thank you, Joppy, as well. He said, Matt, I hope you checked out my email about your computer temperatures. And if not yet, then I hope you will. And sent it yesterday in my time zone, but maybe it was today in yours, and I don't know. But anyway, one for the chat if there is one any yet. And I did see the email. Sadly, I haven't had the chance to respond to it. I got like 4 or 5 emails in there I need to respond to, and yours is one of them. But I generally saw the subject line in the first couple of sentences of it. I'm always a little bit skeptical about messing with like the default settings on fans and stuff like that, because for one, it's Andrew's computer. I don't want to mess his computer up, then tear it up or something. He's like,
and
"You tore my
replacements are
computer, man."
expensive these days.
Yeah, and all the components to like replace anything these days are going through the roof. So I'm always a little bit skeptical about messing with hardware settings like that. That's one thing I've always like sort of shied away from to a certain degree. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you so much for the recommendations, Joppy. I haven't seen the email myself. It hasn't passed by my desk yet. But beyond that, though, I wouldn't want to mess with it too much, because I've actually done a simple hack, which is I just opened up the door to the room for today, and it hasn't gotten hot at all. It's actually very nice and chilly in here. Matthew can tell y'all I love to keep my house extremely cold. And the hack to it is, folks, is that it actually doesn't really cost that much extra in the electrical bill, because the reasoning, well, more so the science behind it is that the air conditioner puts in a lot of work to get the temperature down to that level, and as long as you don't change the thermostat from whatever level it's at, it only has to put in a minimal amount of energy to sustain whatever temperature it is, unless it's like sub-zero.
That don't work for me. My electrical bill came in today, and I've been running the AC like crazy because I was taking your advice on that. And the bill came in, and it was like 30% higher. I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "What in the hell?" I was like, I had to double check it. I was like, "What is this? Is this correct?" I was like, "It cannot be," but it was. I'm like, "Okay, the AC is going back up."
No, that can't be. That can't be, man. It was my electrical bill hardly went up.
Wait until it comes back in.
Well, I mean, it is the summer, so I mean that's something to factor in as well.
It's an extreme heat warning outside. Look, I've never even seen that in my life. I never even saw that in Alabama. It says extreme heat warning.
Well, you know what's kind of weird, though, is that their extreme heat warning out here is literally just a normal Alabama day. They're like, "Oh my god, it's going to get up to 100. It's like, what? It's like, man, that's extreme heat for y'all? It's like, shit, down in Alabama, it get up to that like in May. It's like, it hasn't even gotten up to that here. It's like, that's bad. I mean, it's not good temperatures, but it's like, that's not too bad.
I guess.
I mean, I guess for the climate out here it is. That Salt Lake's drying up, and those arsenic clouds, they don't really taste that good. Like when you breathe them in and stuff, they kind of taste like rat poison. But anyways, we're on the next one.
And this one is going to go to Opie from Florida. And thank you, Opie, for that 20. He said, I've been a while, and work has been a killer, and I'm a welder. Oh, man, that's a tough one in the heat. So I don't get much free time, but always play you guys in the morning after. And do you think the Iran conflict could ever become a frozen conflict, similar to the Georgia-South Ossetia?
It could, actually. There's a possibility for that. I think it's a little bit small, because the U.S. kind of has to force open the Hormuz no matter what. So I think it's a bit of a small chance, but there's definitely one that it could turn into that. And also, I gotta say, you make sure, Opie from Florida, you stay cool. Drink lots of water. Don't get overheated, because, I mean, welding in this kind of heat, oh man, that's gotta be burning hot. I mean, that's gotta be hotter than
It's hot.
Hades. Yeah, I mean, that's unbelievable.
It's hot, but it's actually, a place that's actually hotter to work is in a steel mill in the summer. I don't know if people know this, but like in Mongolia, like Inner Mongolia, there's a lot of steel mills over there. It's one of the biggest ones. It's like known as the most hellish place to work on the planet. And I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but they literally like get buckets of water and they throw it on workers like that are completely shirtless. They just throw it on the workers that they're working right next to this molten steel to keep them cooled off so they don't burn up next to the steel in the middle of the summer.
Man, do you know where the largest steel mill in the world is?
Probably China.
South Korea.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's down here on the southern coast. You actually see it from space. Let's see, where is it at? I need to find the thing first. It's down here on the southern coast. Trying to find. Here it is. Gyeongho-dong. This is the largest steel mill currently running on the planet.
Who runs the place, Mr. Dong?
I heard it was Mr. Ding Dong, but I can't confirm that. But beyond that, though, this is the largest steel mill still running on the planet, and I think it's a blast furnace too. So it runs off the traditional, I believe it's the Bessemer process that this thing runs off of, or I think it's like the forced air process or something along those lines. But this is the biggest one in the world. Um, Interestingly enough, there's not a lot of big ones like this anymore because most nations have moved on to electric arc furnaces, which are a lot smaller and can also operate on demand instead of a continuous production schedule. Because this steel mill here actually has to run on a continuous production schedule, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They have to have a shift in this thing producing steel, sheets of steel, coils of steel, formed steel for specialized projects. But they get to do that because South Korea also has a humongous shipbuilding industry. So this steel mill produces a lot of the hull plating that's put onto the super container ships and the super tankers, because a lot of those are actually built in South Korea.
Interesting.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff, honestly. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, someone in the chat said, Googly Woogly said, I wish the doctor had told me before the root canal that there was a chance it might not work. My case is actually very complex. It's not a normal root canal. It's dealing with a very rare issue that is mine. So he already told me. So there's like a 70% chance it'll work over the next 10 years or something. But I'm already like aware. I'm like my alternative though is not very good. Like it's a year-long process and stuff if I go the other route. So that's why I was like, let's give it a shot. I was like, it can't hurt. The other process is like hell and back. So let's just give this a shot and see if it works. Sounded pretty confident about it, but we'll have to see. There no procedures guaranteed. Like most of the dentists I've ever been to, they're like, well, we can't guarantee a result. I'm like, well, I was like, I appreciate you being upfront about it instead of just telling me, oh, it's going to work, and then it fails, and I'm like, hey, what the hell? And then they're like, oh, well, I mean, we should have told you. But he was being pretty honest about it. But moving on to our next one here, this one's going to go to Prescription Hugs once again, who put in a 20, and thank you very much for the support. They said it's the Islamic Republic of Japan.
10 missiles were fired at us from the Islamic Republic of Japan. Oh, man. And then after that, he asked if anyone had any questions for Putin while he was asking. Well, he was asking on the behalf of Zelensky, which was also a fun one, too. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that. I saw that, and then
man.
try to play it off.
Oh, man. I'm going to be going and seeing him soon. It's like, well, you meant that like with the current guy who's here. That's not Putin.
He's like, do you have any questions for Putin? And then he looked at Zelensky, and then the reporter was like, well, I mean, you mean Zelensky? He's like, no, I mean, I'm going to go ask Putin. It's like, oh, yeah, right.
Man, I got to tell you, man, I mean, I've seen this before. Only once. Wasn't that long ago. Corn Pop was a bad dude, He ran a bunch of bad boys.
Yeah, that's true.
Amazing grace. Here we are today, gathered around to honor the passing away of the mental capacities of the office of the president. It's been gone for 6 years. Like, it's never come back, sadly. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Aaron, next one goes to Amex 10 Speedy Bang Bang, who puts in a 20. And it said, 2026, Putin is still seething. Hey, Putin, take a hint, Vladimir. Putin's sad existence will be remembered as a failure in the future.
I think he will be looked at as a failure, Amex 10 Speedy Bang Bang. A miserable failure. A very sad one. He'll probably be looked at a lot like Mussolini, Hitler, Francisco Franco, people like that. I think he's going to fall in the same category. Stalin, Lenin, Mao. He's going to fall in the same group of authoritarian thugs who have insanely large ambitions and they fail miserably at them. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and up with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Joppy. And thank you, Joppy, for that $20 support. And they said Russia will demand NATO and Europe to not allow Ukraine membership in that nuclear diplomatic talk. And Europe will refuse because Ukraine has become too valuable in a world where the U.S. isn't trusted anymore and the EU is rushing to independence.
You know, that's actually an interesting consideration. That might be one of the demand. Well, actually, that would be a demand. Ukraine can't get into NATO and whatnot because that would be a big strategic failure for the Russians if they did. And I would have to say, I'm not really sure where the Europeans would go with that, but there was a pretty decent chance they might just say no to everything at that point. Just, say, it's not worth giving away anything to the Russians in this kind of an unstable war because they're willing to threaten nuclear weapons now. They'll just go to war with us again and demand more and threaten nuclear weapons then. So we might as well just keep pushing. Maybe they'll have that kind of a mindset. It's going to be a little bit dangerous if they do because we don't know what's going to happen from there. But it is an interesting concept, Choppy, and that might happen. And so a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Daniel P. Gon, who put in a 20. And thank you, Daniel, for the support. And Daniel said, good evening, enforcers. And so great to see all the success of the Ukraine against Russia. And speaking of Ukraine, I was thinking last night, couldn't the Ukrainian submersible drones be useful in clearing the mines in the strait?
To a degree, they could, but sadly, clearing mines, it's not really about just blowing stuff up in the water nearby to them and then destroying them that way. Usually, it has to do with finding the mine and then trying to demine it without exploding it. You can blow them up, like some people do blow them up, because that's a very easy to do rather than a very easy thing to do rather than having to try and remotely defuse them or defuse them in person. In a way they could be, but it'd probably just be easier to send in fiberglass hulled minesweepers, have them sift through and find the mines, which would be close to the surface and easily visible from that vantage point, and then either place an explosive, a smaller one near to it to destroy it, or diffuse it at the minesweeper. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, Daniel. Interesting idea, though. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Cerberus3 once again, who put in a 20. And thank you, by the way, for that support.
Hey.
They said, sir, the economy is as hot as your golf game. We can make Iran hot again on Friday. Use the huge vocabulary. That's what they call it, a vocabulary. To tweet until then. Thank you, Little Rubio. Little Rubio, that's what they called him. Little Marco, that was his real name. Get it right. You don't even know what you're talking about. But it's a crazy thing. He turned into Big Marco. That's what they called him after he got that position. They said, sir, let him have a position, sir. They said he ratted me out. He said all kinds of nasty things, such nasty things, that guy said. Little Marco, he had a mouth on him. But he got a position. He got Secretary of State because he had to be in the state and he had to be the secretary. That's all he was. He got to be a secretary. That's where he belongs. But now tell us more. One from the chat.
I've got to be entirely honest with you, Cerberus. I've got to be Cerberus 3. I've got to be straight up with you. Rubio isn't that bad of a guy. He's just a little bit small and he likes to wear makeup. Lots of makeup. He's caking it on with a trowel. He had to do that back in the debates against me because, frankly, he's just not that good. He's not that good at debating, and also he has no spine. I mean, look at it. I can tell him to jump and he'll ask me how high. It's kind of nice. But outside of that, though, it's a wonderful thing to know that folks like you support this channel and help it to keep running. It's truly the greatest channel, truly the greatest. There's no YouTube channel that's bigger than ours. And if you ever say that there is, like, I don't know, Dennis or Mr. Beast, I'm going to call you a liar and fake news because while the stats show that it's all about perspective. It's all about perspective. No offense to anyone, but truly we're the greatest and the biggest. Really incredible. They put us on Time Magazine. Great stuff, wonderful stuff. Never heard of that before. Time Magazine, new one. It's only around. I made Time Magazine. If it wasn't for me, Time Magazine would have never been around and it wouldn't have been successful today. I'll be honest with you. But I've got to say a big thanks to you for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we'll make sure to get one from the chat. So what do we got?
And the one from the chat is going to go to none other than Devin DeBro. He said, remember like a month ago when I said, don't worry about these being hit by drones because I know things I can't say. And he said, oh my God, they're hitting sitting ducks and love y'all.
And thank you so much for supporting. That's a very interesting one right there. I guess you did get that right, I suppose. I suppose. And a big thanks to you
Now,
once
I'll
again.
be honest. I'll be honest with you, Devin. I think when I skimmed your message earlier, I thought it was a question, but it was more of a statement actually. And when I just read it off just now, I was like, there was no question in there. It was just a statement. I thought you'd put a question in there, but you got it read off anyway. His statement got a question slot.
Man, my two brain cells clicked together and went, that ain't no question. I don't know how to react to this. Like, it's like, yeah, I guess you were right. Like, it's like, yeah, I guess so. But anyway, so that we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Ross, who put in 20. And thank you, Ross, for that support right there. And we
Hey.
do appreciate that. He said, hey, Matt, root canal absolutely sucks and can't blame you for avoiding it. And the cost of the crown, if needed, can be crippling. And personally, I'm getting $1,800 worth of dental work done and 2 more treatments left to go. And honestly, like, $1,800, that's getting off kind of light with dental work. The root canal is not too bad, like with the cost. Like around here, they're a hell of a lot cheaper than Birmingham. As I had to have one done back in Birmingham too. But the crown's where they get you, though. That's where they get you with that whole thing. That's where it gets steep very quickly. So I just hate it. Like, I really do hate it. Like, nothing pains me worse than having to shell out money on dental stuff like that. Because at the same time, yes, it's for your health, but I feel like it's just like, do I have to spend the money on this? It's like, yeah, unfortunately, you have to because it's dental work and you got to get it done if it's really like necessary. So it's just it's an unfortunate thing, and honestly, the health insurance situation that doesn't really cover much of that. But enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say one of the weirdest things, man, they kind of touched on it a bit, is that Alabama was more expensive in every single way than Utah, but Utah makes a median income that's far higher than Alabama's. I don't understand that.
It's less competition. Alabama had a lot less competition, so the dentists there could jack their prices up. And you didn't have too many other options. Out here in Utah, there's options galore. Dentists everywhere, and endodontists everywhere. I mean, that's why they're probably being very competitive.
Man, it's kind of like how Vail kind of owns all the ski resorts, and now it's like really expensive to go skiing. And back in the day, they weren't owned by any single large company, so you go skiing and it was super cheap. I watched a video on that, a documentary on that a week ago about how Vail and I think another company have basically created nearly, it's almost like a monopoly like state in most of the skiing industry here in America. And back in the 90s, people were competing with the lowest prices per skiing ticket to go skiing in the mountains. And nowadays, the tickets are like $500 for like a several hour pass. It's wild. I mean, it's like really crazy how that works in some industries and whatnot. That's why we didn't go skiing this winter, folks. It was just way too expensive. But yeah, I guess that's the case. But I still think that's so weird when you think about that, because you would think that the pricing in Alabama will reflect the income, like the average income, but it doesn't. It is way higher than it is in Utah. And Utahns on average make more yearly income than an Alabamian, and I think that's just really bizarre. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, at least on my end. I wouldn't be able to speak about a root canal myself. I never had one yet, luckily. Hopefully, I won't have to have one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have here a 20 from Crispy. And thank you, Crispy, for that $20 support right there. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support, Crispy. Yeah, you hardly ever throw in a comment, but your support says a lot, and it means a lot to us, and it helps us to say a lot, and we thank you greatly for that. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Star, who said, I'm genuinely convinced that Harambe's death messed up our timeline. Everything was great. And then something had to happen with that cage in there, and they've been screwed ever since.
Man, it really does feel like that was a turning point. 2016 was a turning point in life. It just seems like everything changed after that year. It may have to do something with Harambe, may not. Who's to say? But still, a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joppy once again, and thank you, Joppy, once more. He said, please read this after all the news have been covered. Enforcer, what would you say were the largest cultural perception changes from the First World War to the Second? And as always, great work.
That is a very interesting question. Really, it's best to ask someone from that time, and I don't really think there's ever been a question like that asked to the people of that time that I know of, that I know the answer of. But if I could paraphrase it the best way I can, the First World War really didn't have an impact on the United States. It absolutely changed Europe. A lot of people in Europe completely dropped the kind of ideals and ambitions that they had before the war, and Europe never really recovered from that. They're still kind of living in that post-World War One kind of mentality to this day, really, where a lot of the stuff they once had heavy belief in like their governmental institutions, their religions, their cultures, really kind of just fell out of the wayside after the destruction of the First World War. The Second World War had an impact on the United States in some ways, but really not in a major way even then. Like World War II had a humongous cultural impact on Europe and also in Asia as well. But here in America, it was kind of just like a minor change at best. It was really more so an economic change, if anything, because of all of our mass production for war industry during the Second World War. A lot of that converted over in the civilian industry in the post-war era, and we saw a humongous economic boom afterwards, which I would say is the general rise of consumerism and a more selfish kind of a mindset in the generations to follow, which would have started with the boomers and has worked all the way up until the present day. That's kind of permeated the U.S. population to where it's I get mine, screw you, who gives a damn, and it's all about me, and it's not about the common good of the people or the country. That kind of a mindset really kind of took off after the Second World War because we lived in a world after the Second World War largely, and it's still this way to this day, of really it's really devoid of any needs, it's only wants. So I would say that's really the way that the US changed after the First World War and the Second First World War hardly at all. Second into the Second World War kind of brought about consumerism and a more selfish sort of an outlook that still permeates society and culture here in America to this day, for good and for worse. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I possibly can, at least from what I know, Joppy. And a very interesting question there. I've never looked into the answer of that from people who lived through those times and saw the cultural changes that happen here in the country. But with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I hate to return back to this again. A slight little quick rabbit hole. Everybody keeps talking about the nitrous at the dentist. Honestly, that nitrous really didn't do much for me the last time. Like I had a root canal. They said, "Do you want it?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess so. I'll have it," because I was like really freaked out about the whole thing because I never had a root canal before. So I got it, and I was like, this isn't doing a damn thing. I'm like, they have this thing turned up like pretty much as high as they can get it. And it's not doing anything. I'm like sitting here still freaking out, and it's like it's like not putting me out. It's not doing anything. I was hoping it was going to mess me up. I was like, hopefully this messes me up. I don't know what's going on, but it didn't. I was just sitting there like getting this gas blown up my nose. And I still wasn't, I was more freaked out by the gas being blown up my nose than I was the actual like there was no effect. The first I felt it was when I stood up to walk out. Then I felt wobbly walking out. I was like, dang, I didn't feel that during the entire time they're doing the procedure. But yeah, I don't even know if that stuff really works, to be honest. Or either I'm just like immune to it, one or the other.
Yeah, I wowould say, like it didn't really do much for me either. I just don't like the smell of that stuff either, man. Like it's got this really odd smell.
Man,
But
I was huffing it. Man, I was breathing in so hard in the nose. I was like, please, like, put me out. Like, this stuff, please put me out. Like, and I was like, no matter, they were like, oh, yeah, breathe through your nose. I'm there going, I'm like trying to get that nitrous in my system. I'm like, please work. And it never kicked in. I'm like, it just never did. I'm like, I don't think anything would put me out. I don't even think the tranquilizer would put me out in that situation. I just get too worked up for those medical procedures, like way too much. I'm like, short of full anesthesia, I think I'm fully wide awake no matter what happens.
man, I like it kind of worked a little bit for me. It kind of numb it a little, but not a lot. It was like very light, even to me. I was like, and I wasn't really one to get hyped up or really worried about things. I was, yeah, well, it happens. I'll get through it and it'll be fine. And even still, I'd be like, damn, this didn't really do much. Like I can kind of feel a good bit of this. Also, I saw someone say in the chat about the whole cultural changes between the First and Second World War. Someone said, "Tough times make hard men." A lot of people say those kinds of sayings. I'd say not really. I mean, if you listen to a lot of the World War II veterans, you know, like let me put it in the unfiltered way where of what I really think about it. They weren't the types to have to get tattoos and get up all roided up and be roid raging all the time talking about I'm a hard mother effer. Like they weren't going around doing that. Like if you listen to a lot of them, they talk like, oh gee willikers, that was a real fright when they shot the machine gun at us on the beaches. It's like they were just men, like they were just normal guys, and they had to go do impossible feats, unordinary feats as ordinary men, and they did it and they came home. And a lot of people always try and make the World War II guys, especially in modern media these days, like in the movies, they have to make all of them these tough ass men, get to it, mother effer, I eat nails without milk. And it's like, none of them were like that. Like, if you listen to interviews done after the war, during the war, and when they were, 90 years old, like they're doing with interviews today, they're just guys. Like, they're just random, everyday guys that you'd run into on the street. They make a whole bunch of jokes. They like to have a good laugh. They like to have a good time, hang out with friends and everything. Well-adjusted, well-rounded people. But they're not, like, overly macho to the point they're almost like a parody of a man, or just absolute wimps. And I've always wished that people would kind of keep that in mind, that you don't ever have to go into an extreme. Being a well-rounded man or a woman really means that you're well-rounded. You're not leaning hard into one thing or the other. You're just a person who you are, and you try your best to do good by other people and do good by yourself. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Avari Mandabratis, who put in a 10. He said, what if Russia masses troops in Belarus, threatening NATO strike? And can and would Ukraine launch drone strikes against them in Belarus? And what might be the result?
Let's see. They could do that, and the Russians probably wouldn't be able to do anything, because if they're gearing up for an offensive against NATO, they wouldn't really be able to divert them south and then go to war with Ukraine. And if they did, they'd have to abandon their upcoming conflict with NATO. So that might buy NATO a little bit of time. Ukraine might be willing to do that for NATO, for some guarantees and possibly some agreements in the background. Kind of a scratch our back, scratch yours sort of a deal. And so, yeah, I mean, the Ukrainians could do that, and the Russians probably wouldn't really be able to react too much at that point, because they will have had their forces in position. They would have already been drilling them on the war plans to come, and it would be really hard to shift them immediately from Grodno about 100 miles south, and then drill them on completely new war plans, and also throw them right into the meat grinder immediately once they make it to the border. So I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Give Up Now. And thank you very much, Give Up Now, for all the supports tonight. We do appreciate that very much. They said, Harambe showed us who we could be, so they killed him.
I remember that whole Harambe thing. That was like a whole national deal. It was like one of the first super memes, I think, too, like where the meme just like was worldwide. I remember everyone was like, oh my God, that kid fell in. And like Harambe was dragging him around in the water by the leg, like basically waterboarding the kid. I wonder what happened to that kid. That kid's got to be like almost 18 now. Or something like that. He's got to be close to graduating high school. I wonder where in the world that kid is at these days.
I couldn't stand that goofy Harambe junk. Like, people are coming out with all these like lewd phrases and stuff with it. I was like, what the hell is this? Is turning from a meme to something lewd.
Man, honestly, man, it was kind of bizarre. It was kind of weird to hear that in high school too, from like 16-year-olds. It's like, man, it's like, have y'all really thought about this? Like, thought this one out like a lot? It's like, I don't think y'all have. But anyways, a big thanks to you once again for support. Give Up Now, and I hope that I should address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Like Michael Jackson said, why you make it so sexual? But anyway, so moving into our next one. This one's going to go to Ryan Guy SR, who puts in the 10. And thank you, Ryan Guy, for the 10. He said, in today's news, let's see here. Daimler North America announced end of life for the MBE 4000 for over-the-road trucks today. End of an era. And take one from the chat.
Really? That's something. I didn't know that. But I do have to say, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well.
Stream did go out, actually.
It did? I didn't get a warning on my end.
Yeah, something's going wrong.
Well, it's fine now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm looking at OBS. It's fine.
I'm glad we're back.
Well, please proceed, please.
But I still see people saying it's gone. Also, on my end, it's gone too. Like, okay, it just came back literally right now. So I think we're good now. But yeah, I think the whole Lego thing's just a crazy situation, really. But Enforcer, what say you?
I've been following it a little bit, but I gotta say, like, it looked generally to me, and of course I'm looking at it from afar, so I don't know all the details, but it looked to me like the Reckless Ben guy was generally kind of getting to the bottom of something. But I watched an update today that came out from the guy, and I hate to say it, folks, but my respect for this guy is kind of plummeted a little bit, because he went to court and he represented himself, and he didn't get an attorney for a case where he's facing felony charges. And I'm like, why in the world would you do that? Like, it's like anybody with sense knows that you need to get an attorney, especially when you're looking at felony charges in any state. And I was like, that is kind of ridiculous that someone would be that naive or that goofy to not do something like that. Whether you like, whether he has a point or not, it's like, it kind of starts to throw a lot into question of like, if you don't have enough sense to get an attorney, what the hell are you doing? And so that was one thing I saw today, because I got like a small update on it today and looked at it, and I was like, the hell? I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, you're gonna get steamrolled. I mean, you don't even know your legal rights. So
I think
like,
the judge said something about that in the audio recording or something. I think they had mentioned something about they were concerned that the defendant was representing themselves. And like, I'm like, well, yeah, I'm like, apparently, I mean, he must not be indigent or, like on the poor end of the spectrum. He must not be that because he didn't have a court appointed attorney. So, it's a criminal case. Isn't it a criminal case or is it civil?
I think that one might have been civil, but he's also got a criminal case going on because they've indicted him on felonies here in the state, according to him. So he also has
Yeah,
a
you
criminal.
definitely want an attorney on that.
Yeah, I mean, you want an attorney on that. And he was sitting like, and he did something that I thought was really, knowing a little bit, because we went to law school, and I thought it was kind of a little bit disingenuous. He sat there, and this is a preliminary hearing that he was in, and he sits there and goes, "Well, I think the other side, like they're saying a whole bunch of lies, and I got like a whole bunch of evidence." And then he cuts off the audio, and he says, "And the judge didn't want to hear any of it." It's like, yeah, it's a preliminary hearing. He doesn't want to hear any of it because that's not the place. That's a preliminary hearing, and it's like, and it's making it look like, now the courts are involved, and it's like, maybe
Well,
the.
and also the truth of the matter is this: the guy, like I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know him. I've never met him or anything like that. But it's like he comes across. He doesn't come across as like being like a very like. This isn't meant to offend him, by the way. If the dude ever heard this, he doesn't come across as being somebody who like really has like a lot of knowledge behind him about what's going on. So the judge isn't going to respect that person. He's just simply not. It's just the way it works in court. They're going to be like, this person is not an attorney. They seem like a kid, and they're not going to pay any mind to them. That's why you have to get an attorney, because that's the only person the judge is going to listen to is an attorney. They're going to write that kid off, and he's going to get steamrolled.
Yeah, no, I actually saw CoffeeZilla. He did like a deep dive on where the Legos went, and he found out that some of them actually were sold that just didn't have any accounting, and the people that were looking for the lost Legos never were told that they were sold by the other prior franchise over and all that. And he found out that like the number of Legos missing is like, I think it's like 20,000 or something like that. It's or 10,000, somewhere around that ballpark. It's not like $200,000 of Legos. So
I wouldn't get into all the details about that because everybody around that whole case is like defamation happy
oh
and
oh
lawsuit
yeah.
happy. I wouldn't even get into all that.
Yeah, but just recounting what CoffeeZilla did, I would say that was an interesting deep dive by him. But outside of that, like Matthew's saying, I mean, everyone around there is like, they're lawyered up and ready to go at anybody. So I don't want to make too many comments about it. But it's been a very muddled up sort of thing. Like the longer on it goes, the more you find out that nobody really seems to have a story straight, and it's all just extremely confused. So not good to step into that and make clear comments of someone's right and someone's wrong, because that might not be the case at all. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Ross, and thank you, Ross, for that $20 support. He said, 100% Enforcer. My uncles fought in World War II and were just ordinary blokes, and one ended up in the bottom of a 160 proof bottle of rum.
Yeah, sadly, a lot of folks would end up drinking a lot after the war. A big one after the First World War, because the Harold Taft Act, I don't believe had been passed yet. But a big one after the First World War was just to get high on morphine. Like that was a big one. A lot of the veterans who would come home that were wounded, they would get addicted to morphine, and they would just keep buying it from the local pharmacy because it was allowable back then to do that. After the Second World War, a lot of people would end up getting into drinking pretty heavy, to try and deal with trying to put everything down under that they saw in the war that they didn't like. But yeah, a lot of the guys from the Second World War were just ordinary guys. Ordinary men, because they were literally ordinary men from the street. They were drafted. It's like these are just all of your next door neighbors and the guys from back home that went over there to fight. And people always miss that these days. They always make the men from the Second World War into these extraordinary men. They were like Rambos, each and every one of them. And it's like that wasn't what the guys from World War II were like. They were just normal men who did extraordinary things, like anyone else in this modern day could do. Like all of the ordinary people that you see on the streets these days, they could be the heroes of our generation in the next few years. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Crispy. Excuse me, by the way, for that. And Crispy, thank you very much for that $20 support right there. He did not leave a comment yet again, but he did leave another generous super chat, and we do appreciate it. But Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you once again for that incredible support, Crispy, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Avari Mandabrados. He said, did you see Russia employing the runaway scrape, read Texas independence, Russia v. Napoleon, to dent Ukraine any usable resources or land should Russia withdraw from Crimea? Or is there not enough time?
They could try to do that, but the Ukrainians would probably be able to largely kind of gloss over that because Crimea wasn't really a huge industrial base anyways. It was more of agriculturally based of an area. The Donbass, however, if they did scorched earth in the Donbass, that actually would have an effect because a lot of the heavy industries in Ukraine before 2014 were in the Donbass. So they probably have to build all of that back up from the ground up or just abandon it. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Smarzig, and thank you, Smarzig, for the $10 support. He said, did you see that Preston Stewart met Zelensky? And I did see that earlier. I saw that he got the chance to meet him on the sidelines of the NATO summit, which was pretty cool, by the way. I'm not sure if he got an interview or not, but he definitely met him. I saw the pictures of it, which is pretty fortunate for him to be in that vicinity. That'd been cool to get an interview. I'm not sure if he did or not. Somebody can let us know. But Enforcer, what say you?
Really, he did. I didn't hear about that. Let me go pull this up here real quick. Preston Stewart. We talk to Preston Stewart every once in a while. Let me see here. Let me see. It's probably on a post. Wow, that is so cool. Yeah, he actually did get to meet Zelensky. That is and also Mark Rutte. Oh, we love Daddy. We love Daddy. But beyond that, though, that is so cool to know that he actually did meet Zelensky. Really neat to know, like the historical figure of our time. Really, like, I'm jealous of him. That would have been pretty cool to be at the Ankara summit, and kind of just be hanging around in the vicinity of it, because, that's basically all of the head honchos of NATO decision making, a very important group. But a huge thanks to your support. Really cool to know that. And also, I gotta say, y'all, if y'all go over there, tell him the Enforcer is jealous, because that is a really cool thing. You actually got to meet one of the people we've talked about for years on the show, a historical figure to be sure, and he'll probably be talked about for decades from here on, Zelensky. So really cool that you got to meet him. And also Preston Stewart's a pretty cool guy. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Avari once again. He said, which U.S. Armed Forces medley inspired your version that greets the LSA each evening at the live stream? And what sets your version apart from others, in addition to owning the copyright? And I love it.
That's a great question, Avari Mandabratis, and it's set apart because, one, it has a bit of Disney flair to it, and that was kind of a little deliberate. I went and found a composer from Disney Pixar that was willing to do commissions. So he's not only classically trained, Marcus Barilari, who's the composer who actually composed the score, he also added a bit of a Disney-ish flair to it, which, to me, it's a very American sound, and I wanted that. I also went back to old Movietone reels from way back in the day and listened to the audio of them because I wanted to have kind of like a Disney-esque sound and also a really nostalgic, super proud World War II era sort of a sound that the Movietown News had in their musical releases that they put in the pictures. So I went back and listened to a couple of those, and I went to Marcos and I said, I want the medley in this order, and I did it in a specific order to where the Coast Guard would be first, the Space Force would be next, and so on and so forth. And I said I also wanted it kind of like in a bit of a like slight Disney style, which he did a lot on his own, which was incredible sounding. And then I also said I wanted to sound a lot like this, like as far as the kind of energy behind it. I wanted to sound fast-paced and energetic and excited, more so than slow and somber like a lot of people do the renditions these days. So that's kind of the unique elements that make it into what it is. And I gotta say, it turned out amazingly. Like, every night we listen to it, it never gets old to me. I'm always like, man, it sounds so good. And also, I think the visuals that I added in, which, by the way, huge shout out to DVids for those videos. Every single one of them is from DVids. Like, it turned out amazing to me. I think it's a really good homage to the armed forces. And so a huge thanks to you for support of Ari Mandabratis. I hope that does address that well. And long live the Lead Spring Army, and I'm happy to know that you love it. I love it myself. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Avari once more. He said, can you just do a skit involving Zelensky, Putin, and POTUS, where they realize they're each getting a manicure pedicure at the same time in Turkey, and who is getting the toenails, blue toenail?
I think that's beyond my creative vision. Like I was saying, man, that's a lot of moving parts.
Man, if you go tell that to an AI, though, I bet you that AI will come up with a whole script.
Man, and it's going to have the same generic voice. I need you to fix the pipes in my house. Like, everyone has that, like, same voice in all the AI skits, the videos that are made. Sadly, Avari, I don't think I can do that. With, like, that's so much I can hardly wrap my mind around, because it's in Turkey. I don't know how to do Turkish voices, Vietnamese, nails a lot. I don't know how to do a Vietnamese accent that well either. And also those three in the same place, I don't even know how they'd interact with each other, really. Like, that's something I've never wrapped my mind around, actually, to think of. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45. He said Ukraine will inflict over $1 trillion in irreversible damage to Russia's infrastructure by Christmas, and all Russian oil fields and gas industry will be wiped out for 30 years, and Putin is insane.
He is insane, for sure. I mean, for sure. He is nuts. And they're definitely suffering a tremendous amount of damage. It's probably going to last them for decades, like you're saying. And so a huge thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Avari. Once again, he said serious this time. How concerned should U.S. federal and state governments be regarding trafficked Ukrainian long-range drones launched by regional enemies targeting U.S. refineries and oil and gas storage?
We should be kind of concerned. There is a significant risk that they can pose to critical infrastructure, and we should try and either find a way to defend against that or start to limit the usage of drones, or more so the laissez-faire kind of mindset we have about drones, considering that is really getting into the realm of being an easily weaponized sort of a system. So I would say the threat's actually pretty decent from those, and we do need to be aware of that. I'm sure the FBI is probably aware of that already and on top of it. But on top of it, how much is the question? And I don't really think I've seen a lot that they're doing yet or have publicly announced, or to where they say that's a threat and they're trying to work to mitigate it. But a big thanks to your support and help the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ian Mitson. And thank you, Ian, for the 10. He said, how can Russia justify use of nukes if, for example, NATO pushes them back, but never sets foot into Russian territory? And is it possible to be done?
In a hypothetical war, we would mostly be piercing straight into Kaliningrad to crush that largely Russian fortress in the middle of Eastern Europe, and that would give them enough justification to say that there's an existential threat to the state, and is clearly showing an intent by NATO to further push into Russia via the mainland. They could make that argument. They could also make the argument that if the front lines are falling back onto Russian borders, inevitably, naturally, NATO is going to push into Russia, and then they could make the nuclear threat then and there as well. It's really more so about just creating the wiggle room in some way to where they could say, oh, we're scared, we're going to use nuclear weapons. Even if they don't step foot on Russian territory, they can make that argument at that point, and we have to call the bluff or not. And if it's not a bluff, then we'll suffer the consequences to some extent. So a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Joppy once again, who said you can check the OBS logs to see what's causing that stream issue. And you can also use a third-party source to check the log file for you if you can't be bothered to parse it or don't know what to look for.
And that's an interesting idea, Joppy. We'll have to look into that and see about resolving and creating a resolution to this situation. And big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, big shout out to Blind Man, who put in a 20 as well. And thank you, Blind Man, for that $20 support. He said, hello, Enforcers in LSA, and I'm just tuning in after work and going to rewatch it later. And let's grow the frozen pizza fun and take one from the chat in LSA.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and a big hello to yes. And it's great to know that you're tuning in after work, and hopefully you'll be able to rewatch this and really enjoy it. It's been a good night of news, and we had a couple of laughs during the show. And also, we will make sure to get a frozen pizza thanks to yes. And so we will make sure to take one from the live chat in your honor. So, Mandy, what do we got?
And this one goes to I'm D. Stevenson. He said, do you think that the way Putin seems to be losing control, that increases the likelihood of something happening?
Yes, it does, because he can feel the pressure kind of coming in on him from all sides, and that could start to make far more erratic decision-making a high likelihood. So I hope that has addressed that live chat well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also just got a $20 support from Ross, once again, all the way from Australia. And thank you, Ross, for the 20. He said, for lovers of history, the post-World War I experience is super interesting. And while the entire world reeled from the effects of war, Spanish flu came along to claim more lives. And after that, the Roaring Twenties were born with drug abuse.
Lots of drug abuse. They hadn't banned them yet, at least in full form, and even if it was kind of like light. What's interesting is that during the Prohibition, you could get basically like morphine easier than you could get beer, which is really weird to think about. Even then, it was kind of still the case in America. But outside of that, though, the post World War One world was a wild one because we basically like the post World War One world went through a far worse version of what was the COVID pandemic that we saw in the 2020s, but it was with the Spanish flu. What's funny about that though is that they actually believe that the Spanish flu originated from somewhere in Kansas or Nebraska and was brought by American soldiers over to Europe, and then it really started to blossom over in Europe, and then it came back to America from the sailors that were transporting troops and supplies over there. And so everybody started throwing around the blame game. People in Europe said that it was the Americans that originated the virus. The US then originally blamed France, and then we're like, well, they're an ally, we can't do that. So then we blamed it on Spain, which was a neutral country in the war, so that way we weren't causing any sort of diplomatic scandal, and also that way we weren't saying, oh yeah, this came from here, and we just created a major pandemic. It killed, I think, 100 million, well, yeah, I think it did kill 100 million people globally. I think it killed about a million or so in the United States of America. Well, actually, I think it was 10 million or so. It was a high number, but it was brutal. The Spanish flu was, and there really wasn't any way. Well, we didn't really know how to treat it at all back then. There was absolutely no clue. So if you got it, it was a pretty decent chance you could just end up dying from it. Wild times, really. And then the 20s were a time of their own, right? One that is a huge rabbit hole. The Roaring 20s is a very fascinating decade in the United States' history. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a 10 from Treetop 9, who said the private equity takeovers are starting now, and how would you support your family if you are affected by a takeover?
Uh, well, I mean, we wouldn't be taken over because we would have to be bought, which means that we would have to make an offer to someone. Like private equity, we can't just show up one day and give us a letter going, "You are hereby claimed by BlackRock." It's like they can't really do that. So we'd have to sell out, and we're not selling out. Like, and also, there's really no way to punish us for not selling out, at least as far as those companies are concerned, because it's not like they're gonna be like, we're gonna crush you. It's like, shit, try your best. It's like, we're one of the top 20 in America right now for live streams, so unless if they had some sort of a wonder dream team that they made that was able to start knocking us down in the ratings, there was really no way for them to get at us. So with
They
private
make it look easy.
real trap shit. Like, man, like we would never give in to private equity. I'm not a big fan of that. So speaking for myself personally, I'm not a big fan of that. But Matthew, are you a big fan of that? And if so, how much?
Well, I mean, if they came in and said, "Here's 50 million," and they're like, "We just need to take over your channel," I'll be like, "Hmm." I'm like, "Let's see here, 50 million." I mean, what would the people say in the live chat about that? I mean, I'm just curious. If someone came along and said, "Enforcers, here's 50 mil, we'll take your channel." Well, I mean, what would people say? Would they say, "Take it, take it, that's smart," or would they say, "Keep your channel, like it's better to keep it this way"? Honestly, I'll be honest, this may sound stupid to people, but I would rather keep the channel, like, to be straight up honest, because, I mean, what am I gonna do with 50 million? Go sit, like, in the house somewhere, just go sit over there? It's like, I mean, I would rather be doing this, to be honest, and just, we're making a living now enough to support ourselves, so I'm like, I would rather be doing this. I enjoy doing it. I'm like, outside of that, what am I gonna do? Just go waste away somewhere?
Also, on top of that, it's like if we sell the channel, we basically have to sell our stage names, which is the Enforcer and Enforcer Man. And while some of y'all might know us as Matthew and Andrew, that's kind of also like selling away our identity, like when Colonel Sanders sold away KFC and he lost the rights to the Colonel Sanders name. It's like then a lot of people are like, well, that's the enforcer, but he's legally not the enforcer anymore, so he's like Andrew. And then these random people who now have our stage names, they can do whatever they want with them, so they could possibly run our reputation into the ground indirectly by using our own stage names. And I'm not really a big fan of that. If for some reason, in any small chance, which I wouldn't want to, if we sold the channel, like we would the channel would be sold, but we would be keeping the stage names. Like, I'm always going to be the enforcer, and Matthew could still be Enforcer Matt, or he could sell his name and get a different one or something, but I'm keeping the enforcer. Like, that's been my thing. People know me as the enforcer. I can't give that
Oh,
up
yeah.
because someone could tarnish my reputation through the enforcer brand name.
Also, I see some people saying, "Well, guys, you could just game the system and take the 50 mil investment and run with it, and let them have the channel, and then start another one." But see, though, they have enough money in private equity to hire some really good corporate lawyers, so they're always going to add a non-compete clause in there, and probably an NDA too on top of that. So you won't be able to speak about the deal, and also there will be a non-compete, so you can't start up another channel, otherwise you'll be in violation and you get sued for a hell of a lot of money if you do that. So they wouldn't allow it. So basically, it would be the end of the YouTube career if we ever did that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to do that. It's like, what the hell would I do for the rest of my life? It's like, what would I do? I don't know. This is all I have. Like, I'm not like joking a little bit, but it's like, really though, this is all we do. It's like, what in the world would I do outside of this if we're not talking about this? And then you'll get some guy on here who doesn't, like, a couple of guys, probably like a whole team of them that are
Some young
running the
guy.
channel. Some young guy. They wouldn't know what the hell they were talking about. I mean, the quality would drop. And like this, like speaking for myself personally, it's both Matthew and my baby, like the show, but it's really like it. I really look at it as mine because I founded the thing, like in 2021 entirely on my own, and then it turned into something by a miraculous miracle. And then Matthew joined on, and we turned it into what it is in its form today. And it's like I like me personally, like knowing that I founded the channel and it started off like no subscribers. I had like 13 subscribers for like 6-7 months before it blew up. It's like I can't like give that away. Like this has been the biggest accomplishment for me personally in my entire life. Like I don't really think anyone could give me any amount of money
Also,
to make me go, I'm gonna walk off.
Also, has nobody seen the SpongeBob episode of Mr. Krabs having the Krusty Krab bought out? It's like he got a huge lump sum payout, it sold his business, and then he realized it was boring as hell, and then he bought it back with the money that he got.
Wait a
Honestly,
minute,
you know,
off. Like,
man, honestly, man, people say, "Oh, SpongeBob a kid cartoon." SpongeBob had some deep lessons in it, like really. Like they wrote the scripts like to appeal to adults, and kids wouldn't understand it until later in life. Then they'd understand what it really meant. Honestly, there's truth to it. Really, I mean, having purpose is way more important than having a massive bank account. Like it's not even comparable.
Yeah, and also I saw the bite-sized director say, "Stay to the age of 50, both of you, and take an early retirement." Nah, I don't think so. I think I'm more of the type that I would love to work because I love the job. I mean, like, I think Matthew and me both love the job. Speaking for myself, I know I do 100%. There's like some tough times here and there where it becomes maybe a little bit unenjoyable, but I love my job. I love getting on here and talking every night. I would do this until I'm almost dead, really. I mean, like, there's really no reason for me to ever retire. And it's not like it's a physically strenuous job where your body is shot at 50 or 60 and you have to retire. I mean, as long as you've got some mental capabilities, we could get on here forever and keep doing this until we're in our 70s if it was still around by then. So me personally, I mean, my 2 cents, I wouldn't even retire. I would just keep running the thing probably until like I'm going to be living for only 2 more years and then maybe retire then. But outside of that, I would be fine with doing this for the rest of my life, really.
But that's good.
Amen, brother. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have here a 20 from Slow Sparks. And thank you, Slow Sparks, for that $20 support right there. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for the support, Slow Sparks, and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Flamingo, who said, "What if she wants Ruski to use nukes because it's their only way to make the West concede Taiwan, because we need China on our side, so they get Taiwan and part of Ruski territory and keep Western partners?"
I would doubt it because if Russia uses nukes, the gloves are off. Like, there's no such thing as like Russia uses a couple of nukes and then everything ends up okay. Russia uses a couple of nukes. That's going to couple of nukes here becomes a strategic nuclear exchange that wipes out anywhere in the world that has any economic activity really going on, except for China. And in that kind of a world, China stands to lose a great deal. So I don't really see there being a world where China's like, yeah, you know what, nuke them. Like nuke our major trading partners that we make all of our money and trade off of. That's fine. Yeah, I don't really see that myself, at least, because that would be like saying to, like, as a store owner, you have like your reliable customers, the ones that you make your bread and butter off of, and some guy comes in and goes, "Hey, I'm with the mafia. Can I whack all of your like top customers?" And you go, "Sure, whack a couple of them." It's like that would be against your interest. You're losing business. And that's kind of what the Chinese would be doing if they said to the Russian, "Yeah, nuke a couple of them." It would not turn out well for China. But a big thanks to your support and help the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cerberus3 once again, who put in that 20 and said, hey, flipping burgers and making best fries created Five Guys from a vet, and even made a president and the Pentagon have to come there, and they refused to deliver to even them, and flipping burgers and passing to his family American. And it's true, like, you never know what'll turn people into millionaires these days. The new modern millionaire, by the way, are people that work in HVAC and people that work in plumbing and those type blue-collar jobs. Those are the new multimillionaires, not the people working corporate. They're not. They're usually not doing well these days. They're also getting laid off in record numbers. So it's the people in those trades that are really racking it in. Regional-sized business people, they're they're in the tens of millions of dollars in net worth. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, that's those are very good businesses to get in these days. But there's always a business out. There's always a way to be. There's a way to make money and tons of it and everything. You could sell toilet paper and become a multi-millionaire. Selling toilet paper. And that's something that some people don't think about. It's like you can make money doing anything. You could sell potato peelers and make millions. And there are people who've done that. It's just all about having the drive and the passion to do it. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from DWRB, and thank you, DWRB, for that support. He said, what would be a good way to incentivize corporations to reinvest into their companies like they used to? And it seems everything is done for the almighty Wall Street and price per share these days.
That's a good question. I don't really know how. I think that would have to do with enforcing some existing legislation, probably, or maybe overturning some Supreme Court rulings. But I would say I wouldn't know the exact answer, like the exact path to make that happen right now. But a big thanks to you for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Ross once again, and thank you, Ross, for that support. He said, has the Secretary of War recovered from that brain fog already? I haven't been so happy in weeks. Can we crush the terrorist desperados in Tehran already? War is sad but necessary.
I would agree. War is sad but necessary. It really is. And hopefully they have gotten over that little brain fog, the Iranians seem like nice people. And hopefully we can get back to being war fighters because we're the Department of War. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from J March. He said, do you guys feel like the mid 80s SPAAs, like Gepards with proximity fuses, would make a good answer to the drone problem for frontline troops?
Yes, and they already have. The Ukrainians have a lot of Gepards that they operate in northern Ukraine around Kyiv, and they work exceedingly well. Not against the smaller FPV drones, but against the larger Shaheds. They're incredible. So huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now, who said, personally, I found the smell of burning refineries really messed up my palate and lungs. Ever heard of the PACT Act?
I haven't heard of that myself. I'm not really a big fan of for refineries burning in my backyard. That's why we burn them in Russia. It's a NIMBY sort of a thing, not my backyard. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from Cerberus3. He said, PSA, when dealing with dentists, if your blood pressure goes up, ask them not to use epinephrine. I've never had an issue, but getting 2 caps in one day and shaking side effects produces adrenaline. I've never gotten that. Yeah, going to the dentist. I thought that's what they gave you if you have like an allergic reaction to something. Isn't that what an EpiPen is?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm not totally familiar with any of that stuff really, but I think maybe.
That's interesting, though, to hear. As someone who suffers from high blood pressure, I'll have to keep that in mind. And a big thanks to you once again for support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Colin Hinton. He said, been a lurker for a few years, but feeling social tonight, and keep up the great work, guys. And LOTLSA and PTO, praise the orb.
Hey, praise the orb, praise the orb. Like, we haven't heard that one in a minute. And I also got to say, thank you for being an American lacquer and enjoying this channel and helping it to keep on running so that way we can all say, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. Put an LC in the chat if you agree. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, who said, you should listen to the recordings the day after Pearl Harbor, December the 7th, National Archives. Does man on the street interviews. It's on YouTube, and the people sound normal like today, and nothing changes.
Yeah, nothing really changed. A lot of people look through history through lenses where it's like, oh, it was better then and all that. Not really. I mean, if you listen to a lot of them, they're just like us. Like they talk a lot like us. Like especially like the language difference. There's almost no language difference from about 70 years ago, rather than some of the slang terms. And also all of the good things and the bad things that people do these days were around back then. Very similar people to us. But a big thanks to you for your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, big shout out to Murphy's Madness for the 5, and also Thomas Kruger for that 5 as well. He said, thanks, guys. And thank you both, Thomas and Murphy's, for that support. We also have a 5 from Laura Legowski, who said, thank you for the best nightly news stream on the web and the color commentary. And LOTLSA, long live the Republic, love the enforcers, and Slava Ukraine.
Hey, and thank you so much for support, and we thank you for loving the commentary and the nightly news. And a big thanks to all three of y'all once again for the support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Plow Guy EDU, who said, I hate war, but I love the work and analysis, and Putin is in foul shape.
Oh, I'd say so. Maybe he needs to, open a window, get some fresh air. Fresh air always helps everybody. But a big thanks to your support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Matt Jaffe, who said, unconfirmed reports those attacks were from Bahrain and Kuwait on Iran. And I believe Bahrain came out and said it was, but don't call it, so we can't cite source.
I didn't see any official confirmation from anybody. If they did put it out, we must have missed it if that was the case. But very interesting to hear. And a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a 5 from Give Up Now once again. He said, yeah, opening the strait after we caused it to close sounds like 2 steps back and 1 step forward. Dow goes into caviar over time.
Yeah, but the thing is that if we do a stupid action and then it closes and then we just walk off, basically what we did is we just burned our house down without even trying to fight the fire, kind of. So we have to kind of go in and fix the issue, whether it makes sense or not, because we're just trying to do damage control at this point. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Max93. He said, have you ever heard of the Dornier or DAR? Did Iran copy old Western drone designs for Shahed?
The Dornier DAR. I've never heard of that myself. Wait a minute. Wait, what the hell? Did they? That looks just like a Shahed 136.
When did that come out?
The 90s.
Damn, they might have copied us after all.
Apparently, this was developed by the German company Dornier Manufacturing to detect and destroy enemy radar installations, especially those used for air defense within a defined target area. The project was terminated in 1994, and the system never entered service.
Why?
It actually was designed in 1985.
Why the hell did it not enter service?
Oh, let's see. Hold up, let me see.
I bet
here.
they won't tell you that.
Wait, hang on, here we go. During the project's development, a workable seeker head could not be developed, limiting its suitability for the intended anti-radar mission. This, along with the end of the Cold War, led to the project's eventual termination. Okay, so that's what it was. So back then they were trying to design this thing like an anti-radiation missile, where it had the anti-radiation sensor or the radiation sensor in the nose cone to pick up radar pulses, and then it would hone in on that and go in for the target. Apparently, it wasn't operated like a Shahed where they had an operator. And also, I think the technology back then, as far as radio equipment, wouldn't have existed to really make that usable yet, like from those sorts of distances and whatnot. But that is crazy, though. I mean, it literally looks, outside these little winglet things that pop up here inside of this drone, these look just like a Shahed. I mean, I think they did copy it. I wouldn't be able to say, like, with exact certainty, but if they didn't copy it, the similarity is strikingly uncanny. I mean, it's almost identical. That's wild, though. Really, really keen eye right there. Really cool to know that you knew of this thing, Max93, and you brought this up, because I've never heard of that before. But a huge thanks to you once again. And also, they had a truck that carried them. And, like, dude, the Iranians copied that 100%.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah. Like, that's literally what they do. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar once again. He said, I hope the generals deal with Putin sooner than later. And I think that they're going to Ceausescu route and stuff.
Interesting. We'll have to see. But a big thanks to you once again for support, Ulf Hednar, and we're on the next one.
Man, the people are wild out in these super chats.
I mean,
I'm having to abridge. I'm having to abridge some of them because I'm not sure if YouTube's going to like it the way some of them are worded. Honestly, I wish we didn't have to worry about that the censorship thing, but we got to be careful on YouTube. But our next one here goes to Game Theory, who put in a 5. He said, Matt, you should check out the University of Miami if you have bad teeth issues, and I've seen them perform good work. And also, I have I don't really have honestly have very good dental hygiene. Like I'm very like I don't really have dental problems like that, like chronic dental problems. But I've had like some one lingering issue that was a side effect of having braces that caused an issue with one of my teeth because apparently they moved too fast or something. But it's more of like a inherent defect in the tooth or something. It's not a result of me being neglectful or something. But that's a pretty long way away, University of Miami. I think that might be too far. But Forster, what say you?
I mean, also, there's a lot of other things that they do great down in Miami as well. Let's see, they do Botox, they do they do plastic surgery of all types. You could turn into the big booty worm in Miami pretty easy. They have the technology. But beyond that though, a big thing for support game theory. And Matthew's issues are not that bad. We both have pearly white teeth, those teeth that scream, "We are Americans." And so a big thing for support. Hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Butchie777, and thank you, Butchie, very much for that $5 support all the way from the UK, and we do appreciate you very much for being a longtime channel legend. We also have a 5 from Purple Dinosaur, who said, remember that one time the Ruskies got compromised by, let's see here, I don't recall this. When was this, Harry?
I don't remember that either. Yeah, I've never heard of that.
There's been no public case of compromat or also like blackmail on any U.S. president. Like, there's been no official evidence of that. I'm sure that there's probably something out there. I mean, everybody's got something on somebody if you look close enough. Because I mean, people are people. They've done stuff. Some people are worse than others. Some people have literally truckloads of skeletons in the closet, and some people just have a couple. If it's out there, we don't know about it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I wouldn't know about that either. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 100 Australian from none other than Ross, all the way from down under once again. And thank you, Ross, for that very generous 100 Australian. We do appreciate that. He said, it's getting late for you guys, I know. But can we rabbit hole a bit more on how to tackle Iran, especially the Strait of Hormuz? And it seems to me the strategy is a matter of conjecture. And if you guys are hungry right now, a deeper dive tomorrow would be fine. And LSA.
We cannot deny a guest even the most ridiculous request. I'll give it the best shot I can.
It's not ridiculous.
No, it's not even ridiculous. So we'll give it our best shot right now. To start off with myself, you see, unabashed narcissism is highly encouraged in modern society. I'm the greatest person in the world. You can ask everybody. Everyone loves me. I love myself. But all jokes aside, though, to deal with the Strait of Hormuz, generally the situation, as far as I see it, pertains to dealing and destroying most of Iran's anti-maritime or anti-ship capabilities. That includes the IRGC fast attack boats, anti-ship missiles, anti-ship drones, both of the sea-based and air-based variants, and also deal with Iran's air defenses that exist around the area, which give air cover and defense to those forces. If the United States can conduct through an air campaign significant suppression of enemy air defense operations within this area, and then keep up a near 24/7 continuous tempo of targeting, locating, and destroying Iranian anti-ship forces that exist within this region, we will most likely see that most of the threats could be mitigated or destroyed by air. There are a couple, however, that are more so hardened targets, which could require specialized ordnance such as bunker busters or maybe even mops if they're incredibly far under the ground, although most of the boat shelters are not. Some of the missile cities and other anti-ship installations are, which might require a mop, or we could deal with those via special forces raids and rapid insertions where we drop off a special forces team, they infiltrate and destroy the facility, and then they leave immediately afterwards, all with air cover. If that didn't work, we could then use that air operation as a softening campaign to then move on to amphibious landing operations on some limited islands and coastal areas around Iran. The number one thing we would not want to do in that situation is land on the mainland, because the Iranian military could throw its full weight at whatever U.S. beachhead we've created, which we certainly wouldn't be expanding because we wouldn't be throwing massive amounts of manpower on shore in Iran here in the present day. So we would really want to go for the islands of Kashem, Ormuz, Larak, and a couple of the smaller Iranian islands that exist here just to the west of the Strait of Hormuz. If we can control those forces can provide ground-based air defenses and other defenses against Iranian attacks based on the shore for merchant vessels that are passing through the area. Once either of those have been conducted, if the air campaign is successful enough, or if an amphibious landing is necessary, once the proper conditions have been met, the U.S. can then send in Arleigh Burke guided missile destroyers, or LCSs, of the Independence and Freedom class to begin convoy escorts of tankers that are laden out of the Persian Gulf and into the Gulf of Oman, and from the Gulf of Oman and back into the Persian Gulf. So that would be about the best rabbit hole that I could give on a greater in-depth rabbit hole on what could be done and how it could be approached, but also not getting too deep into the rabbit hole on all of the different Iranian abilities, how to counter them, and everything else. So I hope that's what you were looking for, Ross, and a humongous thanks to you for that incredible support. And I hope that does answer the question the best I can. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a find from Game Theory, who said private equity hollowing out CPA firms, and it's a plague.
That's interesting to hear, Game Theory. I've heard that that's started to happen a lot on YouTube lately, and I've heard that sadly some of my favorite channels that have like these really high budget looking videos are actually owned by private equity. Aww. But they still make good videos. Yay! But beyond that, though, a big thanks to your support and I want this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a find from Matt Wright, who said, good day from Australia, and love hearing you guys most days.
And thank you so much for the kind words, Matt Wright. And we love getting to know that you're here listening to us each and every day. I hope we've done good for you today. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Flamingo, who puts in a 5. And they said, hi, enthrallers. Enthrallers? That's a new one. It said, it seems the deal maker finally got tired of the BS and the deal's going to be forcefully imposed now. And go USA and go Ukraine.
Seems like that to me. We can only hope. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Remember the Good Times. Thank you, by the way. They said, hello from Malaysia. And Russia went from 3 days to Kyiv to 3 days in line for the gas station. And they are so pathetic.
Honestly, they are. I mean, they really are. And also, a big hello to the folks down in Malaysia. And so, a big thanks to you so much once again. Huh?
Yeah, I could hear that from over here, man.
Really?
Yeah, so what
Man,
was that?
Man, I was about to start choking, man. Honestly, man, I'm about to start hiccuping so bad on air. I haven't had a drink of water in 4 hours, and it's really getting to me. And I'm trying my hardest not to hiccup on air, but that one kind of came through a little. I was hoping it couldn't be heard. I was like, "Thank you so much." I was like trying to fight it so hard, man, but it came through. I'm sorry about that, folks. I'm sorry. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Blind Man. Thank you, Blind Man, for the 5. He said, just so you know, my coworkers compared you guys to President Roosevelt's fireside chats when I tried to explain the channel.
Oh, that's really cool, Blind Man. And also, high praise there. Really neat to hear. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. Thank you for supporting this channel. I'm going to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a 5 from DWRB. He said, today, July the 9th, Palm Beach International, known as PBI, was officially changed to DJT, named for you-know-who.
Oh, yeah.
I know, right? I know, right? Oh, man. At some point, I mean, if I was the president, even if people were trying to just glaze me, like if I was the president, at some point I'd be like, hey, look, y'all, stop naming shit after me because it's going to start making me look bad. Like after a while, this is actually going to look either intentionally or unintentionally like I'm a narcissist. And I don't want to paint that image. The fact that he's not thinking that sort of confirms the hypothesis. But Enforcer, what say you?
I've never seen such raging narcissism in my life. If people are offended by that, I mean, you got, like, you're blind or something. I mean, like, have y'all ever seen anybody who's ever in a position of authority, like, let's name everything after me? Like, have y'all seen, like, the only people I've seen that from, I'm not kidding by saying this, and I'm not trying to make a comparison here, was Stalin, Mao, Hitler, Mussolini, and a couple of others. Like, it's not a good look when you go around while you're alive as the leader with authority going, okay, I'm going to use my authority to start naming everything after myself. That doesn't have a good connotation.
I don't think he used any power he had to rename. I think they just renamed it, like, and obviously he approved of it. But I mean, yeah, I don't think he actually like forced it through or something. I think they voted to do that.
Well, I mean, like they say that too about the John F. Kennedy Performing Arts Center, but he was kind of like involved in putting some people on that board to make that decision. It's like it's kind of that sort of a thing. It's like if you put like your supporters there and then they vote for you, and you're like, oh well, I'll reluctantly accept. It's like it's like it's kind of indirectly doing the same thing, at least to me, in my opinion.
Man, I remember PBI, and we've been to that airport before.
That was a shit
that
one.
airport was the weirdest layout ever. Like they had the food, like once you got the food was before you got to security. So if you didn't know the airport layout, which we didn't, and we went straight through security, you weren't getting any food after that. You were just screwed. You go to like a kiosk or something like that, or like a vending machine. There might have been maybe 1 or 2 restaurants like in the actual like terminal itself, but it was not very well laid out at all. Like most of the nice food was before you got through security.
Yeah, and also, man, that airport was honestly not that great either. Like, it was shockingly kind of like poorly appointed. Like, Birmingham had a better airport than West Palm Beach, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I remember I couldn't wait to get the hell out of Palm Beach. Like, we checked that area out, just out of curiosity, not the Palm Beach area to live in it, but we were trying to check out the area to the north of it, way up north, like 20, 30 miles out. And we went to that airport because it was most convenient. I didn't care for that Palm Beach area. Like, I didn't like it at all. I thought it was crap. I was wanting to run from that place by the time we got on the plane.
Yeah, and there was like some weird guy following us around in a Corvette, and we had to be like, "Who the hell's that guy?" And he always pull up and be like, "I'm Palm Beach Pete," and I'd be like, "Oh, okay, who cares?" Like it's like, I don't know. But anyways, we're on the next one.
And also, he's joking, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm
But
kidding.
our
I'm
next
kidding, of course. Yeah.
Our next one goes to Kerberos 3, who puts in a 10 and said, wait, so plan laid out would still lead to military expenditure and never ending police forcing the straight for a forever operation. That will repeat like almost all Middle East operations long term.
But the alternative is that they control the Ormuz and then they get unhappy with us and they shut it down and you starve to death like Russia is right now because the trucks can't transport the bread to the supermarket that you need to eat. That's kind of the alternative. So I get a lot of people that don't like the idea of this. Sadly, we really don't have a choice unless we're willing to see, you know, significant amounts of suffering and economic hardship here in the United States because we aren't willing to make that decision and address the issue that we've clearly this administration has stepped well over their heads into and have ended up getting us into a quagmire. So we kind of had to fix it because we really have no other choice because the alternative is worse. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 2 from Elka PME, who said Putlo's got his own Steiner's attack scene right now, LSA.
He does, really. It's actually sad. Along with the Lee Spring Army. And we're on the next one.
Also, big shout out to Plazant, who put in a 2, and thank you, Plazant, as always, for that support. And we also have a 2 from Bernard Siegel, who said, which goes down first, Putin regime or IRGC?
Probably the IRGC. Well, I don't know. I mean, we might fight the war poorly, and then we might end up getting screwed again. So, it's kind of a toss-up. It's kind of a toss-up. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from David Wayman, who said, thank you for doing all the news to bring to us.
And we thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running. So that way we can. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Citizen Hugs, who said, I'm off to bed, but keep the cookies going.
And of course we will. We will keep those cookies nice and warm. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Adam MacArthur, who said, Scotland here, and I do think you, I do think, you think Putin would take exile?
Possibly, but I'm not really sure who will be willing to take him. China might, North Korea certainly would, Belarus probably wouldn't be able to, so he really doesn't have a lot of places to go, honestly. Maybe Iran, but they might not be around that much longer. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, big shout out to Purple Dinosaur for putting in a 4 and said Harambe didn't hurt himself. And also, whatever happened to No More Forever Wars?
I don't know. You know, that's just kind of disappeared to the wayside, really. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Game Theory, who said cut losses in Iran, and what say you?
Sadly,
Honestly,
really
there's
don't
no
have a
such thing as
choice.
cutting losses. Cutting losses is really more like solidifying losses if we leave.
It's more like cutting losses to gain even farther losses than you can imagine. I mean, you just saw what the Iranians were doing to us with the blockade that existed for just about a month and a half. Imagine if they can do that for the entire year and there's nobody even there to challenge them or stop them from doing that. What happens then? Like, you're cutting losses now in a figurative sense, at least for you, Game Theory, because I don't think you're in the armed forces, or over there in the Middle East directly, you know, like selling a ship through the Hormuz. But you're going to be paying for those losses cut, quote unquote, for the rest of your life whenever the Iranians get unhappy with the United States. You're going to be paying increased prices at the store, increased prices for gas, increased prices for everything. And the economy is going to slow and suffer as a result of what they'll be able to do when they shut the Hormuz and blockade it for however long they want, whenever they want. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Game Theory once more, who said you need commercial breaks for water and pizza.
That's usually what the speech from Zelensky is for, but he's getting kind of sporadic in making those because he's in Ankara and he's traveling around the world, having to try and meet with foreign leaders, and it throws his schedule off, and then we don't get that break to go get water and everything else. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. With that, we're on the next one.
We also have a two from Nisi, who said, "I hope that Pete Hegseth is secretly a fan and a viewer."
I
I
don't
wouldn't be
know.
surprised if he's watched the show before. I would not be surprised because I saw him like fiercely typing on Twitter in that one picture that came out when the Iran thing was happening. And we are one of the larger Twitter pages in the geopolitics segment. We're up there with the top like 5% on Twitter. So the odds are he's at least unintentionally ran across one of our tweets, or he might have maybe jumped on the channel. I don't know if he's like going that far down the rabbit hole on social media, but there's no telling. We didn't know that Petraeus had watched the channel until he put us in the book. Then we realized, oh, damn, Petraeus was watching the channel. Also, there's a couple of people that are analysts that work for CNN that watch the channel in their free time. So you never know who's watching these days. We're kind of shocked some of these days. I don't know if his impression would be good because we haven't held back when it comes to being unbound in our criticism, no matter who it is. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, Petraeus was a real one. He hopped on this bandwagon in like the first year, like man, like before anyone really knew who we were back then. He was on the bandwagon and put us in the book, which was really cool. Conflict is the book, by the way, if y'all want to see it. We're in the Ukraine war chapter, and he actually gave us a really high praise. He said we were like the CBS in Vietnam of the Ukraine war today, which was a really cool sort of a thing to hear. Because if y'all don't know, CBS was the first television network in America that actually broadcast footage of reporters live and, well, not live, but they were in Vietnam recording what the war was and how it was going and what it actually looked like. And Vietnam was the first televised war, and we were said to be basically the CBS of the Ukraine war because we were the first ones to put war on the internet in real time like it is today, at least according to the book. So really cool sort of a praise to get. But outside of that, he may, Hexed might have watched. I don't know if he's a big fan. Maybe he's listened to our criticisms and he thinks they're legitimate, or maybe he thinks we're full of shit. I don't really know his personal opinion if he ever has watched. If he agrees with us, that's great. If he doesn't, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, they've already lost the war once, so it wouldn't really matter if they disagree. I mean, they don't really know a lot of what they're doing. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 20 from Ross, and thank you, Ross, for that support. He said everyone loves a John Bolton joke. So this is John Bolton's version of conflict resolution. 1, attack Iran. 2, if the conflict persists, refer to step 1, LOT-LOC.
Long live the Spring Army, and that's not far off. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Game Theory. He said connect Claude to Nightbot and see what happens.
That's an interesting idea. I wonder what I do. Man, we begin the police state. Begin the police state.
Build the data centers. Build them bigger. Build security.
Man, like Claude comes in and says, your game theory is about to say this statement. We suggest pre-ban. Like, it's like, oh, okay. Like, it's like, man, I don't know what he would do.
Why's it got to sound like the Star Trek computer?
I had to come up with something.
Tie-in. Computer on.
Computer, tell us where in the world Captain Kirk was on this day. Captain Kirk was in the Starship Enterprise. Like, man, but anyways. Oh, man, but anyways, with that, we are on. Man, it's getting so late in the night. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
I loved it in the early episodes when Leonard Nimoy really didn't know how to act that well, like in the early Star Trek episodes. He was overacting Spock like hell. He was just doing so bad. He got way better, like as the episodes went on, like and then became an iconic character. But in the beginning, he was like, "More towing power, Captain. We're under attack, sir." It's like, damn. It's like, why's the dude yelling out like that? It's like this is the opposite of having no emotions. This dude's emotional as hell.
Hey.
But moving into our next, say what?
Oh no, go ahead, please. We're running low on time.
This one goes to Cerberus3 once again, who puts in a 10 and said, also, just to point out to U.S. citizens, the rest of the world's being affected by this, hurting them to like us. And unfortunately, USA messed up, so we have to clean our mess. And one for the chat.
And I would definitely agree with you, Kerberos. And I saw you in the chat saying, I don't disagree with you. It's just one hell of a pickle. And I agree. That's what I was saying. I was thinking originally you were saying something along the lines of, we got we ought to just pack up and walk off. And it's like, well, we can't. It's like, it's like a lot of people would love to do that, but it's like, we're in a real bind. Like if we really talk about what happens after that, it's like, it's worse than even getting back into it. It's a tough spot to be in, but a big thanks to your support. And we will make sure to get one from the chat.
And the one from the chat goes to Dr. Tickle. But they said, hi, Matt. How many LNG and oil tanker does Russia have? And to discuss how critical this is for Putin.
Sadly, we don't know the exact number off the top of our head, but the tankers are critical as that is largely their export route or more so ability to export, and it's incredibly important for him. So I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to Go-Kart Art, who put in it too, and said Rocky Road cookies actually exist. They look bomb.
Oh, dang, that's pretty sick. We'll have to take a look at them. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on the next one.
And this one goes to David Ford, who put in a 5. He said, before the show, I won first place production division at Neutral Ground Gun Company with a Ruger RXM, LOL.
Oh, wow. That's really cool. Congrats, David Ford. That's really neat to hear. We'd love to hear that kind of stuff. Good to know that we have some keen fellas that are handy with the guns. And a big thanks to you once again. Long live the Leaf Spring Army. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from DWRB, who said, I wonder if Putin would consider Argentina for exile.
Oh, well, this other group did that back in the 40s, and they kind of got a bad rap down there for that. And right now, Malay's like basically running Argentina into the ground, so I don't really think that'd be a good place for the economic reasons to be.
And
right
remember,
now.
they unleashed Mossad down there too, who like to go after those people. Like the Mossad was crawling all over South America looking for them bastards.
Man, you would see some guy show up in Buenos Aires, and the customs official be like, "What are you here for?" "I'm here for vacation." And you look up and it's Budanov, and he's growing like 7 chins. Like, bro, he's like there for Putin. Like, he's going for him. They gotta get him. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support. And they might try that. They might, but we'll have to see. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Flamingo. He said, can we prevent the fast attack boats by spilling in the strait a tanker with something?
I'm not really sure, because unfortunately I'm not really understanding that question, but a big thanks to you for supporting and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, folks, it's time for us to get on our Moscow decoders and the final 3 questions of the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Tonight we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic, Flavius, Coach Code, Sire, and Brian. That said, a Morse code said Putin is about to be the star of the new Downfall movie coming soon. LLT, LSA.
And y'all get the den on the nail. That's the sound of money. Y'all got the correct jackpot. I got to say, a humongous thanks to every single one of y'all. Once again, the Leaf Springers Stone Corps for getting that correct time and time again. It's always an amazing thing to see the Morse code deciphering capabilities live on air right in front of us all. And so, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that it's addressed incredibly well. And with that, we're going to be getting 3 live chat questions because we are massively overtime, folks. We are an hour overtime. The time! Where's it going? We got to get to sleep. We got to wake up tomorrow. We got to get back to work. I got to keep making videos. I got to grind. I'm on that grind every day. Grindaholics. And so, with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to JB, and thank you, JB, for that support. That question, actually. He said, will the diesel shortage in Russia eventually affect the air defense systems that run on auxiliary power?
And yes, that is actually true. It will be affecting those air defense systems that are running on auxiliary power, and will also be affecting the military capabilities of the entirety of the Russian Federation, including the coastal defense forces across the entirety of the Crimean Peninsula. So I hope that this addressed it incredibly well. And with that, we're on the second to last question. Actually, we have another super chat here. It's a 2 from Purple Dinosaur, and he said, Assad move it with Putin when he gets exiled. Hashtag Rubies. You never know. You know, they might all end up in North Korea with the fatty Kim Jong-un. And so a big thanks to you so much for your support and help with the channel to keep it running. I hope that this addressed that well. And we also got a 10 from Ross, and he said, after I live stream, I imagine you guys checking for breaking news, eating pizza, and playing video games, correct? Generally, yeah, that's actually the case. I generally check for the breaking news once I know Matthew's gone to sleep. I kind of carry it on for another few hours before I go to sleep myself, and then we wake up the next day, and then we get all back to it. I actually got a pizza sitting downstairs with my name on it, and I'm starving right now, and my throat is dry because I have not had any water in hours, and I need to get some pizza, and I need to get some water, and I need to play some video games, maybe some Sim World 6. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. Long live the Leaf Spring Army. I hope that is addressed incredibly well. And we also get a 2 from DWRB 321 who said, breathing is important, and indeed it is, but also sleep is important, and we're getting very late into the night. Usually I'm one to be okay with going overtime, but we are so overtime at this point, it's becoming a bit of a minor crisis. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that it addressed it incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the second and last question of the night.
And this one goes to Mystical. He said, if Russia does do NATO, then would the members of the BRICS join in or condemn Russia?
BRICS is a very loose economic alliance, meaning that they would not join the Russian Federation because it's not a military alliance, and they have absolutely no military or defensive obligations to the Russian Federation or abilities to join them in any sort of an offensive conflict. So we would have to say generally no. The BRICS nations would most likely stand back and let the Russians get nuked, or they'd sit there and generally condemn them, or just play neutral and act like they didn't see that happen. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address your questioning incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who's the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Chef Danny B, and thank you very much, Chef Danny B, for the good question. He said, with this administration, can we even beat Iran in your opinion, or can we take on China? I'm 100% pro-American, but we're making some poor military choices.
I think that it requires strong and wise military leadership to be able to see that the correct decisions are made for a victory to be seen in Iran, and for the United States to also appropriate its resources properly to be able to fight the People's Republic of China and a possible hypothetical war against the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan. So I would have to be entirely honest with you. Yes, we can take on the Chinese, we can take on the Iranians, but it takes smarter leadership from the top, and it also takes war plans generally being followed as we have designed them for decades, not allowing for critical choke points like the Hormuz to be blockaded when we know in reality that that is a major choke point in any hypothetical conflict with a country country like Iran or any of the choke points that we know that currently exist with the People's Republic of China. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. A humongous thanks to you once again for an amazing live chat there. Chef Danny B, the official chef of the LSA, rounding out this channel for the night. And of course, folks, I got to say a humongous thanks to every single one of y'all once again for watching. We've been able to see that we had a peak viewership tonight of 22,000 people, and 152,000 people have watched the stream before it ended. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all consider this channel to be your primary source of news, and I hope that our news coverage today has done y'all a great honor and made sure to tell y'all what's going on around each and every single corner of the world over the course of the past 24 hours. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and if there is a short video to be made, I will be the one making that short or video. And also, we have another 10 from Ross, who said, Enforcer Man, just passed my exams for horse race calls. Congrats, real money awaits. And indeed it does. Hey, turn up, baby. Haha. And so, legalize company. But thanks to you so much once again for support and help this channel to keep on running, Ross. And with that, we will see you all tomorrow. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukrainian, around Slava. Long live the Islamic Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, people, I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us once again tonight. We have over 152,000 people here at the very end of the stream, and I do appreciate every single one of y'all showing up tonight and making sure that your voices are heard down here in the chat. And also, I'm not doing good tonight. I sound like I'm drunk, actually, trying to talk fast. I'm going to slow down. I think that dentist appointment earlier really jacked me up. But thank you to all the people here tonight, 152,000. And we do appreciate you all once again. I'm repeating the exact same thing I just said. We'll see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, and also maybe midday for a short war video as well if there is enough news to cover. But with that, folks, thank you all once again, and we'll see you all on the next one. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.